you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. This is a case that we'll be looking at. It was requested many times over, a relatively recent case, the Delphi murders. The murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. And this occurred near Monon High Bridge, Deer Creek Township in Carroll County, Indiana, in the U.S. Now, I usually don't go over cases that are incredibly recent, mostly because hopefully it'll be solved. Hopefully police have a lot of information that they might not have released, and they solve the case, and there is closure and justice is served. If it's extremely mysterious and it looks like it's going to be a cold case, I mean, there's just so much evidence in this case. I mean, there's cell phone footage of a suspect. There's recordings that the girls made. The other thing is this is more of a personal thing, but for me, in general, as someone who is not a close friend or family member, emotionally, it's a little bit easier to kind of delve into cases that are older. I don't know if it's just me or in general. I mean, even talking about something as grisly as Jack the Ripper, if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK Jack the Ripper podcast series, check that out. It's the most comprehensive and in-depth podcast on Jack the Ripper. It's just, other than for friends and family, it seems like it's easier to discuss some of these cases, especially with younger victims. In this case, these are 8th graders, so it is quite emotional to discuss their murders. And the more recent it is, the more difficult it is, at least for me. But this case was requested, and in the hopes of bringing even more awareness to it and discussing it from different angles, hopefully the perpetrator will be found, if he hasn't been found already, and more to discuss on that side of it. As always, if you like the podcast, you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, leave them in the comment section. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case and topic requests. All right, so as always, this will be a comprehensive look at this very, very traumatizing case just to even look at. It's not easy on the stomach. So it happened February 13th, 2017. So a little over 3 years ago now. The time estimated is between 1:45 and 5:30 p.m. Once again, this took place in Carroll County, Indiana. All right, so just let's go over the general overview from the wiki, and then we will dive deep and look at all available evidence and go down every single theory and avenue to see what happened here and where the case stands at this point. And also, just of course, if they actually were able to photograph their ultimate murderer, why hasn't he been found yet? I mean, in an age where everybody has cell phones and there's a lot of surveillance, and it just seems very strange that this case is still unsolved. It seems strange, and I'll go over variables as to why it's unsolved. There's a couple things that jumped out at me when reviewing the case, and I'll go over them. But yeah, quick overview. February 14th, 2017, the bodies of Abigail Williams and Liberty German were discovered near the Monon High Bridge Trail, which is part of the Delphi Historic Trails in Delphi, Indiana, U.S., after the young girls had disappeared from the same trail the previous day. The murders have received significant media coverage because a photo and audio recording of an individual believed to be the girl's killer was found on German's smartphone. Despite these recordings of the suspect that have been circulated and more than 26,000 tips that police have received, no arrest in the case has been made. The murders. At 1:35 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, 13-year-old Abigail J. Abby Williams and 14-year-old Liberty Rose Lynn Libby German were dropped off by German's older sister, Kelsey German, at a trailhead on County Road 300 North, west of the Hoosier Heartland Highway. The girls were hiking on the Monon High Bridge over Deer Creek among woodland in remote Deer Creek Township when they were last seen. They were reported missing at 5:30 p.m. when they failed to meet family at the end of the trail. Authorities who quickly searched the area did not initially suspect foul play in the disappearance. However, this changed when the bodies of the girls were found around noon the next day, about a half a mile east of the abandoned Monon High Bridge. The bodies were about 50 feet from the north bank of Deer Creek. You know, the other thing, just reading that, I mean, is it really that bad to err on the side of caution, especially in this day and age? So many missing persons cases. There's just, it's daunting, but why not suspect foul play from the outset? I mean, why not? Or on that extra bit of caution. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue here. And not just in that case, in any case, does it really, it's, you know, if police don't want to spend the time or resources immediately, I mean, obviously the closer to the disappearance, the more critical it is that action be taken. Because, and for the people that only care about money, how cheap are all these searches? So in cases where no bodies are found, I mean, you have repeated searches, you might even call in helicopters. Why not just have that response right away instead of later? And I guess the argument is, whatever, 90% of people that get lost might not be found immediately. So if you had that kind of response for each of these cases, but for minors at least, I don't know. It seems like erring on the side of caution would be better, but... Okay, the investigation. Police have not publicly stated nor released details of how the girls were murdered. As early as February 15th, 2017, Indiana State Police began circulating a still image of an individual reportedly seen on the Monon High Bridge trail near where the two friends were slain. The grainy photograph appears to capture a Caucasian male, hands in pockets, walking on the rail bridge, headed down toward the girls. A few days later, the person in the photograph was named the prime suspect in the double homicide. On February 22nd, law enforcement released an audio recording where the voice of the assailant, though in some degree muffled, is heard to say, "down the hill." It was at this news conference that officials credited the source of the audio and imagery to German's smartphone and further regarded her as a hero for having had the uncanny foresight and fortitude to record the exchange in secret. Police indicated that additional evidence from the phone had been secured, but that they did not release it so as to not compromise any future trial. By this time, the reward offered in the case was set at $41,000. I mean, some of these rewards are so low. Are there any billionaires out there that care about bringing justice and closure to some of these families out there? I mean, really? On July 17th, officers distributed a composite sketch of someone who, at that time in the investigation, was sought as a person of prime interest in the murders. It had apparently been drawn by police from eyewitnesses to a certain hiker of the Delphi historic trails on the day that the girls vanished. On April 19th, 2019, Indiana State Police announced a new direction in the case. On behalf of State Police and the Multi-Agency Task Force, Superintendent Doug Carter released more materials a few days later in a press conference held on April 22nd. The new materials included a short video recording in which the blue-jeaned and jacketed suspect is seen walking along the rail bridge for a little over a second. Superintendent Carter states that because of the deteriorated condition of the bridge, the suspect is not walking naturally due to the spacing between the ties. Now, that's a very interesting point because just from looking at it, it almost looks like the individual captured, like there's something wrong with him because of the posture and the walk. But it's explained here that the spacing between the ties is causing that because it almost makes him seem less threatening and awkward. And I'll be going into that more in a bit. An updated sketch of the suspect was also unveiled, as well as an extended version of the audio recording in which a slight rise in the suspect's voice can be detected as he utters the word guys before the phrase down the hill. It was further explained that the previously released sketch showing an older man with goatee and cap is now considered secondary. By contrast, the clean-shaven individual of the newly revised composite is the primary sketch of the prime suspect. Police say this person may range from age 18 to 40, but caution that his youthful appearance could make him look younger than his true age. Yeah, I don't know if it's just the way he's walking due to the spacing again on that bridge. He definitely does not look 18. I would say, yeah, late 30s, early 40s. I don't know. From the sketch, he looks a little bit younger. He could be mid-20s to mid-30s. But yeah, it's just so weird because just from the sketch, it just seems, and hands in pockets too, almost. Is he trying to make himself seem non-threatening? But there's just something about the video that makes it seem like this guy is just not the stereotypical serial killer. And also, I'll be going more into these theories later too. Is it typical to try to kill two people at once? Because if one, and again, the area, supposedly, if there's only one way out from the area, I don't know. It's just the whole thing's a bit bizarre. Okay. Also, on April 22nd, law enforcement reached out to the public, urging all to look at the sketch, listen to the audio, watch how this coward walks on the high bridge, and send your tip to this email. Investigate. The email is Abby and Libby tip at CACOSHRF.com. Investigators revealed that they have reason to believe that the suspect might well be hiding in plain sight, and that the person is almost certainly familiar with the area of Delphi, whether it be from living or working there, or for another reason. An additional plea was made for help in identifying the driver of a vehicle left abandoned off the Hoosier Heartland Highway in Delphi at the former Child Services office between noon and 5 p.m. on the day of the murders. And also from these sketches, it looks like there could have been two individuals in that area in that time frame. One with an older man with a goatee, and then the younger individual. Okay. Persons of interest: Paul Etter. On July 23rd, 2019, after receiving a tip, authorities announced that Paul Etter was being considered a person of interest in the murders. Etter was wanted for the kidnapping and rape of a 26-year-old woman on June 22nd in Tippecanoe County. 5 days later, Etter was surrounded by police, and after a 5-hour standoff, he committed suicide. So this is going to lead into one of my theories too, that if the person in the video is the murderer, were they able to definitively verify that it was not Paul Etter? Because if this individual is already dead, or it's already one of their known suspects, then are they looking for other people? And how do they know with certainty that these current persons of interest can't be ruled out or definitively ruled in? Because if it's definitely one of these guys, are they still looking for other people? Again, a lot of curiosities that need to be addressed. Daniel J. Nations, a registered sex offender from Indiana, was arrested in Woodland Park, Colorado in September 2017 and charged with threatening strangers on a monument trail with a hatchet. The expired Indiana plates on the car Nations was driving was noticed by police, who subsequently discovered an outstanding warrant under his name. Fanning public speculation still further, it was reported that a bicyclist had been fatally shot on the same trail at around the time that Nations was purportedly terrifying passerbys. An El Paso County Sheriff's spokesman told reporters that however many similarities there were between the cases, he was not at liberty to disclose them, since Indiana investigators did not want any more information released. On January 5th, 2018, Nations was sentenced to 3 years of probation for threatening members of the public in Colorado. However, he was not released since he had an active warrant on him back in Indiana. On January 24th, Nations was finally transferred to Indiana officials' custody on an unrelated charge, failure to register as a sex offender. In early February 2018, authorities said that Nations was no longer considered an active person of interest in the Delphi murders. Thomas Bruce. Thomas Bruce, who formerly worked as a pastor, is charged with fatally shooting one woman and sexually assaulting two others after having ordered them at gunpoint into the back room of a suburban St. Louis shop for religious supplies. Committed in broad daylight on November 19th, 2018, these crimes put Bruce in the spotlight of the press. Some noted his being of similar stature, 5'7" to 5'9", to the then current suspect description of the Delphi slangs. Also, his wearing a flat cap and a navy blue jacket during this attack, not unlike the suspect in the Delphi case. Indiana State Police did look into his possible connection in November. On December 4th, Bruce was charged with no fewer than 17 felony counts related to the St. Louis case and could receive the death penalty. The thing that, okay, so if he has a similar cap and jacket, okay, that's nice, but what jumps out at me is that he's assaulting more than one person at the same time in broad daylight. I mean, is there an MO here? And if he's brazen enough to do that with adult women, so this is the Catholic Supply shooting. This happened November 19th, 2018. This was at a strip mall. It says, in St. Louis County, Missouri, sexually assaulted two women, shot another in the head when she refused to undress at his command before leaving the store. He's doing this in the middle of the day, and he's not afraid to, if this guy's not afraid to try to attack, assault more than one adult, why would he for a minor? And apparently he also did home invasions. Wow, that's really messed up. He was also charged with invading the home of a 77-year-old woman near Hillsborough on September 27th, 2018, kidnapping, sexually abusing, assaulting, and robbing her. And he does face the death penalty. I couldn't find a photo of him wearing a cap to see the effect on his face, but people have done voice analyses. This is from the YouTube channel of Michael Catt, K-A-T-T.
I am a citizen. You work for me. Okay. All right? Do you understand that? I don't work for you. Yes, you do. I pay your taxes, and you do not work for me. Step back. Well, then you step back. All right, you're going to stand right there, and I'm going to stand right here. Where do you want to stand? Right here. There.
Now let's compare his voice to that of the Delphi suspect to see if we see any similarities between the two.
Yes, you do. I pay your taxes. Well, then you step back. I am a citizen. You work for me.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because he's kind of yelling at the police officer there, and he's not really yelling when he's saying down the hill. Sounds relatively calm. Obviously, the guy would have to be unhinged if he was planning to kill them and is just ordering them around in such a nonchalant fashion. Very, very disturbing. But just looking at the photographs, I don't know. It's tough. It looks like, it's also hard to tell with the clothes are a little bit baggy, so it's hard to tell exactly how big the guy is. But moving on to another person of interest, Charles Eldridge. Charles Eldridge was arrested on January 8, 2019 in Union City, Indiana on charges of child molestation and child solicitation. Police in Randolph County alerted the FBI to a potential link between Eldridge and the Delphi murders on account of his strong resemblance to the suspect's sketch. I'll bet this was before the updated composite had come out. Also hard to tell definitively. This guy does look a little bit older, though. All right. So let's get a little bit more specific. So this is from the IndieChannel.com. 3 years later, everything we know about the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams in Delphi. This is by Katie Cox, February 12th, 2020, updated February 14th, 2020. 3 years ago, two young girls went for a walk. What happened on that unusually warm February day remains a mystery to this day to everyone but Liberty German, Abigail Williams, and the man who murdered them. February 13th, 2017, Libby and Abby were dropped off at the trail near Delphi's scenic Monon High Bridge, an abandoned railroad bridge over Deer Creek. Hours later, when they failed to meet their ride home at that same location, it would kick off a series of events that would forever change the tiny town of Delphi, Indiana. Despite having a video, audio, and 2 sketches from potential witnesses in the area, investigators have yet to find the man responsible for their murders. We thought we were going to get clues that we needed and be done with this in 4 or 5 days, ISP Detective Jerry Holman told RTV6 in 2019. We realized that this is a totally different type of investigation, but a killer is still out there. Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley says investigators have interviewed over 1,000 people, including possible witnesses, suspects, and anyone who may have information about suspicious activity on the day the girls went missing. To this day, he says between 6 to 8 people work on Libby and Abby's case each day throughout the week. But despite all of the evidence released to the public, investigators have always been open about the fact that they are holding some of it close to their vests with the goal of having information that only the killer would know when they finally arrest him. That day, it was an unseasonably warm day and an unexpected day off from school when friends Liberty German and Abigail Williams decided to visit the trails near the Monon High Bridge and take some photographs. A family member dropped the girls off that afternoon with a plan to pick them up a few hours later. When that pickup time arrived, the girls were nowhere to be found. Calls to Libby's cell phone went unanswered and eventually straight to voicemail. First, the family began to search. When they were still missing later that afternoon, family members contacted the sheriff's department for help. Sheriff Leesenby told RTV6 that evening that they had no reason to believe the girls were in danger. At the time, crews thought that the girls had simply gotten lost on the trails and were unable to find their way back. Throughout the evening, dozens of volunteers joined the search for the girls. The only real clue of their location was a photo Libby had snapped of Abby walking along the bridge and posted to her social media. As the sun went down and the temperature dropped, the search continued through midnight when it was officially suspended, although some family and friends did continue to search into the overnight hours. That next morning would bring a discovery that none of them were prepared for. Tragedy near Deer Creek. The search for Libby and Abby resumed on Valentine's Day morning, February 14th, 2017. Crews widened the scope of their search as soon as the sun came up, wandering further from the abandoned railroad tracks and into wooded areas below the bridge and along Deer Creek. The official search had barely resumed when one of the search teams made a gruesome discovery. The bodies of Libby and Abby were found on the back end of a private piece of property less than a mile from where they were dropped off the day before. No details surrounding how the girls were found or their cause of death have ever been released. I can't say there's not a threat to the community, Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley told RTV6 at the time. We have not caught the person yet. Is the person still in the community? We don't know. So, real quick, let's just go over the property where they were found. This is also from the IndieChannel.com. Also by Katie Cox, February 17th, 2017. After over 48 hours of searching the property and area around where the bodies of 2 Delphi girls were found, police and FBI cleared the scene on Thursday. The bodies of Liberty German, 14, and Abigail Williams, 13, were found on the back end of a private piece of property about a half mile from where they were dropped off to go hiking on Monday. Ron Logan has owned that piece of land for 53 years and said that the discovery of the girls' bodies on his property is something he still hasn't been able to come to terms with. To have something like this in your own house, in your own home, I just can't get my mind around it yet. It's really difficult, said Logan. I can't comprehend it. Like most in the community, Logan never expected a tragedy like that would hit so close to him or literally in his backyard. When they said the 2 girls were missing, I never thought the worst, said Logan. I just figured, well, they got into a car and got with someone else like teenagers do. Logan said that with the steep embankments and rough terrain on the back end of his property, it would be difficult to even make it to the location, let alone carry 2 bodies down and drop them off. For them to get from there to all the way here with that rough territory they had to walk, you couldn't carry them in a million years or drag them or drop them off, said Logan. they had to walk. Indiana State Police, along with local authorities, continue to follow up on the hundreds of tips they received in the case. A search warrant was served at a home Thursday evening based on one of those tips, but police say no arrests were made. Okay, so the takeaway there is that this is very, very steep and rough terrain. All right, the suspect. In the 2 years since Libby and Abby were murdered, the evidence released to the public has remained minimal. The key evidence in the case has been video taken by Libby, likely in the moments before her death. Although investigators have never given the exact context to the images or audio taken from the video, they have said they were taken during, quote, suspected criminal activity, end quote. In the days following the girls' murders, Libby was heralded a hero by state police for having the presence of mind to begin recording at the time she did. It's still kind of weird, though. This guy just walks up to them and say, guys, down the hill. And then what? Does he have a gun? Does he have a knife? He's not brandishing it in that video. And in the area that they were at that moment, if there's only one way down, then they have to pass him. What choice did they have? And what happened after that? Did he grab both of them? Did he kill them right then? Because according to the property owner, he wouldn't have been able to carry or drag both bodies. Then again, if he wasn't acting alone, that's another issue. There's another sketch of another guy, the older guy with the goatee. Was this two guys? Either way, this is an unusual case because usually, especially in broad daylight, someone wouldn't necessarily want to risk trying to kill or assault two people at the same time, even if they were younger, just because one of them could run away, identify them, etc. I believe the MO of most of these criminals is that they would want a single target, easier to control. Also, I mean, is this guy a loony? Is he calculated? Because if one of them runs, if he has a gun, he's going to shoot. Apparently, if this is a really nice warm day out, there would presumably be other people there. Even if it's not a ton of people, would he risk it? It's just the whole situation's bizarre. Okay. Investigators have released 2 grainy images from that video that shows a man we're to believe was behind the girls on that bridge. A short clip of that man walking, an audio recording of a man, presumably the same one, saying, guys, down the hill. And 2 sketches from possible witnesses in the area the day the girls were murdered. And I just can't go over how calm he was when he says, guys, down the hill.
Guys. Down the hill. Guys. Down the hill.
Is this it's really bizarre. I mean, and going through all the different possible theories, is this guy not the murderer? Did he want to rob them? Did he want to scare them? Is this guy screwing around? Is he just mental? He doesn't understand what he's doing. Then he leaves and somebody else kills him? It's just, I don't know. Another key piece of the puzzle that investigators have released is that they believe the man who murdered Libby and Abby was either from Delphi or was familiar with Delphi, either because he works there or has other connections. I've walked across the high bridge myself. It's 65 to 70 feet off the river deck. It hasn't had a train on it since 1929, Carter said during a press conference April 22nd, 2019. The ties are starting to rot. It sways back and forth, and it's not something you can just jump on and walk straight across if you've never done it before. I decided I was going to take the riverbank going back. I didn't. That wasn't the first time he's been on that high bridge. My opinion, again, that's my opinion. I experienced it and I kept a piece of that high bridge and I carry it with me until we find out who this is. The 2 grainy photos. Police released the images they say were taken straight from Libby's cell phone February 15, 2017, the day after the girls' bodies were found. Both images shown below depict the same white man wearing blue jeans, a blue coat, jacket, and a hoodie. Days after Libby and Abby were found, police officially named that man a person of interest in their murders. The context surrounding the images, which were stills from a moving video, has never been given. The 2 audio clips. A brief audio clip, which police have always said was just a small clip of what they have from Libby's phone, was released on February 22nd, 2017. The audio of a man's voice saying, down the hill, was seconds long and was released free of video. Police have only said that the video it came from captured the man telling the girls to go down the hill during possible criminal activity. They have never elaborated further on that description. More than 2 years later, April 22nd, 2019, Indiana State Police released a new piece of audio that is a slightly extended version of the initial clip and includes the words "guys" followed by "down the hill." Although the audio may appear to be a different voice, Indiana State Police were clear when they released it that the extended clip was all the same person. Please keep in mind that the person talking is one person and is the person on the bridge with the girls, Carter said. This is not two people speaking. Please listen to it very, very carefully.
Guys. Down the hill. Guys. Down the hill.
If this is their killer, I mean, this guy's a cool customer. If he's plan, or maybe if he didn't plan to murder them. Again, we have no idea what happened or what this guy was thinking or what he was planning, and if those plans changed at any point. But he's saying that quite calmly. It's very unsettling at how calmly he's saying that if he's planned to kill them. The video clip at that same April 22nd press conference, Indiana State Police also released never-before-seen video of Bridge Guy that was taken by Libby on the day that she died. The video shows the suspect walking along the bridge behind Libby and Abby. When you see the video, watch the person's mannerisms as they walk. Carter said when they released it, "Do you recognize the mannerisms as being someone that you might know?" Carter also said that because they know where the man was walking on the bridge, his walk is not natural because of the spacing between the ties and the deterioration in that area of the bridge. Even the guy's walk is it seems a bit calm, especially if he's already planned what he's doing. All right, the two sketches. 5 months into the investigation, Indiana State Police released their first sketch and description of a suspect. That first composite sketch was created after police said they received information from witnesses who were in the area at the time Libby and Abby went missing. At the time, the suspect was described as a white man between 5'6" and 5'10", weighing 180 to 220, with reddish brown hair and an unknown eye color. In that first sketch shown below, detectives say the man's hat was changed to make his facial features more recognizable. A second sketch was released at the press conference held on April 22nd, 2019. That sketch, which appears to be of an entirely different person, is now believed to be the main person of interest in the murders of Libby and Abby. Along with the new sketch, police also updated the description of the suspect to be a man between 18 and 40 who could appear much younger than he actually is. When we decided that, through the information we received, that we were going to release the second sketch, I don't believe the individual knew we were going to do that. So it was really, really important. I think he was probably there and or watching simply because he thought we were on the wrong path, Carter said when the second sketch was released. The sketches were composed from witness accounts of two separate individuals who were in the area on the day of the murders. Indiana State Police later revealed that the second sketch, released more than 2 years after the girls were killed, was actually the first sketch they had drawn up. They also say they now believe the second sketch is a more accurate depiction of the suspect, although the actual suspect may likely be a mix between both sketches. The sketch isn't a photograph. A sketch is a sketch, and that's really important for everybody to understand, Carter said. I believe that the individual, when we catch him, it will be a combination of those two. Now, I'm going to have to say this again because I really can't believe, did they scour through all traffic cams, all footage? I mean, there's people who have dash cams in their car just for insurance purposes, especially, 2017. I know a few people who've gotten into car accidents, and then for insurance purposes, they now have a video camera always recording. So they have it on their dash or wherever in the vehicle. So there's no other footage of this guy wearing these clothes. I mean, not even a possibility. Or if there is, maybe they do have it. But it's just, for the whole state, you could look at a day, either a day prior, day after, obviously that day. You could possibly get, because where did this guy come from? Did he walk from town? And if he did, are there any traffic cams in town? Anywhere, any security footage, anywhere. I don't know. It just seems like it should be, it's just so strange. Like you have actual video and stills of this suspect, regardless of whether he's the murderer or not. It seems like they should have been able to track him down. especially if it was a local. But even if not, if it was a trucker, because supposedly there are people that have chimed in on forums. Apparently, truckers know about that area, and it's a popular hiking area. If they're doing long trips, they might take a walk in that area. And so if it was a trucker, I'll be going more into those theories as well later. Okay, let's finish this article. Unknown vehicle. During the press conference in April 2019, Indiana State Police also requested the public's help to identify the driver of a vehicle that was parked near the Monon High Bridge on the day Libby and Abby went missing. Carter says a vehicle was parked at the old CPS DCS welfare building in Delphi on the east side of County Road 300 North next to the Hoosier Heartland Highway between noon and 5 p.m. The exact hours in question. February 14th, 2017. No details about the vehicle were released, including make and model, color, or license plate. We believe you are hiding in plain sight, Carter said, for more than 2 years. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you. We know that this is about power to you, and you want to know what we know, that one day you will. So far, no additional information has been released, and Indiana State Police have still not identified the vehicle or a possible person who may have been driving it. See, this is hard. This is hard to believe. They can't identify a vehicle? Do they, again, traffic cams? Are there no traffic cams in existence that can track that vehicle? This seems weird. This is 2017, not like 1970. It's bizarre. This is bizarre to me. Okay. Quelling internet rumors, Libby and Abby's deaths quickly became an unsolved mystery that was thrust into the national spotlight. While police continue their search for the Delphi killer, people across the country have been coming up with their own theories about who is responsible. Investigators say speculations, rumors, and comparisons can actually do more to hinder the investigation than to help it. In the past 3 years, only one person of interest has ever been named. But during the one-year press conference marking the Delphi murders, state police said Daniel Nations was, quote, not someone we care a whole lot about at this moment in time, end quote. Since then, no other potential suspects have been named by investigators. The tips keep coming. Although it has been 3 long years since that warm February day, Indiana State Police say they still receive new tips about Abby and Libby's murders almost daily. Every one of those tips and potential leads that are called in and emailed to the Delphi tip lines, more than 40,000 so far, is vetted by investigators. Every tip received is entered into an FBI system called Pyramid. That system stores information like names, descriptions, and motives so it can be cross-referenced with other tips locally and across the country to find any possible connections. The process is always working, comparing tips received about the Delphi murders with hundreds of other cases and tips. Investigators say they have worked a number of tips and leads that have come directly from the system or the tip line, although they say both have been able to connect the dots they had no idea existed. However, the case is still unsolved. All right, so the current reward is $250,000. Okay, that's a little bit better. But more billionaires should really care about this, because if you took like 20 billionaires, they each of them could throw in 50 grand easy, right? I mean, I don't know. It's rough. It's rough. So I'm going to go over one more article here, also from the IndieChannel.com, also Katie Cox. This was April 23rd, 2019. People living in Delphi say nothing has been the same since that warm February day just 2 years ago when Liberty German and Abigail Williams were found dead. New evidence released by Indiana State Police has renewed their hope that a suspect will be found, but it has also brought back some of the anxiety and fear that a killer could be living among them. Delphi has changed. Instead of greeting your neighbor with a handshake and a smile at the grocery store, now you look at everybody with suspicion, said Rebecca Baxter. You know what's weird, though? I mean, how many people fit the description of that bridge guy, though? I'm sure, the very elderly, people with the completely different body types. I mean, unless an unusual amount of people just look like that guy and have that body type, then maybe, okay. The new evidence includes an extended audio clip, an actual video of the suspect walking along the bridge, and a new sketch that completely changes the look of the man investigators initially called their suspect in the girls' murders. After more than 2 years, community members like Baxter say they're frustrated that they waited this long to release new information. It's been 2.5 years. Why did they sit on this, Baxter said. It's been a witch hunt around here. We all want justice. But state police have always been open about the fact that they were holding some information close to their vests. The goal, they've said in the past, was to hold information that only the killer would know. See, how does that explain not releasing that second sketch? Because they said the second sketch was the more accurate original sketch that they had. But they didn't release it. They released a less accurate sketch on purpose? I mean, that's weird. Unless they were watching people at the time and they didn't want someone to be alerted. I guess that was it. I don't know. Okay. Exactly what changed after 2 years that made them decide to release new evidence and a new sketch is still unknown. To see the sketch we've been seeing and to see this now, it's like completely different, said Angel Harner. Police say their suspect is between 18 and 40, but could appear much younger than he actually is. Another new tidbit that investigators shared during Monday's press conference. They now say they believe the man is from Delphi, is familiar with Delphi, or works in the city. Whether this was a common thought or a new one entirely is unclear, but investigators had not said anything to that effect with such certainty in the past. As a Delphi citizen, I've always felt this way, said Baxter. I always thought he was from Delphi, said Deanna Parison. I hope we get closure soon. It's weird, though. So it seems like locals always felt that it was a local. I wonder why, though, because, again, supposedly a lot of truckers go through there. And then, of course, the other thing is, obviously, they didn't detail the exact recovery of the phones and all that. So this guy didn't take their phone. So if you didn't notice she was recording him, that's fine. But, I mean, it's still kind of weird. And is there more to the recording? That's another thing, because police, they gave no context. So how could she have stopped recording? What are the options? The memory filled up, maybe, or maybe not. And there's more to the recording, and they know more. How much was recorded, and if she has the phone, it's just strange. How much was recorded? She's recording video and audio. What happened after they walked down? Why? It seems like she wouldn't stop recording, right? Because something felt off. She decided to start recording. Or even if nothing felt off, I mean, kids record random people for random things. They could have thought that guy looked funny or whatever. Maybe it wasn't necessarily a threatening vibe. I mean, who knows? It's either way. Would she randomly, especially if he starts ordering them around guys down the hill, like that's kind of weird. I don't think she'd stop recording at that time. It seems strange. So if there's much more to the recording, does she put it in her pocket? What happens exactly? And so I guess this guy, if he killed them, he didn't notice the phone to take the phone. There's it seems a little bit strange. So Gray Hughes Investigates YouTube channel actually has a great video on the exact location of where the bridge guy is walking at the time of the video. You can check it out on his YouTube channel, Gray Hughes Investigates, Delphi Murders Suspect Location. And what's interesting here is trying to track the exact timeline of what exactly happened. Because the girls start on the bridge, they take the photos, they make their way across the bridge, and then the man shows up. So they would be at approximately opposite ends of the bridge at the time that he's caught on camera. So if he walks up to them and that's when he says, guys down the hill, it's a bit strange. And here's what some more astute online researchers and theorists are saying is they're found on the opposite bank of the creek. So that would mean they would have had to have crossed the creek to end up there. But in the video, the water level is pretty high. It's February in Indiana, so the water would probably be relatively cold. Even if that day was warm, it takes quite a few weeks for water to get warm. So this is February. So would they have crossed the creek? Because, maybe, but would the suspect make them cross? I mean, it's a bit strange, unless they ran away. Yeah, it's just very obviously very disturbing to try to think of the details of how all this went down, but it seems like, you would think the police and the FBI, they would have exact motions and order of motions based on available information that they have, where the bodies were found, if there were any prints near the body, either boot prints, whatever, that could suggest what path was taken, whether they did go through the creek or not, and all of these things. There were rumors on Facebook pages that at least one of the girls tried to fight the guy off and was not found directly next to her friend. So it was not revealed, obviously, cause of death. It is unknown whether they were shot or not. Also, if there's hunting nearby, are gunshots not that unusual? I don't know. But if these rumors are true, so were they in the water at one point if they were trying to run away? So, because in some of the news footage, there are people in suits in the middle of the water. So either they could have just been searching for the water or whatnot. We really don't know. There's too much, too much unknown information. This whole thing seems kind of strange, though, because apparently that's not the most remote area in the world. It's a semi-popular area. I think people that hiked it said there was usually at least one or two other people within any given span of time. So how long does it take to commit this crime? Especially if they were running away. It's bizarre, very, very bizarre. Other people theorize that he drowned the girls and he had a change of clothing available, and afterwards he just changed clothes and walked away or drove away or whatever. And they also theorize what I just did, that the entire thing was recorded on video and the police have it. And that makes it even more disturbing on a whole nother level. I mean, not just because the girls were so young, but it's so disturbing. I mean, it's just unimaginable to put yourself in their shoes, and this random guy. It's a very bizarre case. And again, just going back to the fact that we have this video of the guy, why is he not found yet? Other online theorists are saying that the police are making a huge mistake assuming that the guy is a local. So, and again, with other evidence online pointing to the fact that it's visited by X amount of truckers, and they are familiar with that area, they'd be walking those trails. So if it was a trucker who's come and gone since, he wouldn't necessarily revisit the area. Maybe, maybe not, who knows. Or, of course, it could have been a drifter of some kind. Still risky, though. Still risky. I would say it's more likely someone is familiar with the area, because they seem to be fairly certain nobody would come on the bridge and witness this crime. I mean, this is in the middle of the day and on an unusually warm day. So they would probably be, like, if it was a regular cold winter day, it seems like there'd probably be less people out. I don't know. It's just the variables in this case are strange. Because once again, if there's only one way in and out from that bridge, from the spot that they were at, it's bizarre. And what kind of a disturbed individual? What are the options here? This is a one-time offender. So this is a guy that just saw these girls on one side of a bridge with no way out and decided to that he was going to kill them or whatnot. Or is this cold and calculated, and the guy was watching the whole time to see who would go on the bridge and any kind of targets that he would want to kill. And once he got the ones that he wanted, he made his move. But again, how could he have been so sure nobody would have been walking by? It's weird. Here's an interesting post on the true crime subreddit. People don't just go hang out in Delphi, Indiana. If someone from out of town, even remotely fitting a description, would have been noticed. You're right, it was an opportunistic killing, but it was also someone who was confident enough to attack two girls at once with what looks like strategic precision. They walked into the park, crossed a bridge, and he cut them off knowing they had no way out. That's not an accident, or at least it doesn't seem that way to me. And this is a very small town and wouldn't be the first choice of someone looking for secluded hiking trails. Growing up in and going to college in Indiana, I would have thought Hoosier National Forest or Brown County National Park would be much more secluded areas, not in a town of 3,000 people where normal residents would absolutely notice a car they didn't know with out-of-state plates. I don't know the killer knew anything, and I'm absolutely making assumptions, but the information and photographs you would need to strategize would be much easier to find about a larger, more well-documented park. Especially before this incident, images and video documenting the trails and layout of the park weren't easily available. And again, we have to revisit that trucker angle. And the parking for the trails is right off a highway that can be walked to in 10 minutes. So from driving down the highway, you park at the high bridge, which goes over the highway. And there are signs there. You could walk to the bridge where the girls were in 10 to 15 minutes. And supposedly there was at least a couple of people. So based on witnesses and whatnot, there were a few people in that area walking the trails. So again, that does seem very, very bold. It's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Someone else posted this. I worked at a news station in Fort Wayne, Indiana when this happened, and I know even we had trouble sourcing info about this park that wasn't from our Indy affiliates. I just think a local killer is way more likely. Other people pointed out it could have been someone who grew up in that area, but no longer lives there. So they know the area pretty well. They live elsewhere. I still don't really understand, unless if the killer saw that she was recording and just smashed the phone or tossed it in the water thinking that would destroy the video, and they were able to recover the video, that could make sense too. Just thinking about how that video survives. And then regarding other people theorized that he might have been stalking the two girls for X amount of time prior. I mean, how many people were at the trailhead, what was going on. So he could have possibly... Another very astute post, once again on Reddit. This was on True Crime Discussion. On the Delphi murders, you really have to ask the following questions, in my opinion. How did Bridge Guy know the girls were on the trail? You don't just walk around with a murder kit on a trail hoping to have some victims walk your way, do you? Most likely scenarios. He drove by and saw them getting dropped off, was on an adjacent property and spotted them. Access to some sort of trail cam, would have to be a local and have access to someone's property by the bridge, or was on the trail and spotted them. Now, again, if you're a criminal looking for crimes of opportunity, maybe you care about the ages of your victims, maybe you don't. But if you saw two younger girls get dropped off by someone and then that someone in the vehicle drive away, would those be a prime target? And would two younger girls be easier than one woman? I don't know. We also don't know who else was there that day. Were the other witnesses men or women? So, yeah, always a lot of unanswered questions, but okay. Then after he spotted them, this is when he springs into action. He gets his gun and murder kit, access to a car or a property for these items, follows and hunts them down towards the end of the bridge. Here's why I think it's a local or someone who has local access to a property in the areas. The navigation to the murder spot. If you look at an elevation map as an extremely flat part in a hilly area, you just don't stumble across this type of landmark. This is someone who feels comfortable in these woods. Look at the map of the area and you'll see that Ron Logan's property is in a perfect spot to pull something like this off. Doesn't mean that that was him or someone on his property that did it. I'm just stating that it seems to be the most obvious just from my perspective. If you go through the aforementioned points, it makes sense that this is someone who had access to the area, had been planning to do something of this nature for some time, and then finally got their opportunity. They seem to have done a good job executing their evil act. Unfortunately for them, modern technology might be what breaks this case wide open and leads us to the sick person or persons. My heart goes out to their families. This didn't have to happen. The response to this was, you posed some interesting questions and scenarios. I too have wondered about how this whole thing happened in the first place. I agree that he had some kind of weapon on him. So it's a question of whether he was just randomly looking for victims, had staked out the location, or had staked out these two particular young girls. Ron Logan's connection to the case is still in question, but I hope it's what eventually opens everything up. I think the murderer had some connection to Ron Logan, and that is what the police are trying to figure out while holding Ron Logan on the probation violation charges. One thing I've been wondering lately is about where the bodies were located. The initial search didn't find the girls. They were found the next morning. Does that mean their bodies were just missed by the search crew, or were they dragged to the location overnight? Either way, whoever did this has to have intimate knowledge of the property and probably accessed the murder scene through Ron Logan's property. At least in my opinion, it's the only way he could have been spotted driving away or to the scene. But who knows, perhaps he just got sickeningly lucky. That being said, the presence of billboards in 48 states makes me wonder about him being a traveler of some sort, a drifter or a truck driver or whatever. So perhaps this is someone who is transient in some way, but has some solid connection to Delphi. Of course, if the connection was so solid, they would have known who this was by now. I hope they solved this one. I can only imagine what the girls went through and what the families are currently going through. So that's actually quite interesting. Without falling for black and white fallacies, is this both a local and a truck driver and or transient? Does that cover all the bases? Because again, it seems, just the logistics of everything. Were the bodies there the whole time, or were they taken there? So here's another theory, obviously, that has been floated, that the girls knew the killer. So either through social media or whatever, and if he knew about them, possibly even following their social media, and he knew where they would be that day for some reason. I don't know. But here's another post from Reddit. It's quite interesting. I feel this is such a unique case in terms of understanding killer's motivations, given how little information has been released. Did he follow the girls for a long period of time? Maybe not just on the day, but social media. Does he know them personally? Given the recent press conference, I think they know who did it, but lack the final bit of evidence to charge and convict. I mentioned this to my stepdad yesterday. He has recently retired from the police force in the UK, and he said it was a smart tactic. They would bug the suspects' properties and then leak information so the suspects would then talk about it in the comfort of their own homes, and it proved successful. The other thing is, if school was out that day, they didn't have school that day and it was a warm day out, I'm sure the police must have checked on all the teachers, janitors, anybody that could have known the girls, or that they mentioned that they would be out there hiking that day. I mean, you would think that they would have checked all that out and gotten alibis for everybody. And of course, the other thing that we need to discuss, obviously, if the rumors are true that at least one of the girls put up a fight, do they have this guy's DNA? Because if one of the girls scratched him or whatnot, or he just simply left his DNA somehow on them, on the crime scene, in the area, whatever it was, and they have it. So then what are they waiting for? Is there a reason they haven't charged the guy yet? Perhaps, or, I mean, maybe it is more than one person? If more than one person committed the crime and they want both people, are they just waiting for the other one to slip and they have DNA? Well, we really don't know because, again, the police have played everything very close to their vest in this case. And for a particular reason, hopefully it pans out and the perpetrator and or perpetrators are all caught and the strategy worked. If it didn't work, did it prevent the guy from being caught? Because, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20. We don't know what would have been the better option until it all plays out. Other posters discussing how the files were found. If the files, so some phones have the emergency feature where they could record audio, video, without going through everything on the phone, or if one of the girls already had her phone out and was recording, or the phone was already out, so then she just started recording the guy because he looked suspicious maybe, or who knows. And or was this recorded simultaneously to the cloud, and that's where it was recovered from? Were these files recovered from the cloud, and maybe the perpetrator deleted it from the phone? I'm not sure if they stated whether they had the physical phone or not. I think they have the physical phone because he would have just taken the phone probably. Because why would he just leave his prints on the phone, delete the videos, put the phone back? It's also been mentioned that law enforcement has said somewhere that there's part of a recording unreleased about the two girls talking about the creepy man following them. Again, I don't know the veracity of that. This is what's being discussed by web sleuths and such, which makes the whole thing even creepier because was he following them from earlier in the trail? And that's why it's also, the whole thing's very, very unsettling because if the guy does know the area and he knows there's no way from that area of the bridge, they have to come back towards the bridge, then he might make himself known there on the bridge after they were more than halfway across. And to further clarify the recordings, if it was Snapchat and if these recordings were if law enforcement got the recordings from Snapchat, maybe he did take their phone. If anybody knows more details about the physical phone and whether or not the police recovered it, feel free to leave it in the comments. There's been very little information released on what was found at the scene with the bodies and all those things. So if he did see them recording him and he did take the phone, so maybe he destroyed the phone, maybe not, whatever. And if those recordings are all from Snapchat directly or from elsewhere, whatever cloud storage or whatnot was recovered from, that could make sense as well. The only other information I was found, again, people were discussing law enforcement statements. Supposedly, one rumor is the phone was found away from the scene in a creek. So not directly with the bodies. All right, the last thing I'm going to go over in this episode, there's actually quite a lot to go over, so this will definitely end up being a podcast series. But from a local posted this on Web Sleuth February 17th, 2017, so very close to the time of the murders. Trucks used to go through downtown on SR 25, but about 5 years ago, the highway was rerouted around the city limits. Old 25 runs through Delphi, but new 25, Hoosier Heartland, is used for most trucks now. There is a hog plant in Delphi that has many trucks coming in and out 24 hours a day, delivering hogs, shipping out product, etc. 17,000 hogs are killed a day, so it's a lot of trucks. And that's disturbing in a whole different way, but yeah. So here's another post. This is a Web Sleuth's post. I seen it posted earlier that some thought that it could be a truck driver. My thoughts were that a driver really wouldn't have the time as they are under time constraints. My husband is a truck driver and he told me yesterday he was going to Delphi. I've talked to him about the case. I really wish I was on the trip with him. He picked up his delivery yesterday and doesn't deliver until tomorrow. In his memo from his company, it said overnight parking welcome. Well, I thought nothing about that really until I spoke to him today. He said the building where he delivered is empty. Not a person in sight, no cars in the lot, but the building is open and unlocked. I said maybe it's just the lobby area so drivers can use the facilities. He responded he could have went to the warehouse area if he wanted, which got me to thinking maybe Bridge Guy is a truck driver and he has delivered here several times and had a day off and explored the area, which wouldn't be suspicious as that's what historic sites are for. So maybe he's been there several times and had hours to get a feel for the area. I would think, though, if Bridge Guy delivered to this plant, that whoever checked him in would see the sketch and say, wow, that looks a lot like the dude who delivered today, especially with the reward and no personal ties to Bridge Guy, unless it was a drop and hook trailer with no personal contact. But then why have the 24 to 36 hour layover unless they had to reset their hours, DOT regulations? But I would think that law enforcement would investigate any deliveries and drivers for the 12th through the 13th and maybe even weeks, months before to see if any repeat deliveries were common with that day. The fact that the building is empty gives reason to think that a driver could walk off the site and back on and not even be noticed. I'm going to include a map with the trails. There is a section of the trail that goes in front of the place my husband delivered to, but it doesn't connect without a main street according to the map. Google said it was a 45-minute walk, but that was using the road and not as the crow flies. Also, something that I can't figure out is he said he didn't see anything about the girls. No billboards, no memory of, no home of, nothing. Maybe having that stuff would hurt more than help. Thoughts? Okay. He said he didn't see the Monon High Bridge from 25, but he will look for it tomorrow when he leaves to see if he does. Okay. So, yes, very interesting possibility of truck drivers who, in their off time or layovers or just a lunch break, might have explored the area and known it. So, plenty more to cover in this case. There's a lot of little details that need to be verified as well because we're not working with a lot of information. Apparently, law enforcement may or may not know what's going on and exactly who is responsible, possibly more than one party, possibly a serial killer also responsible for other crimes. And of course, somehow do they know that these previous persons of interest, one of which who has already committed suicide, are definitely not the perpetrator? Somehow, possibly, they know. So, hope you enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime, investigating every aspect in comprehensive, logical fashion. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. And patrons, of course, get priority for case topic requests and or podcasters. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock True Crime. I am your host, Bruce McGuire. This is the Delphi case, episode 2, Oddities. And this is just a cursory overview of just some of the things that are just really, really bizarre, including this just broad daylight abduction, murder of 2 individuals on trails that had other people walking on them. So just a very unique case where the perpetrator was also captured on film and audio. So there's a lot of things about this case that are odd, and I'm just going to do a background on the bridge itself and the 2 girls, and also dissecting possibilities that it might have been someone known to the girls. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. All right, I'm going to start with a pretty emotional article. This is also from the IndieChannel.com. Delphi Daughters, The Untold Story of Abby and Libby, Who Were Libby German and Abby Williams. This was published April 26, 2017, updated February 11th, 2019 by Katie Cox. Abigail, Abby Williams, and Liberty, Libby German had a bond stronger than most. A rare mid-February Monday off from school prompted the pair to do what any teenage friends would do the day before. They had a sleepover. The girls shared a variety of interests, both loved art, both enjoyed sports, and both played alto sax in the Delphi Community Middle School Band. Abby brought her big box of arts and crafts over to Libby's house and sprawled them across the floor of Libby's room on that Sunday night. The girls painted photos of nature on the canvases as they giggled and shared intimate secrets like most young girls do. Earlier that day, the two had been in the backyard practicing their softball swing in excited anticipation of the upcoming season. Libby, 14, had convinced Abby, 13, to join her on the team this year. The next day was unseasonably warm, and the girls went out to enjoy another one of their shared hobbies by taking photos of one of their favorite places, the Monon High Bridge, Delphi's tallest scenic attraction. This was a bond that not even a killer could break. And I'll be returning to that issue where the Monon High Bridge, there have been some conflicting details where supposedly Abby had been to the bridge many, many times. Libby might not have been. And so, yeah, I'll be returning to that later. Abigail is a name that means father's joy. Abby's mom, Anna, can still picture every moment her daughter made her smile, from her artistic creations to saving a stray cat that she convinced them to keep despite mom's allergies. There weren't many people she wasn't the joy of, Anna said. She smiled all the time. Abby loved making things for other people. She'd make rubber band bracelets, paintings, and bead crafts for friends. There wasn't a form of art that Abby hadn't tried her hand at. She had more crafts than you'd know what to do with, Anna said. She loved to make things for other people. She loved to be around other people. Abby had recently been knitting tiny, colorful hats for newborns at the local hospital. Abby could often be found in the gym on the volleyball court, playing on the middle school team for the last 3 years. Her mother said she was really good, but her latest passion, softball, stemmed from her friendship with Libby. She and Libby were dead set on taking over the world by softball, said Anna. Abby had to convince her mother to let her join the team. When she agreed, they called Abby's grandpa Cliff to tell him the news. Grandpa Cliff was so excited he drove down from Michigan to take her shopping for her new gear. They bought new balls and matching bats and gloves. I said to my mother, she's 13 years old and she's never played. She said, there's no reason why she shouldn't be any good. It's in her blood, said Anna. Also in her blood was a knack for photography, a passion her mother also shared. Abby would run off with her mom's camera when they were at weddings or other events. She loved the outdoors and had an eye for the world around her, finding details most would miss. I do have pictures when she was little, and our friend had a beautiful garden, and I let her take it. It occurred to me how much, at 1.5 feet shorter, how different she did see things, said Anna. Abby's last photo would feature her on the majestic Monon High Bridge, enjoying another of her and her best friend's favorite things to do. Liberty Rose Lynn German. Liberty German dreamed of becoming a science teacher. She was interested in solving crimes or finding clues, and her curiosity in the sciences was serious business. She attended several classes at nearby Purdue University to try out different areas to see what interested her most. She was a mature student but still a teenager. Liberty's grandparents said you could always tell when she was home from school. You'd find a backpack near the door, socks and shoes strewn about the floor, a pile of books on the counter ready for homework, and a sidetracked Libby already working on something else. Often that something else was mixing up batches of cookies to share with her family. She was our baker, Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, reminisced. She could throw together a batch of cookies like nobody. She'd come in and have it done in a half hour or so, cookies laid out for everyone to eat for the rest of the night. And she'd make sure there were a few left for her grandfather when he got home in the evening, too. She'd save a couple. Libby's grandfather, Mike Patty, said, make sure Grandpa got a couple. For the Patties, words that came to mind when they think of their 14-year-old granddaughter are uplifting, outgoing, and kind. Libby loved to make people feel good. She would use sticky notes to leave messages of love and encouragement for others. It wasn't until after her death that her grandparents learned about all the little things she did. She scribbled a Post-it note on her 6th grade band teacher's podium, "Band is awesome." She painted an elemental table that made little blocks spelling out teacher for her science professor. And for her math teacher, another painting that read, "Of course I have problems, I'm a math teacher." She left me a note one day in my sun visor, said Becky. I love you. Thank you for all you do for me and my sister. Her grandparents said she was always thinking of someone else. She called me one day, Mike said. I had given her some money for some item at school or a function, probably a $10 bill. She called me up and said, Grandpa, with the change, can I give it to somebody else? There is someone who needs something. So that's the way she worked. It's the way she operated. Mike also fondly remembers the many days they spent in the yard honing Libby's softball skills. Her favorite position was first base. I'd pitch the balls and she was a good hitter. Very seldom would she strike out, her grandfather said. That sport was just one of the many things that brought her and her best friend Abby closer. Like Abby, she too had a passion for photography. Nature, the bridge, her friends, and family. She loved to take photos of the world around her. And on February 13th, she did just that, catching a killer in her lens. The bond. On Valentine's Day, instead of passing out candy to their friends at school after a long weekend, the girls were found dead in a wooded area less than a mile from the bridge. The mystery surrounding what happened on that bridge remains, but photos and video taken from Libby's cell phone have given investigators a glimpse into what may have happened in those final moments. Libby is heralded a hero for having the wherewithal to turn her camera on like she did so many times before and capture what was happening. Investigators have released 2 still images and a 3-second audio clip from that recording of the only person they have officially called a suspect in the crime, an unrecognizable man in a blue coat with evil intentions for 2 teenage girls. They did not leave each other's side. I don't know what happened out there that day. There's a chance, an opportunity for one to break off or split or make a break for it or whatever, said Mike. I look at you. No, 2 young soldiers that stuck together, covered each other's backs, 2 best friends, you know. I wouldn't leave my best friend's side either. Neither did they. Okay, and another point there on how this crime could have occurred with 2 individuals and why it's usually more rare for this is, yes, one would not necessarily have left the other even if they could get away. Someone shared an interesting case on Reddit in discussion that there was a case where there were 2 girls who were being assaulted by a group, I believe, not by one person. And she was already running away, but the cries of her friend made her go back to try to help, and then she was also killed. So she could have gotten away if she hadn't gone back for her friend. Very tragic, but does that explain how this could have happened? So the thing that strikes me as the most odd, of course, is if this is a crime of opportunity, there just happened to be just that window to get it done because there are people walking the trails. And the bridge guy knew that because he saw some of them, other people. So the bridge is obviously a landmark, so it's not that surprising that locals know about it or post about it. But there was an article on news.com.au, eerie photo of bridge where Indiana girls were murdered, posted 4 years ago by tragic mum. An eerie photo of the bridge where 2 young girls were murdered was posted 4 years ago by the mother of one of the girls. This was published in 2017. An eerie photograph of the old train bridge where the 2 Indiana girls, Abigail Williams and Liberty German, were abducted and murdered was posted 4 years ago on Facebook by Abigail's mother. Anna Williams has featured the photograph on our Facebook page where friends are posting tributes following the murders of 13-year-old Abigail and Liberty 14. But Mrs. Williams first posted the photograph in September 2012 and discussed with friends on Facebook how pretty the historic bridge was, although it was a bit of a hike back home. Anna Williams' daughter and friend, known as Abby and Libby, vanished after being dropped off on the abandoned railroad bridge at 1 p.m. on Monday for a hike. So then they just go over details of the case and the timeline. Anna Williams posted a photo of the bridge in September 2012 saying it was really pretty most times of the year, although not so much at that time considering the wind. So this bridge was, of course, known to them, known to others. The other thing I was going to go over is that according to the obituaries, Libby is listed as having died on the 13th, Abby on the 14th. Now, this has been the result of much speculation online, as well as whether or not the bodies were moved to that location where they were found, which again is quite suspicious that they weren't found in the initial search, and I'll be going over that as well. So obviously there were warrants that were executed on different houses. So were those because they were trying to track the killer, or because they believed the girls might have been held at a second location before the third location where the bodies were found? If we're using that theory, the first location would be on the bridge during the first encounter. The second down, they were marched down the hill and they went somewhere. If they weren't killed right there, did they go somewhere else on a nearby property? Was this overlooked? So the autopsy reports are, of course, sealed, but law enforcement have stated that both girls died on the 13th and were murdered within minutes of the recording on the bridge. And I'll be going over various strange oddities regarding the view from the bridge as well. So someone posted this in response: the differing death dates in the obituaries has been discussed, just like everything else. No need for apologies. Things are rediscussed all the time. The coroner's report, the autopsy was not released, says both girls died on February 13th, 2017. The difference in the dates in the obituaries resulted from each family choosing different dates for their particular obituary. One chose the 13th, the day they went missing. One chose the 14th, the day they were found. It led to a ton of wild speculation early on, but really that's all there is to it. It's kind of weird making that final phrase, that's all there is to it. I mean, nobody really knows what happened exactly, so that's kind of a strange statement. And if the autopsy is sealed, what's the time of death approximate? If we don't have that, you can't really say that's all there is to it. But anyway, I'm not saying that's not the most likely explanation, but... Okay, so let's look at the bridge. There's actually a 360 video posted on RTV6, the indie channel Delphi Daughters, a 360-degree view of the Monon High Bridge Trail. And it's someone walking the trail, so you could see in every direction what it looks like. You could see quite ahead, and this is February, so there's not that many leaves on the trees. The trees are quite barren. So what strikes me as very, very odd is that you can actually see, some of the trail from the bridge. So some of the walking trails on either side, you could see the banks of the river. Now, would you necessarily see bodies? No, but you might see clothes or something scattered about if they were there. So, of course, some people theorized that the bodies were not there during the initial search. Also, in this 360 video, you can see the platforms on the side of the bridge and the platform that the girls were on when they were approached. So, on the southeast side. So, some people actually speculate that the bridge guy didn't come straight from the trail. He was already on their side of the bridge before they came, and he had scoped it out to make sure there weren't a lot of people. He waited for them to get on that side, then he walked past them across the bridge to the trail to make sure nobody was coming, and then he turned around and walked back towards them. And then, of course, with this theory, there was speculation that in the audio played for the family, they were discussing the bridge guy. Now, I think someone paraphrased that as there was a creepy guy, but they might have not used the word creepy. They might have just said, is it that guy again, or something of that nature. We also don't know if he ran into them at the trailhead, if they had a prior encounter or not, or if it was only on the bridge. All this information we do not know. In the next episode, I'll be going over the exact timeline and all the movements and the witnesses, but here, just in terms of what happened on the bridge, they moved to the side platform, which is also sketchy. This also, when you're looking at these videos, it explains why they might have done what he said, because they might have been afraid that he would just push them right off the platform. I mean, depending on it. From the video, again, he looks awkward. His voice seems very calm. But again, when you're in that exact situation, if their instinct was picking up something that's lost in the video, obviously, and also them being 13 and 14. If they were worried that he would just push them straight off the platform, they might do what he said, at least temporarily, before trying to run possibly across the creek or whatnot. The other thing that's strange, and I suppose there need to be audio tests done. I don't know if these audio tests have been done. If you would hear a scream, how far would you hear from the trails and whatnot? Because if they were screaming on the bridge, you would think that would carry. But if they were closer to the water, especially if the water was running, it's, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily, again, see the bodies from the bridge. They were around 200 yards away down and up the hill if they were there when they searched. Would you search that random spot? Maybe not. So maybe the bodies were there the whole time, but apparently there were some clothes found or a shoe not quite with the body. So if there was colorful clothing in the river on a bank, it might be seen from the bridge. Obviously, it would have been getting dark closer to the time. There was a lot of people out there. But I don't know. Again, I'll be also dissecting the search and the timeline of the search and all those things in the next few episodes. But just here, from looking at these videos and the way the bridge is, but also that you can see these trails. So apparently there were other walkers on the trails who just missed them or came before them. So just this perfect window of opportunity is very, very bizarre. It's hard to rectify how this could have happened in this small window, particularly with video evidence. Again, this case should just be solved. It should be solved. It's very... If they had thought that they might have fallen, particularly in the water, would they have been searching by the creek initially? Obviously, they did that, they would be walking the trails to see if they can find them, but they wouldn't necessarily be right on the trail if they fell, got hurt, got lost, whatnot. So, yeah, it's all quite bizarre. The other thing, so if he did have some kind of weapon on him, and if the girls moved to that side platform to let him walk by, and then that's when he maybe pulled the gun, told them to go, and he would have only had to grab one of the girls, right? Because if he had the gun, the other would probably comply, and fearing for the safety of her friend, it'd be easy to control both of them if he had a weapon of some kind. Maybe even if he didn't have a weapon, if he roughly grabbed one of them, I don't know. It's rough to really think about that. If the guy was some kind of park service worker or some kind of something that led them to believe he was some kind of an authority, like if he said they weren't allowed on the bridge or something that would gain that edge of authority to even easier control them, it's, yeah. So another video you can look at is Video 1, Retracing Libby and Abby's Steps Across Monon High Bridge. This was posted by Julie Melvin on her YouTube channel, March 5th, 2017. And you can see exactly how the platforms jet out from the side and how it is actually quite creepy being on that platform. You could lose your balance and fall. It's pretty sketchy. But right beyond the bridge, you can see how there is a path that goes beyond it. And then there's a hill there, which is most likely the hill that the guy was referring to when he said down the hill, which also means that recording, the audio recording of down the hill, probably wasn't him saying that on that platform edge. He probably walked them here first, and then he said that. And then the guys down the hill doesn't have to be together either. He could have yelled guys from before, said something else, got them to go with him to the end of the bridge, then said down the hill. But again, the whole thing is just so creepy and bizarre because you can see driveways of properties. You can see the other trail moving away from it. It's just, especially in February when the trees are barren, there's some clear views. So it's also almost stunningly unbelievable that the other people they were there that day, somewhere around 10 to 20 in the general multi-hour vicinity, but possibly only 4 or 5 that were there at around the time of the murder. And there were also photos posted on social media around the time also, but they just missed them, which is tragic because if another hiker was there just minutes, I mean, if they were just mistimed by minutes, they would have seen them and the guy. Unless, of course, you want to go down some of these really bizarre rabbit holes where some of the other hikers were in on it with the guy or whatever, covering for him. Obviously, there's no reason to believe that at this moment, but there were other hikers that also saw the bridge guy leaving. So apparently he left from the main trailhead area. He left towards the main trailhead area and was witnessed leaving, and that's where some of the sketches came from. And some of those were actually made before the video was released of the bridge guy that matched his description. So it seems like his point of exit was approximately known, where he walked back towards the trail, not going up someone's property on the other side of the bridge. So these are all just real oddities, and just watching the video from the bridge, looking at some of these 360 videos, putting yourself in the mindset of the killer, unless, as I've stated before, if he originally didn't want to kill them, like that wasn't the plan. I don't know what the plan would have been. If he's mentally not there and he doesn't understand what he's doing, I really don't know. It's kind of hard, but his voice is so calm.
Guys. Downhill. Guys. Downhill.
He's telling them, I guess, to get off the platform. He walked them to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill, which we can see there. And then what happened after that, we don't know. But there is, when you're going down on that incline, that does limit visibility more. So from people on the other side of the bridge. But again, it's really, really tough, especially missing the bodies. And I'll be going for their initial search, and then of course the fact that the search was suspended when it probably shouldn't have been, especially with the temperatures plummeting. So there's a lot of oddities even further to go over. In the next episode, I'll be going over the timeline and the witnesses, but I just wanted to highlight just how bizarre of a crime this is. In broad daylight, 2 targets, 2 victims, and the suspect must have, maybe he just didn't care, because obviously if he cared about not being seen, this is not a way to carry out a crime. But if he's mental and he doesn't care about being caught, does that explain doing this kind of crime? But if he's an experienced killer, if he's killed before, he's a serial killer, he's criminal minded, or he cares about getting away, the whole thing is just really, really strange. It seems very strange that he would pick this time to do it. And points against someone they knew. If it was someone who knew they were off from school and they liked the bridge, they might be. Geocaching is also a thing. I'll be going over that, and where there was a geocache near the bridge, and some of them and other family members have been in that area before geocaching and all of that. If it was someone known, they would have also known that at such an unseasonably warm February day, there'd be other people walking the trails. So that, no matter how you look at it, that's a really risky area and a risky time to try to pull something like that off, unless there's an unknown variable we don't know about. I mean, if he knew a property owner, if there was somehow gonna guarantee, like if he was a park worker, if there was if he wasn't completely mental and didn't care about being caught, there seems to be something we're missing, where he would have to have some kind of extra layer of security to not be afraid to do this if he cared about being caught. If he didn't and he's just completely mental, then I guess it wouldn't matter. Then he would do whatever, whenever. So if it was somebody with a psychotic break, I don't know. It's weird. Some of the profilers are saying he's some kind of guy. This is right before Valentine's Day. So if it was someone that was rejected, looking to take out his anger, frustrations, some kind of psychosis on innocent victims because of something that happened to him in his personal life. If it's an older guy who was married, maybe getting divorced, things of that nature, just trying to match up profiles with other crimes of this kind of nature, that could possibly be it. But it seems like if the perpetrator cared about getting away, it seems like this is not a good idea for someone trying to commit a crime, unless he did take them to some kind of secondary location that we don't know about yet. And I'll be going over that theory in a future episode if the bodies were not there during the search and moved there later. So a lot to go over in this very, very perplexing and tragic case. Very hard to stomach. It's pretty difficult to just try to understand these logistics and motivations, and just because it is so tragic and the victims are young and it's a relatively recent case, and by all accounts, due to the video and audio, it should already be solved. But in any case, if you found this podcast interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. Bringing awareness to cold cases is obviously the main reason to do these true crime cases. And if there are ideas offered that could help the case being solved, that would be a plus as well. So questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, just leave them in the comment section. You can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Just check the links in the description. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi case, Part 3, Witnesses and Timelines. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. So once again, we are continuing our examination of one of the most tragic cases in recent memory. The two girls, Liberty and Abby, who were killed on February 13th, 2017. In the previous episode, we went over videos of what it looks like being on the bridge, how the platforms are laid out, and the likely chain of events that occurred during the encounter on the bridge, and then various different possibilities of what happened afterwards. There's a private driveway right there. Theoretically, the killer could have driven his car right up there, but that wouldn't make sense on how he left back through the trailhead area. So, but in any case, let's look at the timeline before, during, and after of the Delphi case. So, as if this case wasn't already tragic enough, there are more unfortunate events. On Monday, February 6th, so this is according to Becky Patty, that Libby actually reset her phone about a week before the murders because the phone was freezing. So after the factory reset, the Find My Phone application was not reinstalled. So when they were trying to use Find My Phone, it didn't work. So also tragic. So the reset wipes out all the data and applications supposedly. So if they reinstalled Snapchat or whatnot, they didn't necessarily reinstall the factory reset. This is on Libby's phone, so it's unknown what the situation with Abby's phone was. So on the day before the 13th, so this would have been Sunday, Anna took them to the park where they practiced softball. They had pizza for dinner. They listened to music and worked on an art project centered around the theme of chocolate. They watched movies with Kelsey and her friends. And Kelsey is Libby German's older sister. And then Abby slept over at Libby's house, which is Mike and Becky Patty's house, on Sunday night. 2:45 a.m., Libby and Abby made several videos of themselves. I guess not a lot of sleeping gets done on sleepovers. This is an unused snow day, so this is a day off from school. Also, the previous Friday was also a day off of school, so this is a 4-day weekend. Not sure if that's relevant or not, but yeah, so it's a 4-day weekend. If we are to assume The perpetrator might have been someone at the school, a janitor perhaps, or someone who knows people at the school, and they knew it was a 4-day weekend. Were they stalking the trails every day, looking for victims or timeline of opportunities? I'm sure law enforcement probably interviewed a bunch of people on the days prior, and if they didn't see him, they didn't see him, or it's something that law enforcement has not released. Okay, according to the Scene of the Crime podcast, Libby's mother, Carrie Timmons, sent Libby a Snapchat to say good morning. Libby sent back a selfie of herself in bed at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. is when Mike Patty thinks that the girls woke up. Derek, Libby's father, made the girls banana pancakes. Libby and Abby were bored, asked Becky if they could do something. Becky said if they could help her do some filing, they can go shopping later. They also painted a desk in Libby's room. Libby grew restless and wanted an outing. Around lunchtime, the girls asked Becky if they could go on a hike at the Monon High Bridge. Libby and Kelsey had been before. It was a common place for the family to go, and Libby had crossed the bridge many times. Kelsey said they had been there many times before, geocaching or riding bikes or enjoying the scenery and taking pictures. Abby's mother said that Abby did not ask her if it was okay for Abby to go. Abby had played in the creek before, but Anna did say she would have given permission if asked. Noon to 5 p.m., according to the February 2018 corrected Indiana State Police press release, a vehicle is parked at the old CPS building in the city of Delphi that was abandoned on the east side of Inaudible. This is from the scanner, I guess, call. Next to the Hoosier Highway between the hours of noon and 5 on February 13th, 2017. 12:30 p.m., approximate reported activity in the neighborhood on the south side of the Monon High Bridge. According to a controversial YouTuber, a woman chatted with Bridge Guy while toileting her dogs at the southeast end of the bridge at 12:30. According to some, this account is not true. Supposedly, the female homeowner who saw a man walking in the neighborhood near the south end of the bridge was not close to the barricades, and she was not walking her dogs. The female homeowner saw the younger guy about a quarter-mile south of the south end of the bridge. When she got in her car and approached him, he left. He was on foot. This homeowner is apparently the source of the younger guy sketch. Some believe this incident is unrelated to the murders. Okay. 1:23 p.m., Libby's father, Derek German, leaves the house headed for Frankfurt on an errand for his mother, Becky Patty. 1:26 p.m., a 16-year-old female witness is with a group of friends near the Freedom Bridge. They are getting ready to leave. The 16-year-old takes a picture on her phone. Approximately 1:27 p.m., the female witness sends the photo to her mother. The timing of the taking and sending of this photo later helps this witness remember when she saw Bridge Guy. 1:30 p.m., the 16-year-old female is near the benches near the Freedom Bridge, notices Bridge Guy, and says hello to him. Bridge Guy gave her a look that frightened her. She passed him on a narrow trail just a few feet away. She said he was her height, 5'6", or maybe an inch taller. Law enforcement now says 5'6" to 5'8". But you know what's weird? It is kind of hard to tell exactly how tall someone is. She said he was around her height. She's 5'6". So most likely he was not super tall then. But yeah, it's law enforcement says between 5'6" and 5'8". Later, when the 16-year-old witness heard Abby and Libby were missing, the witness thought about the man she saw and called it in. The witness described Bridge Guy without having first seen Libby's video. She gave law enforcement a description that matched Libby's video. At least a day before law enforcement released them, blue jeans, blue coat, and a hoodie pulled up over a short-billed hat, also some sort of covering over the lower half of his face. So if he had a scarf or something around the lower half of his face, that would dictate that he was trying to get away without being seen, or without being able to be identified perfectly. So there was some thought to try to hide his face. It's weird. All right. The witness is one of two witnesses responsible for the Newsboy Cap sketch that was not released until July 2017. So they didn't have a sketch until July? 1:30ish, Abby and Libby are allowed to go to the bridge if they could get a ride there and a ride home. Libby's sister Kelsey agreed to give them a ride on her way to a friend's house before she went to work. So this 16-year-old saw Bridge Guy. She's near the benches. Okay, saw a look that frightened her and then passed him on the trail. Okay, this is around, and she was at the bridge she was at the Freedom Bridge getting ready to leave 1:26 p.m. She passed him on a narrow trail a few feet away. At 1:36 p.m., Kelsey received a call from her boyfriend as they drove to the bridge. 1:38, 1:39 p.m., Kelsey believes this is when she dropped the girls off. At 1:38 p.m., Libby calls her dad, Derek German, and asks him to pick them up later. Per the Scene of the Crime podcast, Libby didn't call Derek until they arrived at the trails. According to Derek on Facebook, Libby called as they were pulling away from the house. It's a 7-minute drive from the house to the drop-off point. So they don't live that far away. According to the Scene of the Crime podcast, arrangements were made to pick up Libby and Abby between 3 and 3:30 p.m. Derek told Libby that he would call when he was close so that she and Abby could be at the pickup lot when he arrived. 1:45 p.m., while Kelsey estimates that she drops the girls off at 1:38 or 1:39, Derek believes they were dropped off at 1:45 because he thinks the girls called as they were pulling away from the house. Regardless, Libby's sister Kelsey dropped Abby and Libby off at the entrance to the Mary Gerard Nature Preserve. The parking lot at this entrance is called the Mears Lot. This is not the main entrance to the trail, which is at the Freedom Bridge further up the road towards Delphi. Between 1:45 and 2:07 p.m., Libby posted a photo of Abby on her Snapchat. Libby also posted this photo of the bridge. 2:07 p.m. on Snapchat, the timestamp is the time the photo was opened, not the time the photo was taken. You know, it's interesting, if they don't have her actual phone recovered, or if the phone was smashed or unrecoverable, they wouldn't know the time the photo was taken. They would only know the time it was opened on Snapchat. But would Snapchat know? So where did they get, again, the video? And if it was in the if this bridge guy was in the background of the video. So if Libby was taking the video of Abby and he was in the background, and it's also unknown whether or not they got, I mean, it's there. Yeah, there's so many unknowns. But if Libby was interested in forensic science and solving crimes, she might have thought the guy looked kind of sketchy, especially if he was on the southeast end of the bridge, under the bridge, around the bridge, and they came to the end of the bridge, then he walked back across the bridge toward the trailhead, and then turned around and walked towards them again. If that's how that went down, they would have definitely found that suspicious, because he's walking away, then he turns and walks back towards them randomly. That's bizarre. That would definitely throw up some red flags there. Okay, so important point here. Derek supposedly said that he thought Libby called at 1:38 when she was in the car with Kelsey. So it's, again, roughly 7-minute drive to the bridge from their house. So, and that's a 2:07 timestamp. So if they went from the Mears parking lot directly to the bridge, they could have been to the north end of the bridge in roughly 10 minutes. That's how long it takes to walk. And if the photo was 300 feet out onto the bridge, that would take 2 to 3 minutes. And you could slowly walk across the bridge in 6 minutes, according to some accounts. So the first photo could have been taken by 1:55 p.m. And they could have been at the southeast end before 2 p.m. So that's the best, apparently, that can be deduced from the available information. So obviously there could be up to a 5 to 10 minute discrepancy anywhere. Is that directly relevant? Possibly, but it seems like the bridge guy just got lucky because this is a narrow window. You have people in the area before and after the crime, but just not in those few minutes during. So that means they would have arrived in the parking lot anywhere between 1:30 and 1:45 p.m. Some people find it strange that Kelsey has supposedly given at least 3 different accounts of the ride to the Mears lot, either being on the phone with her boyfriend the whole time or part of the time, talking to the girls as she dropped them off. We don't know again. So, okay. So once again, let's go back to the Snapchat. 2:07 p.m. was when the photo was opened by whomever. So if that photo was taken, the photo could have been taken anywhere between 1:45 and 2:07 theoretically. So between 2:15 and 2:30 p.m. is the time that has been given. So Gray Hughes approximated that bridge guy was on the video between 2:15 and 2:30 p.m. Another hiker's photo was taken at the bridge at 3 p.m. that wasn't uploaded until 3:49 p.m. Okay. So that could have been nearly an hour after the girls were already off the bridge. So what is also estimated is at 2:30 p.m. approximately is when the audio of Guys Down the Hill was recorded. And of course, it is not known that this was at once Guys Down the Hill, or Guys was from earlier in the video or recording and Down the Hill was later. Okay, Derek has said that law enforcement told families that there is no audio beyond Down the Hill. So what's curious there, depending on the rumors and various things, there are some rumors that say that there's up to 40 minutes of recording, which possibly includes the entire crime. Others that there's several minutes worth. And from this one, what Derek is saying, that there's no audio. This is from Derek, not law enforcement. So again, we really don't know. So supposedly, bridge guy Libby and Abby crossed the creek from the south side, which goes from one property to another property on the north side of the creek, which is the Logan property where the bodies were found. And the property that they were on before crossing the creek, supposedly nobody was home at that property. Someone arrived home after 3:30 p.m. or so, and no one was there around 2:30 p.m. when Bridge Guy and the girls possibly crossed. Between 2:30 and 2:45 p.m. is an approximate time of murder. Of course, some other theories and speculation is that they might have been taken somewhere, either in a vehicle or marched somewhere else, killed somewhere else, then brought back to that location to be dumped for whatever reason. I'm not saying there's anything to that theory. It's just there's many different theories out there, but 2:30 to 2:45 p.m. is an approximate time when they could have been killed. There is another witness said that she entered the trails at approximately 2:45 or 2:50 p.m., parking at the Mears lot, the same lot where Abby and Libby were dropped off. This person arrived at 2:45, 2:50, and roughly 3 p.m., she also took a photograph standing on the south end of the bridge. She said she walked the bridge north to south, took a picture at the south end approximately 2:50 to 3 p.m. Some people analyzed the shadows and said that it was closer to 3 p.m., not 2:50. Again, would she have seen a shoe or some colored clothing if it was dropped? Maybe, maybe not, if she wasn't looking for it. Again, we really don't know. There were multiple photos taken of the bridge by this other hiker. So she stated this on Facebook. I even walked. She said she didn't hear or see anything at the time. I even walked all the way across the bridge and back. I only saw a guy when I first got there and another couple of guys once I got on the bridge. I didn't see the girls at all. I also didn't take the trail that leads to the right. I only took the trail that led to the bridge. So I'm assuming the trail that she said goes to the right, that would lead to the main trailhead at Freedom Bridge where supposedly Bridge Guy was spotted by others. The source of the sketch. So, yeah, this individual is getting there around, getting to the bridge around 3 p.m. So, yeah, she was a little too, she just missed them. What's bizarre is that some of the other witnesses earlier, I mean, I'll get to that in a minute. All right. So if she's getting there around 3, and again, if the bodies were found where they were found, how did the bridge guy get back? Like, where did he cut across properties? Did he go back up across the bridge? And what's the timeline there? Because if he's killing that, he killed them in a few minutes. It's bizarre. I mean, here's there are rumors supposedly that Libby was actually more severely beaten, brutalized than Abby. So again, I don't know if any of these are true. This is what people were discussing, but based on this speculation, there was a comment on YouTube about Libby potentially disrupting the killer's plans. How to disrupt a killer's plans: slow the pace, leave a trail for dad or someone to follow, shoes, clothes, jewelry. If phone was in shirt pocket recording, I may take my trousers off, especially if a passerby sees this. They are not going to dismiss a teen half naked in the cold weather. Most would at least come to tell you off, even if they did not clue in that something was wrong. If there was a shoe on the private road, I think Libby threw it there or slipped it off. I think if clothes were still visible in the river by the next day, Libby possibly grabbed a stick to secure it as they crossed, or threw it somewhere it would remain for a while. I know I would not let him know I did it until we were far enough away that he could not easily undo what I did. Also, I would let him know and get him to run scared and leave us be. Gather evidence, memorize features, clothing, video, photograph, keep a distance, distract with questions, talking, excusable, justifiable interruptions that are hard for him to keep a gun on both, such as bending, stopping to tie a shoe, faking an injury, a limp, keeping distance, one behind, one ahead, pretending you accidentally butt dialed someone, if you are willing to potentially forego the phone in lieu of a distraction. I am not suggesting any of the above is advisable, but can definitely see myself thinking of trying these things in such situation. Whether I would have enough courage to do so, of course, is another story. So basically, this theory would be that Libby, or one or the other, depending on which rumor is true, if one was more severely beaten than the other, he might have been more angry with one than the other if she was trying to stall or slow them down as they were walking, particularly if she was forensic minded and she was trying to leave a trail if she wasn't too panicked to do so. We really don't know. Other rumors is that there was a shoe, there was a shoe not found directly with the bodies. But in some of these photographs, again, from this other witness taken at the bridge around an hour afterwards, you don't see anything in the water or near. I mean, again, it's difficult because, other rumors were that the crime scene was pristine. So some people think, again, they might have been killed elsewhere and then brought to that location. I'll be going into that theory in future episodes, but let's finish with the timeline here. At 3 p.m., there was a male witness in his 20s arrived at the Mears lot with his girlfriend. They walked, so this is a couple, they walked slowly along the 501 trail towards the high bridge. Between 3:10 and 3:15 p.m., Bridge Guy passed this couple. Bridge Guy is heading west towards the Freedom Bridge, the main trailhead. So between 3:10, 3:15, Bridge Guy passes this couple. So the girlfriend did not notice Bridge Guy at all. Supposedly the couple were arguing. And I guess she was focused on her boyfriend. This guy in his 20s, this male witness, he did see Bridge Guy. He said that his hat was exposed but no hoodie. When this witness saw the photo from Libby's phone, it was released a few days after the murders, The witness called it in and said, "That's the man I saw." So this does give us hope that the photo, that this isn't just an everyman, he's identifiable. The 16-year-old female witness and the 20-something male witness are the sources for the newsboy cap sketch. Neither was very happy with the sketch. They said that the man was not wearing a newsboy cap. The mid-20s male witness has stated that the man he saw was definitely not the new sketch of the younger man. It was the older man, the one that is in the video, in Libby's video. Both witnesses say that Bridge Guy was wearing a hat that looked like a painter's hat, not a newsboy hat. A painter's hat. The man said painter's cap and the girl said short brim. Both witnesses say that Bridge Guy was wearing a scarf covering the lower part of his face. Both witnesses were with people who did not notice Bridge Guy. Neither witness has ever said that they could pick Bridge Guy out of a lineup, and it's unlikely that they could. Okay, the only difference is that the 16-year-old witness said that Bridge Guy had a hoodie over his hat. The mid-20s male witness said that he did not have a hoodie, just a hat. So one possibility, of course, is that the hoodie came off during the murders and Bridge Guy didn't bother to put it back up. Because the 16-year-old saw Bridge Guy at the Freedom Bridge trailhead at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. approximately. Okay? All right. And the 20s male witness saw him between 3:10, 3:15. Okay? Murder possibly occurred between 2:30, 2:45. That's the timeline that we can put together here. So at 3:11 p.m., Libby's father, Derek German, is crossing Wilson's Bridge and leaves a message on Libby's phone that he's almost there. Libby's phone goes to voicemail. Derek leaves this message at the same time that the male witness and his girlfriend are passing Bridge Guy, who is heading west towards the Freedom Bridge. 3:13 p.m., Derek calls Libby when he arrives at the Mary Gerard entrance, the Mears parking lot. No answer. Derek also sends a text. 3:15, he starts on the trails. 3:20, at the 5 trail intersection, Derek encounters a man wearing a flannel shirt guy, which is what he's referred to in the Delphi case online. There is speculation about who exactly this guy is, but apparently he's a local and he knows the trails. Supposedly the police have cleared him. Okay, so flannel shirt guy was walking west on the 501 trail coming from the bridge. Flannel shirt guy said he had not seen the girls. Flannel shirt guy told Derek that there was a couple down by the bridge, but no girls. Okay, so this is the arguing couple. Now, what's strange is what was Flannel Shirt's guy entire itinerary? When did he get to the bridge? All these people just missed the murder? I mean, again, how lucky is this guy? Now, if he's covering his face, if Bridge Guy is covering his face, that means he does care about not being seen or identified, does it not? And yet he still risked this crime, unless maybe he had some kind of psychotic break or, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to dissect all of this, okay. Approximately 3:20 p.m., Flannel Shirt Guy said he had not seen the 2 girls at the bridge, so Derek walks the 505 trail that does not go to the bridge. It goes down to the Mary I. Gerard Reserve along Deer Creek. And 3:24 p.m., he calls Libby's phone again, no answer. 3:30 p.m. is when the property on the other side of the creek where the bodies were found on the Logan property, this other property, the son of the woman who owns this property gets home at 3:30 p.m. Now, there's a lot of speculation about this guy. Supposedly, he was not living in the home, but he's the son of the woman who owns the home. Okay, anyway, 3:32 p.m., Derek tries Libby's phone again, no answer. 3:33 p.m., Derek is back at his vehicle and he calls Becky Patty, that's Libby's grandmother, to see if the girls are already home. Derek tells Becky Patty that Libby is not answering her phone. 3:34 p.m., Derek calls his sister, leaves her a message asking if she has heard from the girls. 3:35, Derek walks to the Freedom Bridge. Along the way, he encounters Flannel Shirt Guy again. So it is unknown, according to some of these write-ups online, if Derek ever crosses paths with the couple or the other hiker, the other female hiker who took photos of the bridge at roughly 3 p.m. from the south end. The other thing that's weird, Flannel Shirt Guys just walking the trails randomly back and forth all the time. Now, if he normally does that every day, all the time, okay. But he really didn't see Bridge Guy? Or did he see Bridge Guy and didn't say anything for whatever reason? Again, I don't know. I'm just trying to go through all the different theories here. And if Flannel Shirt Guy, can that be Bridge Guy? It doesn't seem like it because he's not really on his way out. He wouldn't be going back and forth all the time. It just does not seem likely that would be the case. Okay, 3:49 p.m. The female hiker uploads her photo to Snapchat at 3:49 p.m. The photo that was taken around 3 p.m. Okay, Derek calls Libby again at 3:57 p.m. No answer. Calls Becky Patty 3:58 p.m. 4:12 p.m. Becky calls Kelsey, who missed the phone call thinking it was a robocall. But when Becky calls again, Kelsey notices, so she calls Becky back. Kelsey's at her boyfriend's house. Becky asked Kelsey if she had heard from Libby, and Kelsey said no, she had not. 4:17 p.m., Becky tries to call Libby again, no response. She also calls the girls' friends to see if any had heard from Abby or Libby. Nobody did. 4:19 p.m., Becky speaks with her daughter. They decide to go to the trails to look for the girls. 4:20 p.m., Becky calls Mike Patty, her husband, to let him know the girls are missing and they're going to the trails to search with others. So Mike Patty is in Lafayette, 30 minutes away. He says he'll leave work as soon as possible and meet them at the trails. 4:21 p.m., Becky's son, who is also Libby's uncle, arrives home. He also lives with Mike and Becky Patty. And he also goes to the trails. And he drives one of the possible routes the girls could have taken if they wanted to walk home. So, yeah, a few minute drive, not the longest walk in the world. Okay, Becky drives the other route that the girls could have taken if they decided to walk home. Okay, at 4:30 p.m., Becky arrives at the Mears lot and sees Derek's car and other cars of everybody coming to help look. Also around this time, Kelsey leaves her boyfriend's house, nervous that the girls are missing, and drives to the trails. The family tries to call AT&T. They can't locate the phone because Libby does not have Find My Phone installed. Kelsey crosses the high bridge, proceeds down the hill at the south end while yelling for Abby and Libby. Kelsey saw what looked like disrupted ground, as though someone had recently slipped down the hill there. It's actually the first time I've noted this detail. This is just a write-up on Reddit, on the Delphi Murders Reddit, citing all available information regarding to the timeline. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I guess there's disrupted ground as though someone had recently slipped the hill there. So we're looking at between 4:30 and 5 here, somewhere around that time, after 4:30. So there were no tracks visible after that disturbed ground. In any case, Kelsey and others knocked on the doors of the homes at the south end of the bridge, and only one person was home. They went back across the bridge and back to the parking lot. It's also that people should have asked them, because this is the first documented search of that particular area where they were at beyond the south end of the bridge. Did she see anything, and would she have seen anything if it was there? Because it's still light out at this time. So this is between 4:30 and 5. Sunset is 6:20 p.m., I believe. at that time in that area. So yeah, it's still light out. Would she have seen a piece of clothing, a shoe, whatever, if it was there at that time? Because this is no longer a random witness or hiker just going for a leisurely stroll. This is someone specifically looking for people, specifically looking for any trace of people. So, okay, 4:30 p.m. Also, Becky tries to reach Anna, Abby's mother, via cell phone, is unable to make contact. Becky drives to Anna's house and is told by a family member that Anna is at work waiting tables. Becky drives to the restaurant. While en route, Anna calls Becky back. Anna says this happened between 4:30 to 5 p.m. So this is simultaneous to Kelsey and others searching at the bridge. Anna left work, headed to the sheriff's station. Anna called a friend, asked him to check the city park for the girls. 5 p.m., Mike Patty arrives and parks across the street in the Mears driveway. Mr. Mears joined the search. Mike continued to call Libby's phone repeatedly. The phone is now going straight to voicemail. So I suppose that means the previous no answers, the phone still had a charge, so it was ringing, either turned to silent or ringing and not turned to silent. And now, apparently at 5 p.m., the phone is now possibly dead, going straight to voicemail. 5:20 p.m., Mike Patty reports the girls missing to local police. The first officer supposedly arrives at 5:25. This is an unconfirmed statement. Around 5:50 to 6 p.m., Delphi Fire Department tones were struck. Secondary calls go to the volunteer fire department, who responded in fire department vehicles and personal vehicles. At 5:30 p.m., Kelsey goes to work, and she's 1 hour late for her 4:30 shift. Now this, to me, it strikes me as slightly strange because the girls still have not been found. But she might not have specifically known that Mike Patty, it's unknown whether she knew Mike Patty reported the girls missing to local police. Did she think there was nothing left she could do? I don't know. 6 p.m., a search effort involving law enforcement volunteers, Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Delphi Police Department, Delphi Fire Department, Department of Natural Resources joined in the search. And a quick aside here, some people believe that if this is a worker, some kind of government worker, state park worker, they believe it's possible he might have actually been part of the search. Even though he left the area, did he come back as part of the search to see what was going on? I don't know. If I had to immediately guess, I would say no, but if it was a local, then maybe yes. If it wasn't a local and it was just a truck driver passing through who was familiar with that area, there's definitely other unknown variables here, which makes it very, very difficult to account for some of these factors. So between 7 and 8 p.m., the commander talked about ending the search for the night and starting at light. So this is very, very bizarre to me regarding the search, because these are now endangered young girls. Even if there was no foul play suspected, these are critical hours for a variety of reasons, including dropping temperatures. Now, in 2017, when there's all this modern technology and equipment, searchlights, all these things, is there a justification for suspending the search? It's not like this is a week later where they most likely would not have, if they had succumbed to the elements by a week later, if it wasn't foul play. But, I mean, this is within 24 hours of them going missing. These are the critical hours right now. So, yeah, perhaps, that definitely was not handled well. They should have kept searching. And, it's tough. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby says they tried pinging the girls' cell phones without success. Leesenby believed the cell phones were either out of battery life or turned off intentionally. Okay, at 11 p.m., the 11 p.m. news regarding this. Okay, as soon as the 16-year-old female witness heard the girls were missing, she called in a report of seeing a man whose expression frightened her at the Freedom Bridge 1:30 p.m. It's unknown when exactly the female witness became aware the girls were missing, but she reported the 1:30 p.m. incident before the bodies were discovered, before law enforcement released Libby's photo of Bridge Guy. She described Bridge Guy and what he was wearing before seeing the photo. However, Bridge Guy was wearing a scarf over the lower part of his face and a hat pulled down over the upper half. It's unlikely this witness would be able to pick Bridge Guy out of a lineup. The witness was one of two responsible for the Newsboy Cap sketch released 3 months later. I can't believe it took him 3 months to release that sketch. I mean, 3 months is a long time. Other people in the area might have forgotten if they had seen it. This is bizarre. I mean, we're in 2017 and these departments, it seems like they really failed these girls unless they have some kind of strategy we don't know about and they really do have the guy and maybe they suspect there was a second guy and they want to get him too. I mean, we don't, unless there are these unknown variables, it seems like law enforcement just did not do a good job here. At around 11:30 to 11:45, the search ended for the night. Most of the people in the woods at that point were law enforcement, fire, and emergency medical services. Department of Natural Resources responded as well. So here's what's really bizarre. So at around between midnight and 1 a.m., Sheriff Toby Leesenby said that he thought the girls were likely with a friend. So I guess he thinks the family's just completely incompetent, or they have friends the family doesn't know about, even though they called all these friends. There's no record of them leaving the park. They're just completely out of touch. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't think I can be a fan of Toby Leesenby now, because why would you randomly decide that? So apparently some people continued searching through 2:30 p.m. and possibly family that continued beyond then to 4:30 a.m. Conflicting reports there. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby said he did not believe there was any reason to expect foul play or that the two 8th graders were in danger. Oh man. Leesenby said that the biggest challenge facing the girls was exposure to the elements. Isn't that a form of danger? These are minors. A Redditor has made this response in response to the search, and I will read this. I'm sorry, this was about a year ago. I'm sorry I want to smack him. I have law enforcement training and have taught many law enforcement officers over the years and can say that if he is speaking the truth, he has no business being chief. First off the gum, chief is in a position where you must provide a presence in which people feel they can trust you and they are in good hands. Chewing gum goes completely against that persona and he should know better. Chewing gum, smoking, things like that should be done away from the camera. Secondly, this team made the decision regarding the search the first night is not something a true chief would say or especially do. You are hired to lead and must do that especially in emergency situations. Thirdly, no seasoned police chief or sheriff would assume there is no danger to the public, especially considering how the girls were found. That goes against investigative training. You always investigate and prepare for the worst while following where the evidence takes to, not the other way around. For Pete's sake, the scene was bad enough to call the FBI and that officers were talking of being disturbed by it. This is not a time for the old, oh sure, no need for concern. So he's referring to statements Leesenby made after the bodies were found as well. I realize he doesn't want paranoia, but the situation dictates that yes, the public very well could be in danger in this case. Chief Leesenby is either talking as a deer in the headlights and didn't realize what he was saying, or he's incompetent. This goes against basic police training seriously. I am repeating myself, but the whole time I was watching this interview, I kept yelling at the screen, who the heck trained you? You know better. Also, this is the very first time I've heard anyone say that the girls had gone off to friends or relatives' houses without telling their guardians before. If I remember correctly, both Becky, Libby's grandma, and Abby's mom have said in several interviews that the girls did not do that, and that was one of the reasons they got alarmed and looked through the night even when police suspended the search. And I can't even imagine myself in that situation. The police suspend the search without finding them. I mean, as bad as the situation is, I mean, they probably felt very abandoned by the police. I mean, hopefully some officers stayed and helped them search. That's just, I mean, as tragic as it is, that just makes it even more tragic and heartbreaking this whole time that they might have felt abandoned by the people that were supposed to be helping them. I have a huge problem with Chief Toby's excuse that the group, including search and rescue, firemen, EMTs, and state police, would have decided they're probably at a buddy's or mom's house. Then not even test that hypothesis. That's BS. Every single law enforcement officer would have had people already calling friends, relatives, and classmates by that time. It's Investigation 101. I don't believe for a second that search and rescue would have stopped for a second unless they had been told to. It's not smart and it's not congruent with their or law enforcement's training. These girls were not even in high school yet. It would have been a priority search. This guy is just trying to cover his butt because he totally screwed up, is getting grief for it, and figures he could pass off the responsibility for it. Then maybe people would stop asking that question or at least give him a break. I had to turn this off because I got so angry with him. He knows that they might have been able to save one, possibly both girls, had they found them that night. Too dark is a load of poop. Unless there's a probability of injury to searchers or the weather is too severe, a competent chief would not have called off a search for that age of child at that early of a stage. He also said he knew that family and volunteers were searching through the night without police presence. That's nonsense too. At least where I live, police are taught to treat every missing persons case as a death investigation in the back of their mind. It's what makes the investigation as close to legally sound as possible. You may approach it outwardly as a simple case, may even think it to yourself or say that to the family. But as a trained investigator who knows that any call may see you someday ending up in court, every serious call is filtered through that lens. Heck, my cops were doing this 20 years ago. This is 2017, for crying out loud. I wouldn't be surprised if some of his team protested that night and he put his foot down, as I can't see with all those assembled that no one voiced belief they should continue. It was winter, dark, kids not dressed for dropping temperatures. Nope, don't believe him. Calling off the search was his call and he screwed the pooch. So yes, again, very, very bizarre that they called off that search within hours of them going missing. Like a lot of times people aren't even reported missing for 2-3 days later. And even in those cases, I mean, people have survived for longer than that. But if it was a week or 2 weeks out, you could maybe see more justification for not searching during the night hours in the winter. But that close to the disappearance, I mean, we're talking hours. If they were both injured or hurt, I mean, it's rough. That's really rough. So at 7:40 a.m. was sunrise. 8:15 a.m., searchers, law enforcement arrive, collect gear, start searching. 9 a.m., search resumes. Canine units and dive teams are brought in. They should have done the canine thing. Why not do that right away? It's just a scent. Okay, around noon, the bodies were discovered. A volunteer found the bodies of Libby and Abby on the Logan property on the north side of Deer Creek. The rumor is that one of Abby's relatives, not necessarily direct relative, was with the group that found the bodies. Between 12 and 12:30 p.m., there were calls on the radio that the bodies had been found. According to Kelsey, she was searching on a path immediately below the bridge. Another search party near the river found a shoe. They yelled up to Kelsey, asking about the type of shoe they found and whether it belonged to one of the girls. It was a shoe type. Kelsey yelled that it was Libby's shoe. At that point, one member of the party where the shoe had been found saw 2 deer. He used his phone to zoom in on the deer and shifted his view angle downward from the deer and saw the bodies. Apparently, some of the girls' clothing was found in the river. And again, would that clothing have been visible from the top of the bridge or from the disturbed ground that Kelsey had noticed the afternoon before? Also, just a clarification, supposedly the bodies were found not right next to the creek, but up the hills a certain ways where you may or may not have been able to see them from the creek or from the bridge, especially if they were covered in leaves or whatnot. The other thing that's kind of alarming is when you look at these maps, I mean, you have a cemetery on the other side of the property, and police did have an area set up there. Delphi Cemetery. There was also a report, 12:39 p.m. that day. Why wasn't an Amber Alert issued when girls were reported missing in Carroll County? By 1 p.m., searchers and law enforcement had switched to evidence recovery search. Dive team called, responded, used Mustang suits to dive after the bodies were found. So would that mean they were not looking for bodies in the water prior? They were just looking for evidence? Okay, so media outlets announce and report on the discovery of bodies, 1:05 p.m., 1:06 p.m., 1:09 p.m. And 2 p.m., there's a press conference. The police confirm the two bodies. They do not release identities. At 4 p.m., Delphi Community School Superintendent Gregory Briles said that while school and law enforcement have not made an official announcement, it was his understanding that the bodies were those of Libby and Abby. Briles said that grief counselors were at the school, would be there for the rest of the week. 8 a.m. on Wednesday, February 15th, 2017, the autopsies were performed, and at noon that day, the Carroll County Sheriff Department and Indiana State Police held a joint news conference confirming the identities of the bodies. At 7 p.m. that night, so 2 days after the murder, Indiana State Police released the photograph of the man reportedly seen on the trail. And this is, of course, the photo from the girl's video. I don't know why it took them so long to get the sketch, though. It's just bizarre. So, in the rumor mill area, on Thursday, February 16th, there were search warrants. There was a search warrant at a Delphi family farm. Multiple people questioned. Also, a search warrant on another house on Bicycle Bridge Road. And some people are saying that these are reliable sources, that neighbors saw police carrying multiple computers out from one of these residents being searched. And also there were rumors that Libby had been messaging one of these individuals, that police had removed computers from his house. Although I do suppose it's possible the girls had messaged people on social media that have nothing to do with this, right? I mean, I don't know. Also, there are other homes searched regarding other investigations that they thought might have to do with it. That Friday also, there was a sketch created that Friday, and this is of the younger man, the younger sketch, but it wasn't released for 2 years. Okay? It might have been this guy might have nothing to do with the crime, though. That Sunday, February 19, 2017, the police said the man in the photograph is now considered a suspect. It wasn't until the following Wednesday, February 22nd, where it was revealed that Libby was the one who recorded the audio and video of the suspect. And they released the voice saying "down the hill." They also said that there is more footage from Libby's phone, but they would not be releasing it because the investigation is ongoing. This is 10 a.m. press conference, Wednesday, February 22nd, 2017. So that is the layout of the timeline, the witnesses, the comings and goings of everybody. Like always, there seems to be a lot more questions than answers in some of these cases where it really should be solved, but it is as of yet unsolved. Which variables are related, which aren't, we still don't really know. But hopefully this thing will be solved soon, and this podcast series is ongoing. There's quite a few other issues to go over, which we'll be going over. If you found this podcast interesting and or informative and support bringing awareness to cold cases and other true crime cases, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. You can check us out at Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Just check the links in the descriptions. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi Case series. This is episode 4, The Dark Hours. And we will be examining one of the most perplexing issues of the case, which is if the bodies were not left approximately where they were killed, if they were killed within a short time frame of the video being recorded of Bridge Guy, and as the official narrative, so to speak, lays out, if the bodies were not there, but they were there the next day, so there was searching all through the night up until a certain point, then there were a few hours, the dark hours, where a potential murderer or accomplice may have moved the bodies back to that particular area to be found. And again, a lot of issues here. There are people that say you would have noticed the bodies or possibly a piece of clothing from around the immediate bridge area. Of course, it was reported that there was some ground disturbances down the hill right next to the bridge. So obviously that area was searched to a certain extent, and then across the river where they were found, it seems, especially with the trees barren at that time of year, that the bodies would have been noticed if they were there. Now again, there's not 100% certainty on that, but there's a couple of anomalies also that we need to go over, because of course this is MINDSHOCK, and we are going to delve into every aspect of the case, upturning every stone possible, because as of yet, of course, the case remains unsolved. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting the notifications, make sure you allow your device to have them come through. If they're still not working, you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK to manually peruse our back catalog and also to see when the latest episodes are being released in various true crime cases and other topics. To keep awareness up in this case, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, because that is how cases get solved. Someone remembers something, someone remembers a detail they might not have thought was important, or something of that nature. So keeping a lot of these cases in the public eye for as long as possible, as much as possible, oftentimes is the only way that justice can be served. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, there, of course, a lot of people are critical with how law enforcement handled this. That includes many people to even think that there's some kind of law enforcement element here. Someone's being protected. I'm not going to be going down that rabbit hole for this episode. I will be examining that in a later episode. So here is an article on dailymail.co.uk, and the title here, former prosecutor in unsolved Delphi rail track murders of two teens say the killer left behind at least 3 signatures at the odd crime scene, which had a lot of physical evidence, as victim's sister renews her appeal for justice. And a lot of people don't like the Daily Mail as a source. Of course, that would be a genetic, logical fallacy. But everything they're stated here can be verified. So the people that are too lazy to listen to the podcasts or go on or check the links here, even all of the links here for which they got their information for, you can verify all of this information. That's why genetic logical fallacies are so silly, because they didn't make up any of this information. They're basically relaying it. So if you have a problem with the prosecutor saying this, or you think he's lying, that's perfectly fine, but the dailymail.co.uk is simply reporting what he stated. So here we have a couple of notes here. New podcast examines infamous unsolved murders in Delphi, Indiana. Liberty German, 14. Abigail Williams, 13. Vanished February 13th, 2017. They captured video and audio of the killer on an abandoned railroad bridge. So this article is stating that this was indeed the killer. Although I don't know how they would know that, but it could either be the killer or an accomplice of some kind, or possibly even not. But anyway, their bodies were found the next day in a wooded area about a half-mile away. Former prosecutor Robert Ives spoke out in a new podcast about the case. Revealed that the odd crime scene had a lot of physical evidence. Said there were at least 3 signatures, but that scene may have been staged. I'll say that again. There were at least 3 signatures, But that scene may have been staged. Keyword there, staged. And I'll be getting into that, whether or not the bodies were there during the initial search. Police have released very little information about the crime scene and murders. Libby's sister, Kelsey, is now studying forensics and makes public appeal in case. This was published August 27th, 2020, written by Keith Griffith. The former prosecutor who worked on the infamous unsolved murders of 2 teenage girls in Delphi, Indiana, has spoken out on a new podcast about the case, revealing chilling information about the odd crime scene. Liberty German, 14, Abigail Williams, 13, vanished February 13th, 2017, while hiking the Monon High Bridge. Their bodies were discovered the following day in the woods about a half-mile from the trail. The quick-thinking teens were able to capture video and audio of the killer, portions of which have been released by police, but so far investigators have been unable to zero in on a suspect. Or at least, if they have not revealed that. Now, Liberty's sister, Kelsey, who is studying forensic psychology to help find her sister's killer, has renewed her appeals for information in the case, tweeting on Monday, "Someone out there knows something, so say something." And former Carroll County prosecutor Robert Ives, who worked on the early stages of the case, revealed more information to the HLN podcast Down the Hill, The Delphi Murders. In 3 years since the murders, police have released very little information about the crime scene, including how the 2 teens were killed and what kind of physical evidence was present. But rumors have long circulated that the crime scene was bizarre and shocking to investigators, with unusual elements that police have been reluctant to reveal publicly. Now, Ives reveals that the crime scene was nothing like murders he had encountered in the past, where typically a body is found with some evidence, such as shell casings present. Quote, "There was a lot more physical evidence than that at the crime scene," I've said, "and it's probably not what you would imagine or what people would think I'm talking about. It was not your normal, a person was killed here crime scene. That's probably all I can say about it," Ives said. Very cryptic. Ives said that the scene was odd and displayed at least 3 signatures, which are unique behaviors by the killer. However, Ives raised the possibility that elements of the scene had been staged in an attempt to trick investigators by sending them down a false path. And this is, of course, we're post-2000 here, the social media age, a lot of true crime shows on TV, so it's much more likely someone would do this 2017 than in 1985 or something of that nature. Retired FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole, who has worked on cases such as the Green River Killer, explained on the podcast that a signature at a crime is behavior that is over and beyond what is necessary to complete the crime, and is generally behavior that is satisfying to the offender, whether it is sexually satisfying or psychologically satisfying. On staging, she explained, staging tends to be done most often by somebody who knows the victims. I've said even at the crime scene, there was a lot of physical evidence of one sort or another, which would lead logically to one person or another. It never led to one particular person. The Indiana State Police continue to refuse to release any details about the crime scene, saying that it could compromise the investigation. I've said that in the early stages of the investigation, dozens of search warrants and subpoenas were issued, most seeking cell phone locations and the identity of cell phones. Unfortunately, he said that the law does not allow for the bulk collection of cell phone data from a nearby cell tower without a probable cause that a particular phone was involved with the murders. Initially, I thought, and I still think, it was somebody local, Ives said of the killer, noting of the hiking trail that it's not a tourist spot and that an outsider would be unlikely to visit. Ives indicated that there was no reason to believe that the killer knew the two girls would be hiking there that day, as their decision to go for a walk had been spontaneous, and there is no evidence that they were lured to the trail. So it's also unclear whether this determination was made because they had explicit access to all of the girls' social media and communications, or if they had other multiple accounts that were not looked at. I mean, some teenagers do have more than one type of account on each platform, specifically for the purpose of perhaps talking to people they don't want their parents to know about. But again, unclear if they had access to all of that, or if the girls had multiple accounts. I tend to think it's a local, Ives said, but adding maybe it was a random murder, maybe it was a serial killer. Yeah, that's not very helpful, is it? In January, Liberty's mother, Carrie Timmons, criticized the police investigation for failing to identify a suspect after 3 years. And one does have to wonder, at what point is withholding all of this information really beneficial to the investigation, or how much is it compromising it if it has no chance of being solved anyway? And releasing all the info or a lot more info is the only way to possibly get someone to submit relevant information to a suspect. Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, head of the lead agency in the investigation, has insisted repeatedly that the slaying murders of both girls have not turned into a cold case. The murders shook Delphi, a small town of 2,877 people, set amid farm fields about 60 miles northwest of Indianapolis. Within days of the killings, authorities released 2 grainy photos of a suspect walking along the abandoned railroad bridge the 2 girls had visited. Liberty had posted photos of herself on Snapchat walking on the bridge the day she and Abigail vanished. Authorities also released an audio recording of a man believed to be the suspect saying "down the hill." And again, this is all interesting phrasing, because if there's more than one person involved, the audio might not even be from the bridge guy in the photographs, because we don't exactly know what happened. 2 different sketches. They might have misidentified a sketchy guy that was walking around there, but maybe they no longer believe that that guy was the guy that harmed them, and the guy that harmed them is the guy on the audio. Who knows? Or, of course, there could be more than one guy. The images and recordings came from Liberty's cell phone, and police hailed her as a hero for recording the potentially crucial evidence. Superintendent Carter issued a direct appeal to the killer during press conference when the footage and audio was released, saying, "We believe you are hiding in plain sight. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you." And that does conflict somewhat with the possibility that they were playing a lot of this close to the vest in order to lull someone into a false sense of security, to believe they're looking for someone else. I don't know. Again, these actions are hard to dissect without knowing for sure what happened. So now let's move on to information coming closer to the time of the crime. And interesting to see how rumors developed from early on and how accurate they were. I did want to go to this particular blog, evilunsolved.blogspot.com, which has some very, very astute observations, thoughts on various different cases, including this Delphi case. And some of these older articles are actually really heartbreaking to read, because just the dates. This was posted Monday, January 15th, 2018. Megyn Kelly welcomed the families of Liberty German and Abigail Williams on today. In less than 1 month, we will be facing the 1-year anniversary of the slaying of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. Liberty's grandparents, Mike and Becky Patty, along with their sister, Kelsey German, joined the mother of Abigail, Anna Williams, in answering a few new questions posed from Megyn Kelly. When Megyn asked Becky what happened that day, she explained there were several kids there in and out of the trails throughout the day. There was a lull in activity which left the girls alone, giving the killer a chance to take them. Megyn asked, was this a place to go hang out? Mike explains it is a trail system. That's what it is for. So, of course, that's what the girls were doing. That's what they asked to do that day. It was unusually warm, 68 degrees that day. Mike says in his opinion, Bridge Guy was overdressed for that day. Did he use a motorcycle? Did he ride a motorcycle? Did he wear extra clothes to help cover things up? And just a quick aside there, not everybody monitors the weather. So if it was someone who didn't know it would be unusually warm that day, they would, of course, be dressed as if it were a normally cool, cold day for the season. Of course, if they did know, then who knows. When Megyn Kelly said the girls were murdered within 4 hours of being at that park, the camera slowly panned away from the family members who showed no response, and no verbal response or confirmation from the family could be heard. Again, this is how this was shot, of course. When Superintendent Doug Carter was asked, when you hear that tape, can you hear the crime? He said, quote, "We believe she captured the image of the killer. We believe she captured the voice of the murderer," end quote. This is more than previously confirmed during a conference when Captain Burston said that, quote, "This may or may not be the killer," end quote. So again, just tracing law enforcement commentary on the case, what they didn't release, how long it took. I mean, this is a critical time period. Some people believe that once Bridge Guy knew he was recorded, he drastically changed his appearance, maybe moved out of the area. Whereas that might not, there might have been a little bit more chance to catch him if everything was released right off the bat. And a lot of times it is in missing persons cases. So now, in other cases where there is law enforcement complicity to a certain degree and or incompetence, again, I'm not pretending to know which it is, that this is how they would handle it. They would cause some muddying of the waters. They would not release certain things. And then, of course, other people believe they have the guy, so they didn't need to release it. And they possibly, maybe they were just after the accomplice and they didn't want to spook either one of them. That seems theoretically plausible. Again, without knowing what they do or don't have, it's really impossible to say. So back to this article, finally someone is giving some confirmation. Megyn Kelly reminds viewers of the $240,000 reward, hoping someone will step forward with more information. I think that's a pretty unusually high reward, which is also curious why, it's tough. Family members, friends, particularly those with money issues, a lot of times in these criminal circles, people have money issues. They might want that sum of money. I think furthermore, just on another aside here, I think particularly when you're dealing with crimes against children and things of these nature, I think it should also be advertised. Not only is this reward a monetary reward, but they would, let's say, expunge someone's criminal record if it were either very low nonviolent charges, like maybe just assault and battery of another adult, not a child, of course, or I don't know, drug charges, of course, any kind of, especially drug charges. A lot of these circles, there's people with drug issues, drug charges, maybe some petty theft. It should be advertised that those would all be dropped in addition to a monetary reward. And obviously, if they were, let's say, an unknowing accomplice, let's say they didn't know the guy was going to kill anybody, but maybe he mentioned something, maybe they helped him without knowing what he had done. Obviously, immunity could be offered in that situation. I don't think the family members would object to that if someone didn't knowingly help. Or maybe they thought he killed some druggie or something. They didn't know that they would have never helped him if they known he'd killed a minor or an innocent person, if they thought maybe he killed somebody, again, another adult, a criminal, drug element, maybe. Who knows? Again, these are all unknown variables. But I think offering immunity and the dropping of, let's say, drug charges to solve some of these cold case murders, I think that's perfectly reasonable, and it should be advertised, and perhaps there'd be more of a public response. When asked if there had been any similar crimes in the area, Doug Carter responded, quote, we believe that anyone who would commit a crime like this with such incredibly evil intent likely has committed the crime before, and with that known, he likely will commit it again, end quote. So now law enforcement finally says they believe this is a serial killer who will likely commit these types of crimes again. Doug Carter addresses America when he says, quote, please disregard the face. Look at the body because anyone can identify a family member by looking at the body, end quote.
Have there been any other similar crimes, Doug, similar MOs in the area?
Well, we believe that a person that would commit a crime like this with such incredibly evil intent likely has committed that crime before. And with that known, he likely will commit it again. And the image that we have to America is, please disregard the face, but look at the body, because anybody could identify a family member by looking at the body. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm asking. Please disregard the face, disregard the face, disregard the face.
That's kind of interesting to say. So is the sketch, are they, again, there's plenty of issues with the sketch, of course, young guy, older guy, same guy, whatever, different guy that wasn't even the guy, possibly someone else walking the trails. I mean, there's so many issues with the sketches, but now there's a call to actually disregard the face completely. That's quite interesting. Again, it's just all these details and the timeline of the details. It's all very bizarre. When Megyn Kelly asked Doug Carter for an age range on Bridge Guy, he says, "We cannot estimate an age. We'll just say a grown man." Also quite interesting.
Can you tell the age of this man?
We can't.
You don't know, and not even a range?
I think a range would be speculative at this point in time. Obviously a grown man.
My question would be for the sketch artist, if there is no age estimate on Bridge Guy, how can the sketch be anywhere near accurate? Is that why we are now to disregard the sketch? Then she asked Doug Carter, were there any eyewitnesses who actually saw him? His response, quote, "No, there were not." End quote.
Mm-hmm. Were there any eyewitnesses who actually saw him?
No, there were not.
Other than, obviously, the girls.
Right.
So it seems like the belief here is that this guy, whoever was spotted, was not actually the Bridge Guy murderer, or for whatever reason they're doing some wordplay here. I don't know I don't know how to make heads or tails of these statements here. So whatever happened to the witness mentioned in a recent interview, the one said to have spoken with Bridge Guy briefly, having seen him leaving from the cemetery side of the trail. If no witness ever saw him, who gave the description of the sketch? Anna addresses others who ask how could this have happened, pointing out that the girls had all taken precautions following the buddy system, carrying their phones, etc. Anna also pointed out again that they believe the two girls had fought for their lives and for each other. So that's interesting. So it's unknown what law enforcement has not officially released anything regarding specific details of scratches, bruises, things of that nature, or whatever DNA might be under the fingernails. Again, for whatever reason, law enforcement has not been releasing this information. I'll ask my readers again, what type of job or hobby would a man have that would excuse scratches on his hands, arms, upper body, etc.? Suddenly, during the show, Megyn Kelly makes an announcement that their affiliate station, WTHR, reports the FBI is extending their search into southeastern Tennessee. I'll just be clear, I saw a touch of shock on Doug Carter's face when she addressed him for opinions on such an unexpected, off-the-cuff announcement. And you could see his reaction. I don't know what to make of it. Doug Carter immediately started clearing up this hornet's nest, responding with, quote, "This investigation is national. I'm tracking what's happening down in Tennessee, but I don't want to be singularly focused in one area at this time," end quote.
Our affiliate, our NBC affiliate, WTHR, is now reporting that the search has been extended by the FBI for the killer into southeastern Tennessee, and that you can help. So that if that's your area, and if that figure, that man, looks at all familiar to you, the hotline information that we showed is also available now. You can find it right now on our website. You can see the phone number there. Can I get your thoughts on that, Doug, on the expansion of the search by the FBI into southeastern Tennessee?
This investigation is national. I'm tracking with what's happening down in Tennessee, and I don't want to be singularly focused on any one place right now.
Mm-hmm.
This investigation is national. This investigation is national. This investigation is national. And I don't want to be singularly focused on any one. And I don't want to be singularly focused on any one place right now.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what's happening down in Tennessee? Have I missed something? The Bledsoe County Sheriff's Department has since clarified the suspect has not been seen in the area, and this is a nationwide search, deleting the original post that had drawn so much attention. Carter also explained later nothing was happening in Tennessee. So, is this, again, are we dealing with Freudian slips? Are we dealing with some kind of cover-up? Are we dealing with just false information that should be disregarded after the fact? How would we know? And again, this is all, I mean, it's really tough, again, to make heads or tails of anything. If something really did happen in Tennessee, and then they wanted to put the lid on it because they didn't want to reveal it, but they didn't know exactly what was happening, so they made the decision to put the lid on it later after allowing some kind of slip out about it firsthand. We really don't know. So let's move on to something from the rumor mill, and an early rumor, and then we'll move on to the dark hours. This, again, from this blog, evilunsolved.blogspot.com, Friday, December 8th, 2017. They were killed in a barn. Today, I really think this rumor needs to be addressed. I chose this rumor to study first because I'd really like for my readers to join me in this research. We all know that Ron Logan's property was searched, including the barns on his property. I personally don't know whether any other barns in the area have been searched. There was a home on Bicycle Road searched as well, no arrests. So for the moment, we'll assume the rumor is still true, they were killed in a barn. Law enforcement must have come upon the scene of two brutally attacked girls with a clean perimeter, a clean scene. This would bring them to conclude Libby and Abby were abducted and later dumped to be found. And again, just on a quick aside, they're supposedly, again, we're going to have to track all this information. The recording is 6 minutes long, as initially reported, and I don't know where this rumor came from, either someone who heard the tape or claimed to have heard it, that Abby and Libby screamed right after he told them to go down the hill. So they were already screaming. We know other people were in the area. So again, I'm not dismissing the possibility that they were killed shortly after, but they would have been screaming. It would have been heard. Is it more plausible that possibly he led them to a car near that driveway where he was parked, or he marched them elsewhere and under some kind of, again, if he had a gun, told them not to scream? Is it possible that they were not killed right there within the vicinity of where they were found? Is that a possibility? I mean, just looking at all of these variables, it seems it is a possibility, possibly a very high possibility. Back to this article here. If that were the case, how far do you believe a killer who just abducted two teenage girls would drive in order to have privacy enough to carry out a gruesome, brutal beating and rape of both? If the plan, or if that was the original plan and then that didn't happen for whatever reason, if the plan were to return the bodies to be found, I personally don't think they'd drive an extreme distance. We also have to look at this. If they were abducted, taken to a barn, beaten, raped, killed, and returned to be found, there was a reason for them to be found. There was a message lying in the leaves with those two girls that day. We just have to decode it. So let's look at a few barns in the area. Not many. I won't include the 2 areas where we now know search warrants were served. When I think about this killer, I picture a local guy that rides a 4-wheeler through the area, hunts the area, and knows every deer trail like the back of his hand. With that said, he would also know where every barn is. And I'm just going to jump in with another aside here. Or there's an accomplice involved who knows all these areas and spots, and the accomplice might have not even known that anybody was to be killed. Again, we have to keep all these possibilities on the table. These structures are good hunting sheds, good protection from the weather when you're hiking or 4-wheeling and a storm comes through. Any of these barns, cabins, structures would be less than a 15-minute drive from the end of the bridge to the structure and less than 10 minutes to deliver the bodies from the structure to the cemetery. So looking here at the first structure, the blue border, and it's a little bit of a distance. It's a little bit of a distance, but again, the case is unsolved, so we have to really think outside the box here and examine these alternate possibilities. If you notice, there's a small dirt road leading from the back of the property to the barn, the spot where the dot marks 4500-5138-450 west. There is actually a dirt road off to drive up into the woods in front of the barn. However, the line you see is leading to it, not the route in and out. There are 3 structures in this same area with dirt roads that lead through the woods to each one. I believe if any barn was used during the dark hours, the route to return the bodies would have been to the cemetery and down the deer trail to avoid any activity at the entry of the Monon High Bridge Trail. If they were already dead, wrapped, and dragged there, disposing of clothing in the creek before leaving, it would not have taken long to dump the bodies and move on or blend in. And that's an interesting point because of the search parties. So the search party had people, of course, on ATVs as well, many coming and going, volunteers. If the murderer was among them, moving in or out, I mean, again, it's so tough. It's so tough. A barn would also provide complete privacy for whatever length of time it would take for him/them to complete the job. If the girls were abducted and taken to a barn, this would solidify the theory of the killer being familiar with the area and most likely familiar with one or both of the girls. If the attack itself happened there by the creek, if they were murdered 50 feet from the creek bank, why didn't anyone hear or see anything? These are photos taken by someone who visited the crime scene. We can clearly see through the woods with the bridge itself being visible from the scene. We're only talking about a distance of 500 to 700 feet between the bridge and the crime scene. The trees were bare, as we can clearly see. I realize it is possible the murders happened at this crime scene. It would have taken some effort to keep 2 teenage girls quiet and to keep their beatings quiet. Were they killed or they were found? Imagine it. Just picture it for a moment. Picture the scuffle, the initial resistance. Picture Libby fighting like hell because the authorities said she did. Her grandfather said she did. Picture them being beaten. Picture them being raped. Yes, rape is currently a rumor. Was it possible to carry out this crime here at this scene and go unnoticed? Let's throw a couple more rumors in here before we really try to picture these things. Their throats were slit. Libby was almost decapitated. Part of Libby's fingers were cut off. Other points I am considering. 1, if they were taken to a barn, this crime was well planned out prior to the attack. The killer knew one or both victims. This could have been a sexual predator after one girl, or it could have been someone wanting revenge. If the latter, this guy is a hunter on Deer Creek. 2, if the attack, the entire event from start to finish, happened in the woods where the bodies were found, the possibility of it being a stranger crime increases, but is not 100%. 3, if one girl received the largest portion of the assault, a more brutal beating, a more gruesome condition left behind, she was a target. I'm not 100%, I wouldn't say that necessarily, because if she just pissed the guy off more, who knows? 4, if one girl's face were left covered with clothing, a rumor, and the others were not, this shows remorse for one and completion of a job with the other. And this is all very, very interesting. I understand why certain details of the crime scene would be kept from the public because, again, false confessions and things of that nature, the police would want to be sure. So they would have to keep certain things unreleased. But to keep everything unreleased, I mean, is that one of the reasons the case is not solved as of yet? 5, a time discrepancy in reference to the audio authorities have is in play as well. One rumor states there is 6 minutes of audio, another states there is 40 minutes of audio. We have no way of proving one over the other, as I have found yet, so here I'd ask you to just go with your own instinct on this crime. Also, my thoughts on that are, of course, so were the photos just posted to Snapchat? And supposedly the video was actually recorded with the actual camera, the internal camera on the phone, on the iPhone, not through Snapchat. And I'll be going over this probably in the next episode on the exact timing and the recordings and everything. But if this was basically being faked as a selfie because the girls were spooked, so if they wanted to make it look like they were taking selfies but angled it so that bridge guy could still be seen in the selfie, and that's why the quality is so poor because that's quite zoomed in. And if after that point she slipped her phone in her pocket, and then if they were taken elsewhere, was it a 40-minute recording with about 6 minutes of talking or screaming or something of that nature, and then we don't know how that was spread out. So if they were taken elsewhere, again, it's something we don't know. The end of the article here. Each day I try to focus on one part of the case, not the case as a whole. It is difficult to do, and I'm hoping that through the things I write, along with your input, your corrections, which I appreciate more than you know, and all of our dedication, we will produce at some point a solid suspect. So let's go through the post, of course, that started this all, the November 14th, 2017 post, The Dark Hours. Today, the focus is on the time of the audio-video recording made by Libby and a gap in the timeline that has not yet been accounted for. Libby took a Snapchat photo of Abby on the bridge at 2:07 p.m. on Monday, February 13th, 2017. Shortly thereafter, Libby took a photo of a man crossing the bridge, apparently following them. Libby had also started the audio-video on her phone. The audio is 6 minutes long and it isn't clear as to how much of the actual crime was recorded. Authorities are withholding that information, only releasing a voice portion of Down the Hill, hoping the public will recognize the voice and sketch. And just real quick, later on they did release a slightly longer portion that said Guys Down the Hill. Some people believe that is not from the same, that was not chronological. So the audio, those were just the clearest parts of the audio, and they just put them together. So he could have said Guys at a different portion. Nobody knows anything, really, because law enforcement has not really released that much information. What time did Libby start the audio video on her cell phone? Was it a full 6-minute audio without interruptions, or did Libby record in increments of fearful moments? I doubt the latter of the two. Authorities stated they believed Libby recorded a crime, quote, about to occur, end quote. And this was at the February 22nd, 2017 press conference, the Delphi Police press conference, RTV6. This statement tells me the recording was not of the murders of Libby and Abby. It tells me this is the capture and detain portion of the crime. Some argued that because the statement, "this is the stuff of nightmares," was made by an official, it means the entire crime was recorded. I disagree, because for anyone who is being taken under control by another person against their will, it would be the stuff of nightmares. I cannot conclude that a crime of this dimension was committed in a 6-minute period of time. And of course, there's other rumors that it was a 40-minute recording and all of that. Okay, rumor, someone who claims to have heard the audio said the girls screamed immediately after being ordered to go down the hill. It has been implied that this audio was started around the time they reached the end of the bridge after Libby took the photo of Abby. If this is accurate, the audio would have started most likely by 2:15. The search had begun with family members at around 3:30 that afternoon. Authorities joined the family at 5:30. The police stated they did not think the girls were in any danger. They believed Abby and Libby were just lost. At 2:30 a.m., the search was stopped due to darkness and cold weather conditions, with the temperature being reported at a high of 43 degrees and a low of 27 degrees on the night of February 13th, 2017. Some speculated the authorities dropped the ball hard on this case by going under the assumption the girls were simply lost in the woods. Some say authorities abandoned these families during a time of desperate need for assistance. At the time authorities left the scene, shutting down the formal search for the night, family members remained, continuing their own search without professional assistance until after 4 a.m. that morning. Family members stated on public media they had walked, ridden four-wheelers, etc. in their efforts to find the missing girls. The dark hours. When the family left the scene, did anyone remain at the entry of the trail and or at the cemetery until the searchers were to meet up again at 9 a.m. on the morning of February 14th, 2017. And why 9 a.m.? I mean, what is this, business? Why not sunup? It's really, they dropped the ball pretty badly. We don't have a definite answer to this question, forcing us to go on the assumption that there was no security around the area between the hours of 4 a.m. and 9 a.m. Allowing room for error in the family's estimated time of departure, we could safely estimate a gap of 4 to 5 hours during which time the trail was unsupervised and unoccupied. And again, if there are people that want to chime in, I don't know what was reported early on. They searched throughout the night, certain family members. So does that mean that there was someone there the entire night without any break? And if there was no break, were they at that specific spot, or were they searching elsewhere where they wouldn't have noticed someone in that specific spot where the bodies were found? It is important to note for future reference that sunrise was at 7:41 a.m. February 14th, 2017. Concluding the total hours of dark, empty trail would be 2.5 to 3.5 hours. Most likely 2.5 to 3 dark hours when accounting for the lack of an accurate time the family departed from the area to sunrise, approximately 4:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. I am hoping, as are many, at some point we will receive clarity in the timeline, the facts versus rumors, and just an overall more informative press release. One that would possibly give the average citizen a little more to go on in answering the authorities' cries for public assistance in identifying the suspect. And that is, it's when we mix in police not wanting to look bad, ego issues, all of these things, they might not want to release certain information that makes them look bad. And if this was carried out differently, would the case have already been solved? So this was a later post, March 14th, 2018, Pictures for Thought. Choosing a direction and thinking about time. Would Bridge Guy force the girls across the creek and straight to the crime scene, allowing a 40-minute window of time? Or would Bridge Guy direct the girls to take a right, following the creek to the barn for the duration of the dark hours? Approximately 2,000 feet from the end of the bridge to the barn would be an approximate 10 to 15-minute walk at most. The barn is located just over 800 feet from the nearest house, separated by a thick forest of evergreens. Could the homeowner hear any noises or screams coming from the barn? Would he keep them overnight, convincing them he will release them, but insists on walking them to a release point? Could he have led them 1,600 feet away from the barn to kill them? Was Abby alive, as some rumors state, when searchers found them that morning? Or would he keep them overnight, kill them at the barn, and move the bodies by way of assistance, such as a deer sled or a kayak? Something as simple as this 300-pound capacity deer sled would do the job. Just under 700 feet from the end of the bridge to the crime scene if taking a path towards it. The crime scene is 900 feet from the nearest house. Not much of a difference between this distance of the crime scene to the nearest house and the barn to the nearest house. Of course, whether someone was home or not to hear any kind of commotion or screams would also play a factor. Choosing a less direct path toward the crime scene, staying within the wood line to reach the creek, the distance is just over 900 feet. Isn't any scenario possible? Was this barn searched? And you would have to, if you were making an assumption, you'd have to assume that they searched all these barns in the area. Of course, there are further barns and further structures. Is it known whether each and every one of them was searched? How thoroughly they were searched? By whom were they searched? Again, if there is some kind of rogue law enforcement element here, would they suppress certain information? Is that why the case is unsolved? We don't know. There's just so many variables here that are unknown, and law enforcement has been so tight-lipped about everything. At this point, one has to really wonder how much being this tight-lipped has compromised the case, the investigation. Would they have caught the perpetrator or perpetrators if the video was released immediately? So, yeah, there's so much more to go over, so many unknowns. I think it's just stunning how a case with so much information, because this really, even though the area is semi-remote, it's not that remote. It's not like nobody was there that day. It's not like it was a super freezing day. There was absolutely nobody walking the trails, and these two girls decided they were just that bored. They went out there this day. That would be a different scenario. That would almost make more sense. But that's not what happened. There were many people coming and going. Some estimates around 80 people within a certain amount of hours of this crime within the general vicinity, not necessarily on the bridge, but just in the general area of the park. It's really, really bizarre. Really bizarre. And then the search, the assumption that they got lost. So let's say they got lost. It's getting cold. They're going to leave them to die? That doesn't make any sense. Even if they didn't suspect foul play, the girls could have been hurt, whatever the case may be. Why would you suspend a search? Do they not have search lights? This isn't like the year 1900. This is post-2000. There's equipment. Bring an extra jacket. Use search. It's really, really strange how this played out and how the authorities have handled this in general. So it's really time to start thinking outside of the box. And when I first looked at the details of the case, it really did seem strange how the bodies just weren't noticed. Because the search began during daylight hours in the afternoon. They went to the bridge, they looked around, the trees are bare. Colorful clothing could be seen through the tree line. It's not like they were found miles and miles away. It's really, really strange. That's all if there were more details on exactly which areas were searched, but this is not that far from the bridge. That doesn't mean someone walked the exact spot where the bodies were found, but is it possible the search didn't even go in that general vicinity? It seems unlikely. They would have searched every which way. So, yeah, it's really bizarre. We do have to consider the theoretical possibility that they were marched elsewhere, possibly taken elsewhere, even by vehicle. And it is curious why they would have been brought back to that particular spot instead of left where they were. Because it is risky. It's definitely risky to bring them back there. So unless they were trying to frame Logan, and I know that there are theories where this is being discussed, where people with grudges, drug issues, there would definitely have to be a reason to bring them not only back to the general area, but that specific spot. Or perhaps they weren't being brought to that specific spot, but if it was somebody with an ATV and a sled, and they were scared that searchers were returning and maybe they were taking them somewhere else. And then that was the spot they chose quickly because they thought someone else was coming. There's just so many variables to go over, but this case definitely needs to be solved. There's just way too much information for this case to not be solved. And I know there are certain people out there who really believe law enforcement already have the guy, and for whatever reason, they're not moving on it. Which that might be true. It might be true. Maybe the guy is part of some bigger operation and there's other fish to fry. I don't know. But if not, then it's definitely very, very tragic that this was handled this way if there's not a resolution soon. It's just, it's unacceptable. I mean, that's really what it is. I hope you guys found another edition of MindShock True Crime in the Delphi case series informative and thought-provoking. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Everything helps us get more podcast episodes out, not just in this case, but in other cases. And keeping the awareness up is what gets cases solved. So make sure you like this podcast. Make sure you share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's all still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/mindshock and manually check the latest episodes and peruse our ever-growing back catalog. Thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi Case Series, Episode 5, Bridge Guy Arrested. That's right, you heard it correctly. Bridge Guy was positively identified and arrested. And if that's not mind-shocking enough for you, we'll be going over even more mind-shocking information. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If it's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/mindshock for all the latest updates in our podcast releases, and you could also check out our ever-growing back catalog. Make sure to keep awareness up in this case and in other cases where justice has not been served. And keeping awareness up is, in many cases, the defining factor in what gets cases resolved. So hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, if I didn't get your attention enough, it has not been publicly stated definitively that Bridge Guy was not only ID'd definitively, but apprehended. And this is just so mind-shocking. This is quickly becoming the most confusing case out there. If you haven't checked out our previous episode, The Dark Hours, make sure you check that out. We go over a lot of details, including Doug Carter specifically stating to disregard the face. Why would he say that? And that was very mind-shocking. So we're going to be looking back and figuring out how this was all determined, how it all went down. So, from all available information, the new sketch of the younger suspect was released April 22nd, 2019. The previously released sketch is more or less clearly a different person. So this is a news bulletin that was released April 24th, 2019. Multi-agency task force clarifies points about the Delphi murder suspect sketches. Delphi, Indiana. In the early days and months of the Delphi murder investigation, information was developed about suspect descriptions. It was initially believed the sketch that had been in public view over the last 2 years of a person in the age range of his 50s to 50s was a person of interest in this murder investigation. Now, as the investigation has matured and past information has been reassessed, it is the belief of investigators with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released on April 22nd more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. I'll go over that real quick one more time. It is the belief of investigators with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released on April 22nd, this is the newer, younger guy, more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. It is important to distinguish these points about the two sketches. They are not the same person. The person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. So let me say that again. The person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. Now, the way that's phrased, does it not clearly imply that this individual was identified and ruled out? And I will be circling back to that in a moment, but let's continue here. The sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Liberty German's cell phone as he was walking on the high bridge. So that's kind of weird. So basically that first sketch is from the witnesses seeing the guy walking the trails, not the guy on the bridge, according to this. The person in the sketch released April 22nd is described as having a youthful appearance but could fall in the age range from his 20s to late 30s. This person's appearance could look different today if he has grown a mustache, beard, or let his hair grow longer or cut his hair shorter than depicted in the sketch. Members of the Delphi community should reflect back on people they know in the community that look similar to the sketch released on April 22nd, especially if that person has changed their appearance since the murders occurred in February of 2017. So now, of course, it's important to distinguish that this new sketch actually was created before the originally released sketch of the older guy. So this is IndyStar.com. This article was published April 22nd, 2019 by Vic Reichart and Justin L. Mack. Delphi Murders new sketch of killer and video from Libby's phone released. So it states, Master Trooper Taylor Bryant, a sketch artist with the Indiana State Police who drew the new sketch, told IndyStar a sketch is based on how a particular witness describes the suspect. If there are several witnesses, Bryant would draw a sketch for each description. Bryant did not draw the sketch that police released in July 2017. The witness is the main focus, so there's no input from law enforcement at all in the generating of a sketch other than my presence as the artist. Bryant uses a facial identification reference sheet that has a list of different categories from head shapes to different eyebrows and noses. The person will describe the suspect based on those categories. It's easier to do that than to describe the suspect using just words, Bryant said. The sketches are not exact, Bryant said. The renderings are ballpark estimation of what the person looks like. The sketch released on Monday was drawn by Bryant on February 17th. 2017, a few days after the victims' bodies were found. The picture was based on the description of a person who saw something that the person felt needed to be reported, according to Bryant. So it's unclear on how exactly they determined that this was the murderer specifically. So what details have not been made public about that witness statement? And then, of course, as we went over in the previous episode, it is likely, if not possible to some degree, that the location of the bodies was staged And that's something I'm going to go over in the next episode when we examine law enforcement oddities and issues with the investigation. But we're going to lead into a little bit of that here with this bridge guy that was identified and arrested. Okay. So Kelsey German, Liberty's sister, stated this when someone asked her about why there was a drastic change regarding the sketch on Twitter. Kelsey German, April 22nd, 2019, responded, "A recent development is what I understand. They created several sketches at the time they believed the other one was more credible." Someone else chimed in, "This upsets me that we were shown the first one for 1.5 years and this one was hidden away. This is shoddy work." Kelsey said there was a reason for it. Thankful we have it now. So there was a reason they didn't release this particular sketch. What that reason is, we don't know. But Kelsey is stating that there was a reason. Now, whether she knows the reason or not, or she's just saying there was a reason because she was assured that there was a good reason, that is unknown. So now let's move to definitive information here about this bridge guy suspect being arrested and identified early on. So there's a podcast, Best Case, Worst Case. So Jim Clemente, so this is a former state prosecutor, former FBI criminal profiler. He's involved in many different cases. He does different podcasts, considered a pretty credible expert. And of course, he has sources in the FBI, having worked for the FBI. So this is what was said, episode 122 of Best Case, Worst Case. Just beyond 33 minutes, Jim Clemente says this, quote, "And I think what must have happened is they have taken these leads, they have interviewed literally thousands of people, and they have found someone who looks at that video that they released and says, yes, I definitely saw that guy minutes before the girls came by, and I saw his face, and that's where the sketch came from." And so the other sketch was somebody saw in the area and was suspicious about. Turns out it's a guy who's sexually interested in children who's had multiple arrests for it, right? At 36 minutes, 42nd, Francie Hakes states this. And Francie Hakes on the podcast here, she is a child protection and national security consultant. She was formerly a federal prosecutor and first national coordinator for the child exploitation prevention and interdiction. So these are people with sources within the FBI. The police obviously know who they're looking for and spent a significant amount of time looking for the man in this sketch. And as you said, Jim, that man, it turned out, recently was arrested and was a sex offender. But what we found out recently was he is apparently not the killer. So it's very interesting that she used the word apparently. Because what was said by her sources in the FBI and Clemente, what did they say exactly? Because she didn't say he was not the killer. He is apparently not the killer. So was the information not definitive here? So obviously this caused some uproar by people closely following the case who happened to listen to this particular podcast at the time. I did not. And so these are people's comments on Reddit. I was confused about this as well, decided to message the podcast through Facebook. I confirmed with them that I didn't misunderstand what they were saying about the original sketch, an arrest being made that cleared that man. They confirmed that they did say that, and that, quote, "That is what we have heard from our sources," end quote. So we have Clemente and Hakes, these individuals who, by all accounts, are not dialed into, are not part of Delphi law enforcement. They have no reason to cover up for local law enforcement. So this information is supposedly coming from official channels. So here's what's interesting, and someone chimed in here on Reddit as well. What are the chances that a sex offender creep unrelated to the case was seen in and around the trails that day? So someone else responded, they went on the podcast to explain that there are places and times that attract that kind of person. The example they gave is college campuses at the beginning of the semester. Basically comparing the bridge trail to that because it was a known place young people hung out around. So they called it a target-rich environment. So, see, here's the thing, though. I don't know. This is an interesting coincidence. So a guy that is the sketch, he was seen there. So some kind of sex offender on the prowl was there but didn't commit the crime. So not that that's unbelievable. That's possible. But what kind of major hangout spot is this? Because from other people that have chimed in on forums and on social media, not everyone in Delphi even knows about the Monon High Bridge. It's like any kind of town. There's some semi-popular hangout that people who know about it, they like going there, but there's plenty of people who don't know about it. So again, this is coming from people who actually live in Delphi and that area. They have stated that not everybody knows about the bridge. So it's not the most popular landmark that every single person knows about. So I don't know what the exact percentage is. Can we estimate half the people know about it? Less than half? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if there was an official survey done. But apparently not everybody knows about it. So would it preclude, so depending on how many offenders or child predators are in the area, I mean, this almost reminds me of the Amy Mihalovic case, which if you haven't checked that out, check out the MINDSHOCK podcast on Amy's case. It is also so many rabbit holes. I'll be releasing the next episode in that series soon as well. It's just so mind-shocking, but that case is actually a perfect example where they actually tracked down several separate individuals who were all stalking, I'm sure that's the right word. They had their eye on Amy, specifically. Now, if they also had their eye on other children, that is unknown, possibly. But there was no shortage in that area. But here, we're talking about a trail system in Delphi, 2017. Again, Delphi is not the most populated city. It is not just this huge tourist destination. If it were, that would be a lot more believable. And not that this isn't believable, but here's where my thoughts are going to go to, is that there were some accomplices involved. And again, even in the Amy case, those are my thoughts as well. And some of these unsolved cases where people are so-called ruled out or definitively ruled out due to alibis or things of other nature, that doesn't mean they don't know the perpetrators. If these are shady individuals with shady friends, they might hear things. They might hear rumors. They might be involved actively. They might not actively be involved. But to just completely clear them and dismiss them, I don't know. So supposedly there is a lot of DNA at the scene where the bodies were found, staged or not. So did they clear him by saying, okay, well, his DNA was not on the bodies or underneath their fingernails or whatnot? Even if it weren't, is it possible he was some kind of a lookout or accomplice? Maybe he wasn't directly involved, but it's interesting that they have not announced this to the public. Do they know that he has an accomplice and that if they did announce it to the public, they would want to kill him or something to shut him up? I don't know. But we do have to look at these statistical anomalies, and are they really anomalies? Were there other offenders walking the trails that day? I mean, I don't know what the estimate were. There could have been upwards of 80 people total that day in the trail system. Out of the 80 people, is it out of the realm of possibility that there were several offenders that had nothing to do with the murders? Possibly. But so they were saying this is not the guy in the video coming up to them. This was simply some other guy that was walking the trails. But why does law enforcement not clearly clarify all of these things? So there's a little bit more information here. Apparently, Abby's mom posted on Facebook shortly after the new sketch was released that they released the second sketch because they cleared the first person. But that's all we really have here. How exactly he was cleared is unknown. So Abby's mom also said this on a podcast as well, that the individual in the first released sketch the older bridge guy, old bridge guy we can call him, he was arrested and supposedly cleared. So I'm just going to read a couple more responses here on social media. So a sex offender who just happened to be in the area where 2 girls were abducted and killed in a remote wooded area didn't do it. A response here, correct. DNA and fingerprints are on file with the CODIS and IAFIS being a sex offender and rapist. So if these samples did not match the DNA left at the scene, apparently they cleared him. Supposedly they do not match any other convicted felon in the system. So the perp that murdered the girls is not in the DNA database at the moment, hence no arrest almost 4 years after the double slaying. Someone else responded here, yes, unless the person had a slam dunk, ironclad alibi, I'd not believe it. I have no idea what law enforcement know, but I would certainly hope that something like a family member providing an alibi or the absence of DNA at the scene isn't enough to conclusively rule out someone as a suspect. It may not be enough to arrest and prosecute them, but it definitely doesn't clear them. I'm very curious how and why law enforcement abandoned the first sketch and cleared the sex offender and shifted their search towards the younger guy. Another response here, I spent way more time than I'm proud to admit scouring details about him, and there isn't much. All I found were 3 photos that didn't show up anywhere. They make you think but aren't very interesting. One at a wedding, one just chilling, and one standing by an old car. All very different times and all very blurry, mainly because they were cached previews of a site that no longer hosts the real images. Anyway, the full PE story is that cops did investigate. The full story is that cops did investigate a Delphi connection, possibly, but don't appear to be investigating it further. This guy lived an odd life, worked all day entirely alone on his elderly parents' farm, meaning nobody could provide an alibi or say he was missing or acting weird that day. I'm not 100% convinced it wasn't him, but I'm fairly convinced that everything we know now is everything we'll know about him. The other thing, of course, someone else astutely chimed in, we don't know if the DNA is usable or even from Bridge Guy. That doesn't mean anything. And that's a curious point as well. Again, if this was a lookout or something, we really don't know. Now, regarding the witnesses, we have a few problems because, as Doug Carter said on the Megyn Kelly show, which I went over in the previous episode, he said there were no witnesses, which is interesting. So nobody saw the guy. So I don't know why he said that. It's strange, but in other sources, law enforcement had said that there were witnesses. We just went over a few. And the 16-year-old witness apparently described the first sketch, the older Bridge guy, who is supposedly cleared. So if she did see him, her timeline where she saw him at 1:30 p.m. or so, that could be disregarded if it's not the guy. Now, if it's an accomplice, then there's some issues, of course. But if there were 2 people working this, committing this crime, and I mean, would they not be more likely to control 2 teenagers, particularly if there was another guy walking around, maybe with a rifle or whatnot, and they were clearly together? Would that get the girls to comply? I don't know. As I stated in the previous episode, supposedly there were rumors that the girls screamed as soon as he told them to go down the hill. In which case, the time frame is quite curious. And of course, regarding the witness for the sketch, this might be a witness that is not known to the public, again, either for safety purposes or for whatever other reasons that law enforcement is not disclosing a lot of information. So here is an interesting theory on the timeline of the sketches. So if young Bridge Guy was not spotted on the trails on the day of the double murder, because there was a sighting of a young guy on 625 North near a driveway, which was the source of the young guy's sketch. So if someone claimed to have spoken with her, so if law enforcement spoke with the lady in the driveway, she gave them info for the sketch, but they disregarded it because they thought it was less likely to be related, and they went with the old Bridge Guy theory. Once Old Bridge Guy was arrested and cleared, now they had to go back to this lady, even though they had this information. They had this other sketch right off the bat. They thought for whatever reason it might not be relevant, and they were, for whatever reason, convinced that it was the Old Bridge Guy. Then they realized they made a mistake and they're going with the young guy sketch. Is that how this all went down? And of course, law enforcement wouldn't admit that they were mistaken anyway, and that's another issue with a lot of these investigations, where you have egos on the line and all these issues. In the next episode, I'll be going over the law enforcement issues, of which there's no shortage, and there's far more damning and mind-shocking evidence that the bodies were not there during the search, and that they were placed there the following day in the early hours. So that's what we're going over next. But in this episode, again, this has not been publicly revealed that the older sketch, this guy was identified and arrested and supposedly cleared. Now, how long that took, a year and a half, I don't know. Maybe they had information earlier. Maybe they did think he was an accomplice. Maybe somehow they determined that he was not an accomplice. Maybe there's a whole bunch of police corruption that needs to be exposed, because if this Old Bridge Guy, if he's working with law enforcement in some kind of corruption or drug trafficking, racketeering of some kind, and he has info on them, he would give up the info on them to the FBI. So if they got ahead of the game, local PD apprehended this guy, they pretended to clear him so that nobody else would look at him. The question is, would the FBI not double check all of this? I don't know. It's quite bizarre. But if no one saw the actual killer, so again, something we haven't particularly discussed, what if the actual murderer never went on the trails and was never on that side of the bridge with the trails? If he had an accomplice, the accomplice might have been, or if there was no accomplice and there was just some other predator, offender of some kind, prowling the trails, that somehow it was determined that he was not related to this. I mean, if it's somebody that just walks those trails every single day, he has a record, he would probably walk that day also, right? Because if he walks every day, he would walk that day too. So perhaps it's not the greatest, perhaps it really is a coincidence. Every case is allowed one. But once you start stacking those coincidences into a giant pile, that's where problems start to arise. And we'll be going over a lot more of those in the next episode. But the police definitely did not do anybody any favors by saying in the early days that the sketch could be, that the perpetrator could look like a mix of both sketches, because that's just putting out really confusing information. Or are certain entities within law enforcement and FBI, are they not communicating with each other? And that's why we're getting all these different pieces of information released. It's just really bizarre. Here's a depressing comment on social media that I will close this podcast out with. The smaller towns get higher concentration of felons here in Indiana. When I originally made the comment, I was certain to make the disclaimer that I was not trying to smear entire communities, but yes, Indiana tends to be fairly quiet with its issues, but our smaller towns are problematic. There's a hospital and doctor's office everywhere. The doctors generally do not live in those communities. The exit of manufacturing coupled with the opioid crisis make the hardest hit communities in Midwest America. These towns can't keep good men because they will all leave for the bigger towns and city, leaving behind bad men. Some good sprinkled in, but mostly bad men in low-wage, low-skilled jobs, despite the wealth of job training programs. Unfortunately, there's a lot of lonely women who already are living in strained conditions with children and no one to sit. They oftentimes get with felons or any man they can find. Some common relationship combos are nurses and felons, school teachers and felons. Another, both parents aren't doing well, so grandparent is raising them. Again, I don't want to label an entire community, nor what was going on amongst the families. But I must speak on what the overwhelming makeup in these smaller Indiana villages is. Now, that's really interesting because that's something that's not really discussed that much in the mainstream. Unfortunately, there's a lot of problems. The opioid crisis is simply one of them. But yes, low-wage jobs, a lot of people living in poverty or borderline poverty. And there's just a lot of issues. A lot of issues where the other people that were walking the trails, I'm not sure every single person that even walked those trails was positively identified or spoke with police. You would think so, but if it was in particular some kind of felon afraid of police or with a long record, maybe he did see something. Maybe there's a witness that as of yet has not come forward that not necessarily saw the crime happening, but saw a strange individual walking, perhaps not on the main trail, but elsewhere. Who knows? So yeah, there's still so many variables to go over, and there's a lot of problems here. And again, from Doug Carter, disregard the face. Just very interesting. Very, very interesting. And he said that earlier on as well. So yeah, there's a lot of problems here, a lot more to go over. Hope you guys found this another mind-shocking and informative episode, and the ongoing conversation and awareness can continue to push this case to some kind of closure so that justice can be found. You can donate to our PayPal to help us get out more podcasts and cover even more cases, cold cases, and otherwise. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Like this podcast. Share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi series, examining the Delphi case, the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. This is episode 6, Staged. Now, the previous episodes, one of them regarding the dark hours, where I brought this information forward that I've been actually discussing since episode 1, the possibility that the bodies were not where they were found and why so many people are being triggered by this, when the actual former prosecutor came out and said that the scene could very well have been staged and that it was consistent with staging. So I don't know why people are addressing or focusing their triggering on me, because for whatever reason, their small minds can't handle the possibility that a killer would bring bodies back or stage them in any fashion, when obviously, I mean, this is rampant in true crime cases. I don't want to say it's the majority of the time. I'm not insinuating that in any way. I'm not even saying 50-50. I'm saying in a certain percentage, even if it's not that high of a percentage, there's a certain percentage where bodies are staged for a variety of reasons. And then, of course, not knowing the reasons doesn't mean something didn't happen. If you don't understand calculus equations, that doesn't mean the equations aren't true or they're unsolvable just because one individual's small or incompetent mind can't do it. That's something to keep in mind. And then we're going to be looking at further definitive proof that the bodies were not there during the searches. This case is amongst the most requested in MindShock because, of course, we approach everything logically, objectively, neutrally, scientifically, without biases or without getting triggered that certain people are willing to explore other avenues in unsolved cases. It's almost like there's a concerted effort to keep cases from being solved. Certain cases, not a lot. It's not seen that much in the Delphi case. It's mostly other cases like the Maura Murray case or the Stephen Avery case. But I just noticed that in regards to the scene possibly being staged, that's causing a lot of triggering online, an unusual amount. Does that mean there's something to it? Does that mean certain individuals, possibly connected to law enforcement, do not want this avenue explored? I don't know. But the truth is not afraid of investigation. And one more quick point on our previous episode, episode 5, Bridge Guy Arrested. There's a lot of people who are really bereft of logic, reason, and even basic English comprehension. Bridge Guy was arrested. This is coming from law enforcement. That episode title is aptly titled. If you're deficient in English, then maybe instead of just making triggering comments about clickbait titles, perhaps break that dictionary out. See what it means to be arrested. See what a suspect is, a person of interest. Then you can read the actual law enforcement memos that I directly read from in the previous episode that stated that Bridge Guy was arrested. I mean, this isn't rocket science. But of course, MINDSHOCK does attract a varied crowd, let's put it that way. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Big thanks to all the people that donate. Much appreciated. We can bring out more episodes in more cases and cover a lot of newer cases that we will also be doing. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK for all the latest info and podcasts. Keep the awareness up in this case and demand justice, because justice delayed is justice denied. If law enforcement does know a lot more than they are saying, the public should make it known that they're still interested in this case and that they're not going away and that interest is not going away. If you agree with that message, you find this podcast informative, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for a case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Big thanks to all the previous and current patrons. Everything is appreciated. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Please, I do ask that you at least have a children's level understanding of the English language if you are going to do so. Otherwise, it's just a big waste of time for all parties involved. All right, so I will start this off once again. I will once again reiterate the words of the actual former prosecutor, not goofballs online who are not involved in the investigation in any capacity. So this is former prosecutor in unsolved Delphi rail track murders of 2 teens say the killer left behind at least 3 signatures at the odd crime scene, which had a lot of physical evidence, as victim sister renews her appeal for justice. So this former prosecutor is, of course, Carroll County Prosecutor Robert Ives. You can find these quotes on various news articles. The one that came up on the first search, dailymail.co.uk. You can verify this on the Down the Hill podcast as well as other news media outlets for those that, for whatever reason, cling desperately to genetic logical fallacies where if it's on a certain website that they don't like, it must not be true, despite the fact that it's also on many other websites. Okay, so these are his words, not mine. There was a lot more physical evidence than that at the crime scene, Ives said, and it's probably not what you would imagine or what people would think I'm talking about. So in no uncertain terms, he's making it clear that this is not your average crime scene. So it's not what you would expect to see from someone who kidnapped or crime of opportunity of some kind, marched them off a trail and killed them. This is not that kind of scene. This is not what you would expect to see. It's very clear. I mean, even people with English as their second, third, fourth languages, I mean, this is very clear. It was just not your normal, a person was killed here crime scene. That's probably all I can say about it, Ives said. Ives said that the scene was odd and displayed at least 3 signatures, which are unique behaviors by the killer. Ives raised the possibility that elements of the scene had been staged in an attempt to trick investigators by sending them down a false path. Now, what does that mean exactly? So, again, he's being very cryptic and he hasn't received a lot of information. So, all of these supposed informed commentators online who are getting triggered at the very notion that the bodies were not where they were found without actually having seen the scene. If you haven't seen the scene, you have no place to say whether they were killed there or not. And even if you have seen the scene, you still wouldn't know. I mean, if you're a trained investigator or a prosecutor, perhaps you can surmise, you can make some theories, but we're going to be getting into actual definitive science. More than just the common sense that the trees were bare, and you might see bright colored jackets through the tree lines specifically when you're searching for people, but even if you're not, and that's the thing, even people just randomly walking the trails, again, this is an unusually warm day, so there would be more people out and about than usual in February. So we also have to consider that that disturbance in that area down the hill, just off the end of the bridge where supposedly the girls were marched down, if that's what happened, if it was one person or multiple people that did this, if they were armed, not armed, obviously, if we weren't there, we don't know. But that was spotted, and that area was specifically searched, and there were people specifically looking in every direction. So would you notice bodies? Or even clothing, because supposedly there were pieces of clothing that were not with the bodies. Again, these are relatively bright pieces of clothing. We're talking about before it got dark, there was a window where, again, they were specifically searching for people, for these girls. Okay, so let's get into the hard evidence, make of which what you will. So there is a YouTuber, Matt Sullivan, who has put out some information regarding law enforcement corruption. I'll be getting more into that in the next episode, although there are tie-ins here. I will say this here. If law enforcement, let's say they did get the guy, but he was involved in some kind of corruption with law enforcement, they covered the whole thing up. They said, obviously, they were stating there's no danger to the public, as if they knew that for sure. How would they know that? How would they know it's not a serial killer who's also going to kill other people? What information were they working with when they made these statements at these press conferences? Is it because they knew the guy, they had the guy, and they knew he wasn't going to do anything else? Somehow. Then that would cause them to make these statements? Either way, Matt Sullivan makes some very interesting points. He names names. And he is quite astute in his research. There are certain, we could call them jumps or connections he makes, I don't know if he's making them for the sake of simply theorizing or actually stating that it is definitive truth. Either way, I will go over something that's not talked about. The thermal imaging drone that was used in the search that night that did not record any thermal signatures. So around 4 p.m., that's when Becky, Tara, Derek, and Cody are searching all over the trails. 4:30 p.m., Mike Patty arrived to search the trails. 4:45, Kelsey German arrives. 5 p.m., Mike Patty sends a text message to his friend in law enforcement. And between 5:05 and 5:30 p.m., Carroll County Sheriff's officers begin arriving at the scene. So Carroll County Sheriff's Department, as reported by Matt Sullivan, only had 11 police officers on the force. They take the lead for this search. This being the modern age, family and friends start sharing all of this on Facebook. Girls are missing, help with search, and more family and friends arrive to help with the search. Local police also assists with the search. Okay, so at approximately 5:45 p.m., Chief Lesenby gets in contact with someone who contacts drone operator Mike Boutram. Now, Boutram has a drone equipped with an FLIR camera, which includes this is a thermal imaging camera. Now, this is not some cheapo little camera. If you go to their website, flir.com, a lot can happen in a split second. The right information at the right time could mean the difference between lives saved and lives lost. When your mission means everything, intelligent imaging ensures success. So these are cameras made for and used by emergency search and rescue teams, the military. This is not some just basic civilian tech camera, although obviously anybody could use it, but they make legitimate products for various professional and government entities. So again, this is not some glitchy, cheapo camera that might have missed someone. Now, so Mike Boutram actually flew the drone from 2 different points all around the bridge and river area and the entire trail system. And he did not see the girls. No bodies, but he did see, and again, the thermal imaging captured searchers and deer even. Okay, this is sensitive thermal imaging technology. This is not some, again, cheapo, defective, weak thermal imaging. So we will get into, in a moment, the speed at which the human body loses heat, because obviously that is critical for calculating this. So Matt Sullivan got in contact with the operator, and these are the text messages shared here. I was at the sheriff's station right before dusk. So again, there's still some light out, and followed the sheriff to a high point along the trail near one of the girls' homes. Flew with the thermal camera and could see deer and people searching along the creek, but did not see the girls. Then moved to bridge and flew there up and down the creek, saw the same, people searching and animals. He mentions that this was a quad drone with a FLIR Duo R thermal camera. He states, I flew the creek area from the highest point near one of the girls' houses, then at the bridge up and down the creek, flying around 200 feet from where I took off. I was in a hurry and do not have the footage. This is 2020 when he's relaying this information. I saw people in the creek and out of the creek, screeching wildlife, but no girls. So again, this footage would be interesting to see, because he's saying he saw people in the creek. So if you're in the creek, right near where the bodies were found, would you see bright colored clothing and the bodies? Once again, I'll repeat that. He's stating he saw people in the creek. So now we're not theorizing whether or not you would see the bodies off the trail. You might see a blurb of bright clothing, maybe, depending, in the creek, possibly, wherever it was discarded. And whether or not you would see the bodies themselves, probably not, but you might see some bright colored clothing. However, if you're in the creek and you're looking in that direction, at how many yards would you see the body? And of course, whether or not the bodies were seen or not, and whether or not the bodies were there or not, that's 2 separate things. Maybe they were there and they were not seen, but if that's the case, wouldn't the thermal camera have picked up the heat signatures? Obviously, we will get into the exact mathematical formulas at which heat dissipates from a body after loss of life. But again, in terms of line of sight, from the creek and around the creek, what is the line of sight to have seen bright pieces of clothing, if they were there at that time? Now, another thing to keep in mind, of course, it was supposedly unseasonably warm that day, so the weather reports were stating upwards somewhere around 46, between 40 and 46, in the hours in question that afternoon, but some of the family members in interviews had said it got up to 60 that day. So it's unclear whether it was quite a bit warmer than the actual weather report. Obviously, weather reports are not always 100% accurate or even that accurate at all, depending on certain days. So regardless, we're not talking about sub-zero temperatures here where body heat would dissipate incredibly quick. We're talking anywhere between 40 and 60 degrees in these couple hours. After that, of course, the temperatures would plummet as the night goes on, but we're talking after 8 p.m. is when it would drop into the 30s. So this is well after the thermal imaging drone, which would be taking place between 6 and 6:30 p.m. Sunset was 6:20 p.m. So he was flying the drone roughly a little bit earlier than sunset, through sunset, possibly a little after. So the murders, if they occurred, I mean, what kind of margin of error do you want to put here? We could say 2:30, 3 o'clock, approximately 3 o'clock. So the search is about anywhere between 3-4 hours after the alleged murder took place, if they were killed and dumped at that site, as many people believe, in that time sequence. In which case it would only be a few hours in 40 plus temperatures, possibly 50 plus. But if we're going by the actual weather archive, we're talking 40 plus temperatures. At 6 p.m., it would have been 43-ish. By 7 p.m., 41. That's if that's accurate. Supposedly, it could have been a bit warmer, anywhere between 5 to 15 degrees warmer than that. But it's all a moot point, because let's do our calculations here. And actually, before we do the calculations, the FLIR dual thermal imager has a thermal measurement accuracy plus or minus 5 degrees Celsius or 5% of the reading. So it's fairly accurate. Fairly accurate. All right, so let's go into the science of forensics taphonomy. Algor mortis is the cooling of the body post-mortem, the result of cessation in thermoregulation. This is from ScienceDirect.com by Amy E. Rattenbury, Forensic Economics, 2018. So we're not looking at stuff from like a century ago, even though that stuff is still relatively accurate if you look at older textbooks. As body temperature is controlled by the hypothalamus, this homeostatic feature can no longer be maintained after death. Thus, the body temp will begin to change toward the ambient temperature of the room or surroundings in which the remains are found. So that temperature is between 40 and 50 something degrees. But let's go on the low end, so let's say it's closer to 40. Again, this is not 0 or below 0 temperatures where the cooling would occur much faster, but that might all be a moot point anyway, because we're going to be looking at the percent error here. This occurs through radiation, convection, conduction, and if the subject is wet, evaporation. Most commonly, the body temperature decreases, although in more extreme cases, an increase in cadaver temperature may result. Consequently, temperature change can play a particularly important role in establishing PMI, which in turn helps to reconstruct the chronology and circumstances surrounding death. Although a generally accepted principle is that body temperatures decrease by an average of 1 degree Celsius per hour. Okay, so it would only be 3 degrees, approximately 3 degrees Celsius cooler after approximately 3 hours. But research findings suggest that this process can be delayed by up to 3 hours in the initial post-mortem period. So the error runs only one direction in terms of generally average conditions. So again, we're not talking about in the Arctic or in the Antarctic with sub-zero temperatures. We're talking approximately 40 to 50 degrees, but even if we take the low end, 40, that's still above zero. That's still above freezing. And we're talking about possible delays. Now, in certain cases, the bodies can also warm, but let's take that out of the equation. And let's also take the delay out of the equation, because if they were in the water is probably pretty cold. So let's take that 3-hour delay out, and we're talking up to 3 hours from point of death. So other sources have the body cooling at 1.5 degrees per hour in Celsius, which, again, depending on if they were wet in cold water, they could theoretically lose heat a little bit faster. So let's do the calculations here. So 37 degrees Celsius is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the average body temperature, or at least how they do it in forensics. They start at 37. So 1 hour, after an hour, it would be 36, which is 96.8 degrees, or 35.5, which is 95.9 degrees. Clearly detectable. Now, after an hour, now let's say they were dead 2 hours. So that would either be 35, which is 95 degrees, or if we're doing 1.5 per hour, that would be 34, which is 93.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, clearly detectable by a thermal imaging camera, even if we take into account, I believe there's up to 5% error or so. So that would be within a couple degrees, no big deal. It would still pick it up. Now, for people that don't know, these radiometric thermal imaging, this is in shade. So, for example, if there was a fire going at the time, obviously the fire would be at a much higher temperature than a human body or a deer walking by. So the fire would, of course, either be pure white. I think everybody's seen those movies where people with thermal imaging goggles or infrared, if you look directly into a bright light, it'll cause pain because it's too bright. So it's in degrees of brightness is how these radiometric scans work. So obviously you also take into account distance. So he flew 200 feet and higher, so we're not talking miles and miles away. So these signals would be relatively strong. So if there was a fire, it would appear very obvious, and then it would be shades lower for different temperature readings. So, for example, there's not a huge difference between 93 degrees Fahrenheit and 98.6. So at 200 feet, it would probably appear relatively similar, but it would still pick up. So now let's go 3 hours. So that would be anywhere between 34 degrees Celsius, which is 93.2 Fahrenheit. And if we're doing 1.5 per hour, that would be 4.5 lost in a period of 3 hours. So that would be 32.5 degrees Celsius, which is 90.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's over 90 degrees. So even if we add a couple hours here, so it would still detect a relatively warm body. So no matter what, even if we add a lot of percent error here, even if we add a few more hours, I mean, we know the approximate time the drone flew, which was between 6 and 6:30 p.m. So it's kind of almost irrelevant whether you want to say they got murdered an hour earlier or an hour later, or even we could say 2 hours. We could even say if the Snapchat is fake and all that, what if they got killed earlier? They would still have a detectable temperature from a thermal imaging scan because it wouldn't drop that fast. So mathematically, it's an impossibility unless you want to say that the bodies were buried maybe, or there was something blocking the frequency from appearing on the thermal imaging camera. So what could that be? It could be lead. I mean, how many different things can you block this radiometric reading with? There's not that many things. The body would either have to be buried, or do you want to allege that they were in the water completely submerged, and then what? For how long? And then moved there after the body temperature dropped significantly? So even if the water temperature is, let's say, in the 20s, how fast would that accelerate the body cooling? It would obviously accelerate it. Even if we say it's twice as fast, that would theoretically still produce a reading with an air temperature of approximately 40 degrees, unless you want to say that they were held underwater somehow for a long period of time, then magically moved to the spot they were found. I mean, it's very difficult to account for how they could have lost heat that fast, or if they were covered by some kind of lead or some kind of material blocking the skin. Or do you want to really default to, well, this particular thermal camera was malfunctioning and for whatever reason could not detect anything lower than the average human temperature, which also seems highly unlikely. I mean, I don't know if we know if this was the very first time he was using this camera, but it seems like on a search and rescue, it would seem like he has to have some kind of an experience here, and that this was actually tested. And from all accounts, it seems like it's working. He's picking up humans and deer, so it doesn't seem like it's not working. So everything points in the direction of it working perfectly fine, and everything within the thresholds for normal errors, which would pick them up. Even if they were murdered earlier than what's alleged, it would still pick up the signature. Now, if that weren't enough for everyone, we have even more evidence. We have, again, this Matt Sullivan guy compiled a list here of many individuals who searched the exact area. Now, I don't know if they stepped foot exactly where the bodies were found, but within dozens of feet or so, these areas were searched. So a couple of interesting comments here from Facebook and scanners and testimonies. So supposedly Kelsey German is afraid of the dark. So she stated in an interview that she searched when it was still light out, then went back to work, then went to the police station, then went home and went to bed at 10 p.m. Which is a little strange, too. Would you just go to bed at 10 p.m. if your sister is missing? I mean, I don't know. Again, there's a lot of people that are focusing on Kelsey German. For whatever reason, I mean, I haven't seen enough to convince me that she's actively involved in some kind of weird, bizarre cover-up. To me, I think this could all be explained as just teenage absent-mindedness and emotional stress and all of these things, maybe even false hope, or maybe not even necessarily false. What if she had turned up the next day and everything was fine and they had, I mean, obviously it was from all accounts, it was out of character for them to pull pranks or do anything of this nature that would cause this level of stress in the family. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they experimented with drugs or alcohol or something, they went to party somewhere and they came back the next day, Kelsey German would not look that suspicious going to bed at 10 o'clock. And then also people respond to stress completely differently. For some people, it zaps all their energy, and maybe not necessarily they sleep, but they more or less pass out or just lay down for long periods of time. Whereas, of course, other people are so stressed out they can't lay down. They have to pace or surge or do something. They have to move and do something because that's the way they respond to stress. So again, I don't read too much into that. On the other hand, I have not investigated as much as other people. I haven't dissected each and every statement she has ever made on every single interview. It's very possible maybe she might be involved in some kind of illicit drug activity as well. That has nothing to do with her sister going missing, and that can come off a little strange to people. But anyway, she basically stated that she didn't search at night because she was afraid of the dark. So other testimonies, a Williams family member, another friend family member said the search was called off at a particular point. Then they stated the girls were found the next day where we already searched. Now, you want to call these people liars, or you want to say their social media got hacked, or you want to say someone used their social media to make false statements. I mean, I'm not discounting these possibilities, but what's the point of faking that at the time it's going on? Because this information is coming out already there. So at the time this is all unfolding. So again, you can call all these people liars, that's fine, but I'm just simply reporting the information alleged here, that the girls were found the next day where we already searched. So these are friends and family members making these statements. Brad German and his dog started to cross the creek and were stopped by a volunteer firefighter, was told not to cross the creek. It was already searched. So, this is kind of curious because I am not sure this volunteer firefighter was ever identified. Again, anybody who knows this information in the comments, or was this someone posing as a volunteer firefighter, or maybe they really were. What is the reason to block Brad German and his dog and other individuals from searching the area that the bodies were found by being told it was already searched? So there's two things there. One, it could be nefarious, where they're either setting up a staging for later, or who knows, but they're lying and telling these people not to search there. Or if it honestly was searched, was this individual just saying, it's already been searched, let's search somewhere else? But from the language here, was stopped by a volunteer firefighter. Now, was told, so how was this done? Was this done violently? Was this done coercively, like they weren't being allowed to search there? Or was this a friendly suggestion? Oh, we already searched this. So it's unclear, although just from the context here, was told, was stopped. I don't know. It seems like, again, Brad German could elaborate on this. I'm not sure if he has, but other individuals were told the same by this volunteer firefighter. So at 11:45 p.m., the search was called off just before midnight. Family members continued to scour the area searching for Libby and Abby. At this point in time, Sheriff Leesenby said they had no reason to believe the girls were in imminent danger, and the crews would resume their search in the morning. Now, if there is some kind of nefarious cover-up, if this area is being prepared to be staged and they don't want anybody searching in that area, is that how you would go about it? I don't know. I don't pretend to have this information. A lot of these commenters online say, well, what would be the reason to stage this or stage that? I don't get it, therefore it couldn't have happened. I mean, how silly can you get? I mean, what's the reason to kill people? It's just so messed up. I don't get it. I would never do it, but that doesn't mean that other people don't do it. So this kind of silliness is why a lot of these cases remain unsolved. We're not going to fall for that here on MINDSHOCK. Now, Leesenby, of course, controversial decision to call off the search. I mean, this is silly nonsense. Even if foul play is not suspected, and I mean, why would it be suspected? But if these are teenage girls lost in the woods with plummeting temperatures, they might have been injured. Somebody could have fallen down some kind of a hill or tripped over something. There could be an injury involved. They could be lost. Who knows? There could be some kind of medical issue, medical condition. Somebody could have passed out. I mean, we really don't know the situation or what anybody was thinking, but it's insane that the search was called off, and the official search was called off, and there were certain excuses given, liability of difficult terrain to cover. Of course, not all of the terrain is difficult. Some of it is relatively flat. If the girls were searching, got lost, if the girls wandered around, got lost, let's say theoretically you were thinking they were on drugs, they don't know where they were. They could be found wandering a trail later. So they didn't necessarily have to be off the trails deep in the wilderness somewhere. But again, supposedly a lot of people, including police officers, still volunteered their time and searched throughout most of the night. And of course, we don't have a lot of information on those dark hours. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, in episode 4, I go over the dark hours and the window of time that was available for someone to stage the bodies if they were staged. Now, another issue I'm going to be getting into in the next episodes, of course, are the law enforcement bizarreness. So, is Leesenby not a Keystone Cop? Is all of this on purpose from having a volunteer firefighter seal off the potential area where the bodies could be found if they were there or they would be later staged to reroute people away from the area, to calling off the search with all these weird excuses that were demonstrably false, like the girls were probably just at a friend's house. They called everybody they knew, so this was clearly not the case. But then also, mysteriously, there were no dogs available in the entire state of Indiana, and they had to call in dogs from Illinois. Whew, okay. All right, so that's That's bizarre. So it would take somewhere around 12 hours from the dogs from Illinois to come to assist in the search. Again, is this a Keystone Cop situation? Or is there intentional stalling and obfuscation involving weird, corrupt law enforcement and or other individuals that are kind of trying to figure out what to do to cover up certain tracks? And that's something we'll be examining further in the next episode. But this was just a quick look at the science of thermal imaging and how quickly bodies lose temperature. And again, the testimony of individuals who either searched the area where the bodies were eventually found or were told, other individuals who were told not to search the area because it had already been searched, and that's where the bodies turned up. And then why are certain individuals online so allergic to the use of basic logic and reason in discerning what is going on with this staged scene? This staged murder scene where, by all accounts, even if we take the mathematics and science of thermal imaging drones and body temperature dissipation out of the picture, just the sheer number of individuals, the colorful clothing, the line of sight issues from people searching, again, captured on drone camera, searching in the river and along the bank on both sides. Would they not have line of sight on? And again, it's not just the bodies, it's these colorful pieces of clothing that were found the next day, but were not found even during daylight hours during the search. Some people like to pretend the search only took place after sunset. That is obviously not true. The search was going on for a decent period of time before, during, and after sunset, including the drone camera flying from before sunset, during and after sunset, that entire time. So you don't even need the thermal imaging. You can see that these individuals are there searching. You can see that. So just as, again, we're talking basic logic and reason here. How could the bodies have not been found in the winter with barren trees, and the exact spot where they were found was supposedly a relatively flat clearing with even more thinning trees than in other areas? So it would have been easier to spot them there than, for example, in other more dense areas. This all needs to be kept in mind when objectively, logically, and neutrally looking at this case. And when we're examining, again, the case is as of yet unsolved, so we have to examine every avenue, including possible law enforcement complicity. Because again, at this point, we have to examine every theory. What accounts for all these variables? Now, of course, the authority-worshipping cultists who believe that law enforcement can never, ever be complicit in any crime or cover-up, clearly they have not been paying attention. With every passing year, more and more law enforcement conspiracies are uncovered, and any logical individual not hopelessly indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship has to question. If there are this many law enforcement conspiracies being uncovered, how many are not being uncovered? And is the Delphi case one of them? Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime in the Delphi case series. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually peruse our ever-growing back catalog and also check when the latest podcast episodes are released. Keep awareness and the pressure up in this case, so hit that like button, share this podcast across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, just leave them in the comment section. And again, I ask, please, 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 have at least a basic children's level comprehension of the English language if you are going to do so, in the interest of saving time. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 7, Thermal Imaging. And there was a lot of response on the previous episode 6, Staged, going over the staged crime scene. A lot of people got triggered again. It's kind of interesting how some people do not seem to be objectively and neutrally pushing for the truth, because it seems weird to deny the obvious staging from multiple reference points. Now, maybe they're all wrong, but it seems weird to religiously cling to rumored accounts and vague law enforcement statements that are ever changing and conflicting in order to just, for whatever reason, stay married to the narrative that the girls were killed a short time after the Snapchat was taken and their bodies were not moved, because the case is still unsolved. So if it really were that simple, it does seem they would have been found during the search, and this would be a lot easier to solve. Now, there's a bunch of different variables on why it's still unsolved. We go over them in detail on MindShock in a comprehensive and logical fashion, not falling for all these logical fallacies that all these other true crime podcasts fall for in biased fashions. Because we don't know what the truth is. The motto of MindShock here is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel. Help us get more mind-shocking episodes out in multiple true crime cases and cold cases, and keep awareness up and pressure up. That is how these cases will get solved. Like this podcast, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. And I also will probably be releasing certain episodes only on the Patreon, the ones that take many, many hours of work. I mean, they all do, but some of these podcasts coming up in a few different cases will be very, very extensive and exhaustive, even more so than the episodes thus far. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually check when the latest episodes are released and peruse our ever-growing back catalog. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So, speaking of which, we have a lot of comments from people who don't know how the thermal imaging works, particularly when mounted on a drone. So these FLIR cameras, F-L-I-R cameras, are actually very, very powerful. There's a reason they're used for not just search and rescue, but if someone had an accident and died, obviously their body heat would still be picked up for a certain period of time, possibly even days later, which is why we'll be getting into those details. But before we dive into all of that, another aspect of why the search could have been called off. So obviously Sheriff Leesenby got a lot of flack for this. Is there a method to the madness? Because all of these excuses he came up with, the girls are probably just at somebody's house or whatever. They could have been lost. The temperatures are plummeting. There's no reason to call off a search in these kinds of conditions. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, especially they had been searching for a certain period of hours when it was already dark, after dark. So sunset around 6:30 that day. So they were searching for many, many hours in the dark, in the cold. So to say that, it's dark and cold and the terrain is rough, it's already been that way for several hours of searching already. So none of these excuses add up on the side of Leesenby. However, this is MindShock, so let's explore one other angle before we dive into the technical science of thermal imaging and such. What if someone told Leesenby something? Now, it's been long speculated that there is some police corruption or in some capacity. So not necessarily that a police officer committed this crime, but if it's somebody associated with a police officer involved in some kind of drug trafficking or corruption of some kind, obviously we don't know. It'd be silly to assume. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I am not alleging any of this is true or untrue, because how would I know? We're just exploring different theories, examining all available evidence with multiple points of reference, as many as possible, and then theorizing based on that. Again, because the case is still unsolved. If it was that easy, it would be solved. So, if this was some kind of orchestrated or coordinated plot for whatever reason, there have been unsubstantiated rumors that one or both of the girls had something to do with some kind of tip off to police. They were supposed to go to the police or go make a statement at the police station for something. Now, this is an unsubstantiated, uncorroborated rumor. So I guess it could have just been made up online or made up by someone local or someone local who actually knew, and this rumor is true. Of course, we don't know which one of these options this is. So if this was a targeted crime as opposed to a random crime of opportunity, that changes a lot. And that could also explain a lot of things. Now, if it's connected to Leesenby and possibly law enforcement, that would explain a lot more things, like perhaps intentionally putting out a sketch that's generic or maybe looks like somebody that they wanted attention to be put towards that they knew was not the perpetrator, in order to muddle the investigation on purpose. Now, if that's true, does that explain a lot of the problems with the case? Because there are a lot of problems with the case. That's undeniable. Regardless whether you're a coincidence theorist or a conspiracy theorist, or you're just a fence sitter observing all the information as neutrally as possible, there's a lot of problems. That's undeniable. If Leesenby was either in contact with or part of this plot, perhaps one of his superiors, or perhaps, I don't know. Somebody not necessarily superior in terms of chain of command, but maybe involved in the conspiracy, one of the string pullers. If they told Leesenby, okay, they have the girls, they're secure somewhere, other than to keep up the facade and the charade, what would be the reason to terminate the search? Now, if he's, let's say, reluctant to be part of the conspiracy, or he didn't know about the conspiracy initially, and he becomes panicked or whatnot, again, not all crimes are perfect. Not all crimes go off without a hitch. A lot of coincidence theorists or these illogical true crime followers online, they think that if a conspiracy theory or some kind of conspiracy plot, it either has to have gone off without a hitch, or that means there was never a conspiracy in the first place. I mean, you can't get any sillier than that, but you see that in all of these true crime cases. These people, these cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists who can never believe that there could be any kind of conspiracy or law enforcement involvement or just multiple individuals involved, for whatever reason, they fall for all these black and white fallacies or false dichotomies where a proposed conspiracy theory, if it's true, it had to have gone off without a hitch. If there's a hitch anywhere, that means it couldn't have even been true in the first place. There could have been no attempt at it. You can't get any sillier than this, but again, this is why MINDSHOCK exists, to point all that out. So if Leesenby, for whatever reason, he was informed that either the deed was done or that the girls were being held somewhere, perhaps, for whatever reason, is it possible he got certain information that caused him to call off the search because there was no reason to continue searching? And again, obviously this is all theories on top of theories. I'm not alleging any of this is true or untrue. There's so many triggered goofs out there, they think that theorizing means I'm saying this is definitely true and it happened. I'm going over multiple different scenarios, many of which are mutually exclusive. Since the case is unsolved, we don't know which it is. So if it's A, that means it's not B. If it's B, that means it's not C. Now, there could be overlap in some as well. But just to make that clear, because there's so many commentators who seem to not even pay basic attention to what I'm saying, and they think I'm saying something else, and then they get all triggered and end up wasting everybody's time in the comments. So let's try to stay focused here, because again, the case is unsolved. What's the goal here? The goal is to keep awareness up, and to not rule out any theories, because ruling out theories is what keeps cases unsolved. So in all these other cold cases, the ones that eventually end up being solved, a certain percentage, again, I'm not pretending to know which case is which, but in a certain percentage, it's because things were either overlooked or ruled out early when they shouldn't have. Assumptions were made early on, like maybe somebody was killed right away instead of taken somewhere else, killed, and then brought back. So regardless of what the real truth is, we don't know it, which means all we can do is theorize. So if there was a plot to bring the bodies back for whatever reason, maybe the original plan was to make it look like they fell down the hill and had some kind of accident. I mean, that bridge is dangerous. If somebody knew they were going up to the bridge, I mean, would it really be, if let's say an accident was faked or orchestrated and somebody fell off that bridge, look at the videos of that bridge. I mean, that is one of the sketchiest open to the public park bridges I have ever seen. If, for whatever reason, now let's say there was no murder, if they had accidentally fallen to their deaths, would that be the most unrealistic thing in the world? It'd be absolutely tragic. But I don't think people would be that surprised. So is it out of the realm of possibility that there was some kind of a plot to fake an accident at the bridge for someone who knew they were going to the bridge? It doesn't seem that unlikely if this is a targeted crime. Again, that's a big if. Before all these triggered goofballs go crazy, there's an if at the beginning of this. If that was the plan, and then the plan went wrong for whatever reason, the girls started filming, maybe they saw them filming. Maybe that tripped them up, the perpetrators, the 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 perpetrators. I mean, I don't know. How do we know? So one or multiple perpetrators, maybe they did realize they were being filmed. Or not necessarily specifically, again, if the girls were faking taking selfies or whatever, or maybe they weren't. Maybe they really, who knows what the situation was. Maybe they really were taking selfies. The guy was in the background regardless of whether or not they had a prior encounter with him. Of course, there were rumors or just random statements made that supposedly the girls were making fun of a guy and he snapped and killed them. That was one of the rumored theories. I don't know how likely or unlikely that is. But regardless, in this theory, if there was some kind of a plan, if this was a targeted crime, if one or both girls were targeted, is it possible there was some kind of an attempt to make this all look like an accident? Because wouldn't that be a lot easier than what happened? Now, if this plot went wrong, and they got off the bridge, or who knows what was happening. If they were filming, it was going to the cloud. We don't have the audio. Maybe they were telling him this is all up in the cloud now, and now he's pissed. So if the guy is crazy, whatever, if this is a hired crime, perhaps this is an out-of-state guy who doesn't care if he's on video. Perhaps he doesn't think he'll be caught, whatever reason. If he's some kind of psycho, a lot of psychos have some narcissistic issues. They think they're smarter than everybody else. They think they'll never be caught. Whatever the case may be, for whatever reason, he might have still gone through with the crime. Maybe he was paid a lot of money, or maybe his family was threatened. Again, we don't know the situation. That could be a more powerful motivator than money. So whatever the reason, something went wrong, and they couldn't, because if he really wanted to kill them as quickly as possible, wouldn't he just push them off the bridge? And then now, as far as people theorizing this was a sex crime of intention, and the murders happened later, possibly not intended, possibly because the girls fought back harder than the perpetrator thought they would. Or again, when we're dealing with possibly insane individuals, they're not going to think like a regular person, or even a regular person in an extremely volatile emotional situation. Even if he's like a sick individual, obviously a normal individual would not be going around assaulting people, let alone minors. Whatever, something snapped, something went wrong, and that's what happened. But either way, if this was a targeted crime and it got messed up, and possibly with law enforcement complicity or corruption involved, does that explain the mess that ensued? And if Leesenby is involved, if he was told to call off the search, or possibly not told to call off the search, but if these girls were killed in a barn as rumored initially on, again, we don't have no way of knowing if these rumors are true or not. Law enforcement apparently made statements that it wasn't true. Now, again, they may or may not have done that because they knew it was true, they knew it wasn't true, or they possibly couldn't rule it out, but they didn't want people speculating, and it'd just be simpler to not deal with that whole situation with the barn. I mean, again, it could be any one of many variables. But it's strange how people take on blind faith as gospel, whatever statements are put out, as if police can't be fallible or corrupt. All humans are fallible, some humans are corrupt. These are just the facts of life, despite what these cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists believe. So, yeah, I just wanted to address that. If someone told Leesenby that they were taken care of or something, then he called off the search for whatever reason. And maybe there was a plan to restage the scene there afterwards. And maybe that plan went wrong. Again, we don't know. So let's move on to the thermal imaging, because there was a lot of people commenting, would the bodies be visible under a tarp? And things of that nature. And if it's just thin plastic, of course they would. But I will go to a release here from FLIR themselves. This was October 4th, 2019. Can thermal imaging see through walls, and other common questions? This is right on their website with photos and images, so you can clearly see exactly how it works in different situations. This can obviously be applied to other cases as well. Popular media has been responsible for a wealth of misinformation through the years about thermal or infrared imaging. What exactly can thermal cameras see through? To answer that, here's a rundown of the most commonly asked questions we receive about what you can and can't see through using a thermal camera. Knowledgeable individuals might point out that thermal cameras don't see anything. They detect heat and then assign colors based on the range of temperatures detected by the sensor. However, we'll use it as a shorthand in this article, and I did go over that in previous episodes. Can thermal imaging see through walls? No, thermal imaging cannot see through walls, at least not like in the movies. Walls are generally thick enough and insulated enough to block any infrared radiation from the other side. If you point a thermal camera at a wall, it will detect heat from the wall, not what's behind it. However, if something inside the wall causes enough of a temperature difference, a thermal imager will be able to sense it on the surface of the wall. Building maintenance professionals often use thermal imagers to detect issues like water leaks or missing insulation without needing to tear down the walls to assess the problem. Studs inside the wall are colder than the insulation, causing a temperature difference on the surface of the wall. And just a quick aside here, the reading from a dead body might not be as powerful as from a live body, of course, because the temperature has begun to descend. But again, in the nature of specifically the Delphi case, if they were killed within anywhere between 1 to 3 hours, which is the alleged theory, obviously there wouldn't be that much of a difference unless they were kept in the water for a long period of time. And even then, again, based on the temperature of the water, they would still most likely be detected to a certain extent at the time that the drone flew, which was shortly before and after sunset. So this was all going on shortly before and after 6 to 6:30 p.m. Can thermal imaging see through smoke? Yes, thermal imaging can detect heat through smoke and are widely used by firefighters for this purpose. Soot particles in smoke effectively block visible light but allow infrared radiation to pass through, letting firefighters or other first responders navigate through smoke-filled environments. The person in the doorway is concealed by smoke in the visible light spectrum, but easily detected by thermal imaging. Can thermal imaging see through fog? Fog and rain have the potential to severely limit the range of a thermal camera due to the scattering of radiation off water droplets. However, in many circumstances, thermal cameras can penetrate fog much more successfully than visible light cameras or the human eye. This is one reason why car manufacturers are incorporating thermal imagers into the sensor suits of autonomous vehicles. Under certain circumstances, thermal imaging can detect objects through fog much more clearly than visible light detectors. Can thermal imaging see through glass? Fun fact, glass acts like a mirror for infrared radiation. If you point a thermal imager at a window, you won't see anything on the other side of the glass, but you will get a nice reflection of yourself in thermal. This is because glass is a highly reflective material, meaning it shows the reflected temperatures of objects rather than letting infrared radiation be transmitted through. The same principle applies to other reflected materials like polished metal. So that's an interesting point. So again, if they were covered by glass panes, then they would not show up. So, or polished metal that was reflective. Now, the official story is they were covered with some branches and leaves, which of course wouldn't do much unless they were completely buried a certain depth, which is not what is being reported. Therefore, again, they would have showed up on the thermal imaging on the drone. Can thermal imaging see through concrete? No. The answer to this question is basically the same as the question for walls. No, but a thermal camera might be able to detect something inside the concrete, like a pipe or radiant heating that causes a temperature difference on the surface of the concrete. Can thermal imaging see through metal? Metal can be a tricky material in the thermography world. Shiny metal, any object that is smooth or polished, will reflect infrared radiation, acting as an infrared mirror just like glass. This can cause difficulties for anyone trying to monitor pipes for machinery or overheating parts. Oxidized metal or metal that has been painted with a matte material is much easier to measure accurately. In all cases, thermal cameras can never see through metal objects, but conductive metals might reveal hot spots, cold spots, or the level of a substance inside a metal container. Again, we do not have any information in the Delphi case stating that they were covered by any kind of metal sheeting or anything like that. Can thermal imaging see through trees? Okay, now we're getting to relevant information here. A thermal camera can't detect through the trunk of a tree, but thermal can help with spotting people or animals in forested areas. Search and rescue teams often employ thermal imaging to spot heat signatures when searching through large tracts of wilderness. Thermal imaging cannot see through trees or wood, but it can be helpful for spotting people in forested areas where their heat signatures stand out much more than a visible image might. So again, through these examples, even in this example, you can see that these heat signatures are clearly visible even with tree branches in the way. So if someone is propped up against the trunk of a large tree and the thermal imaging camera is not a drone, or it only looks from one side, it cannot see through the trunk. However, a thermal imaging camera on a drone flying overhead from multiple directions, multiple angles, there's really no situation, particularly in the wintertime, in which it wouldn't be able to spot the bodies. Can thermal imaging see through plastic? A fun party trick to perform with a thermal camera is to hold up a thin, opaque sheet of plastic, like a garbage bag, in front of a warm object or a person. Infrared radiation will pass through the plastic, allowing the thermal camera to detect whatever is behind it, while visible light will be blocked. However, this trick only works with very thin plastic. Thicker plastics will block infrared radiation, and I believe I went over that on the previous podcast as well. If not, I answered that in comments. So visible light mostly blocked by plastic, infrared is transmitted, and so you'd have to use either multiple tarps or really, really super thick tarps to not have any kind of thermal go through. Again, in this case, it is not alleged that they were covered by any kind of tarp, just branches and leaves. Can thermal imaging see in the dark? Final bonus question. The answer is yes. Thermal imaging is not affected by darkness at all, requiring no visible light to visualize heat. And again, even if there was a diminishment, which there isn't, the drone was flown before and after sunset. So it was flown both with and without natural light. So That addresses the mechanics of the camera flying on a drone, for those that were wondering, or those that, I mean, there's even people thinking that it wouldn't pick up bodies because of leaves. I mean, there's a reason these cameras are, and these cameras are used by search and rescue teams, because they work. Now, moving on to the issue of how fast the body would lose heat and whether or not it would be detected by the camera. So people mentioned that that these temperature readings refer to the core temperature of the body. That is obvious. I mean, nobody is alleging that some kind of drone would detect pinkies, or, somebody's pinky toe or pinky on their hand. Obviously, the extremities would lose heat a lot faster than the core. Either way, the core of a human is still a relatively large size. We're not talking about, maybe a toddler or a baby. They, obviously, it's gruesome to even think about, but if they died, the thermal imaging camera might not detect them as well based on their size. Because deer are easily spotted, so you have even small deer. I don't know about an absolute that are alive. So in a case where a human would be extremely small, like in the case of a baby, perhaps there'd be more of an argument there, because, again, if it was somehow obscured more by tree trunks, depending on where it was, and if who knows, the situation would be different in that situation. But we have here basically teenagers who are not, the size of infants. They're bigger than deer, so that wouldn't be an issue. I will also go to the fact that thermal imaging can actually detect bodies even after a day and possibly multiple days. And this is a study, Detection of Cadaveric Remains by Thermal Imaging Cameras, by Angel M. Demarias, and this was published in the scientific journal Forensic Pathology and Legal Medicine. So this is a peer-reviewed study published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal for people who care about those credentialed studies. This study was conducted to determine whether thermal imaging could be useful in locating human remains. Cadavers of 7 Suscrofa domesticus were used during the autumn season in a wooded area of southern New England. So these are animals much smaller than humans. Temperatures of the cadavers, core and external, insect larval mass, and ambient air were taken twice daily. Thermal imaging was performed once weekly. The control subject was saturated with insect repellent to differentiate decompositional temperature fluctuations from insect larval temperature fluctuations. A significant temperature difference was found between larval masses and environmental temperatures. TI was successful in detecting thermal emissions from all insect larval masses and differentiating the remains from the surrounding environment. So that's quite curious. So thermal imaging can even detect differences between insects in a body and the body, which is crazy. And this was actually, as far as dates go, Journal of Forensic Identification. It was received January 5th, 2015, accepted March 31st, 2014. So this is a number of years ago, so obviously technology has moved forward. So this was, in the Delphi murders occurring in 2017, years later, and I'm sure in this study in 2014, they were probably using relatively cutting-edge thermal, I'm assuming, maybe not. Maybe they were using older cameras, but regardless, it was several years. So 3 years or so, technology moves forward, Moore's Law. So if this could have been detected easily in 2014, I'm sure the cameras being used in 2017 were equally or possibly more advanced. Introduction. The search of terrain to locate individuals who have been reported missing is a difficult one. In particular, when the search advances to the body recovery phase, tools to detect decomposing remains are limited. The first phase of a search and rescue mission typically spans the initial 2 to 3 days after a person has been missing and is believed to still be alive. Typically, the use of thermal imaging cameras is suspended at the end of the first phase of a search and rescue mission because after death, the body begins cooling, algor mortis, until it is at or below ambient temperatures and therefore is no longer detectable by TI. What is not commonly realized is that other factors are closely associated with the decomposition process in the body, such as anaerobic bacteria within the digestive system and insect activity on and within the body generate heat that can be detected by TI. Thermal imaging uses thermal emissions that incorporate the temperature of the target, the wavelength of the infrared light reflected off the target, and the radioactive properties of the target. Thermal imaging devices involve the collection, recording, and displaying of certain wavelengths of light from material. Thermal imaging, also known as infrared imaging, shows the thermal patterns emitted from the objects without requiring visual light. Historically, TI was created to assist military personnel in combat situations by enabling them to detect the heat signatures of individuals at night. Law enforcement, forestry personnel, and border patrol have also used this technology as an aid in searching large territories at night by air for individuals on the ground. Handheld TI cameras are durable enough to function in adverse conditions and are capable of detecting slight temperature differences. They provide the user with an image illustrating slight temperature differences. Literature indicates that depending on the length of time, heat signatures of buried cadaveric remains can be detected by infrared thermography and infrared aerial photography. However, few studies have been conducted to systematically investigate the intensity and duration of the heat signatures from the cadaver or the maggot mass if present, and whether this information could be detected by TI for locating human remains. Entomological studies suggest that insect larval mass temperatures can exceed ambient temperatures by 9 to 36 degrees Fahrenheit depending on the season. However, the use of this temperature difference as a detector source has gone virtually unstudied. TI technologies can detect temperature variations to within 0.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Using this as a limit, the study investigated whether the temperature of insect larval masses, which are typically found on decomposing carcasses, changed predictably, and whether the temperature of the maggot mass could be detected by TI regardless of the core and external body temperature of the cadaveric remains. The decomposition stages discussed by Payne were used to facilitate comparisons with other studies to identify timeframes for TI use. The decomposition stages were fresh stage, beginning at the time of death, bloat stage, active decay stage, started when there was a penetration of the skin by insect larvae. Advanced decay stage started when most of the flesh had been removed from the carcass and the odors of decay began to fade. And the dry stage started when there was only dry skin, cartilage, and bones remaining and insects were still present. And the remains stage, beginning with the absence of all carrion feeding insects. The reduction in body temperature that takes place immediately after death is termed algor mortis, cooling of the body. During this cooling process, the body temperature changes from a normal internal temperature, 96 to 101 degrees Fahrenheit, to the surrounding environmental temperature at a rate of approximately 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit per hour. And depending on which study, it's between 1 and 1.5. But in the previous episode, I also used 1.5. Accompanying processes of autolysis and putrefaction span from fresh through advanced decay stages. By themselves, they cause a minimal rise in post-mortem temperature. Interesting. A rise in post-mortem body temperatures, approximately 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit, an effect of the overgrowth of bacteria found within the digestive tract of the carrion. Insect larvae that feed on carrion also increase the rate of putrefaction by creating openings in the skin, which allow exogenous aerobic bacteria to enter the body by secreting proteolytic enzymes, which aid in tissue destruction. Insect larval masses not only advance decomposition through the different stages more rapidly than a body devoid of insects, but also generate heat at an increasing rate that is reflective of the larval mass and carrion size. There have been numerous studies involving insect succession that occurs on decomposing remains. Typically, there are two primary insect orders, flies and beetles, that are most noted in association with cadaveric remains. Blowflies typically arrive first on a body, usually within minutes of death or exposure. Flies tend to feed on the cadaver and lay eggs, typically within the eyes and orifices. They will also lay eggs in the area of trauma, open wounds, because of the nutrients found in the blood. With an ambient temperature of 70 degrees Fahrenheit, fly eggs will hatch within 23 hours, and the larvae typically go through 3 instars, stages of growth, consuming the carcass by scraping the flesh with their paired mouth hooks. The first instar lasts approximately 27 hours, the second approximately 22 hours, and the third instar is approximately 130 hours in length. After the completion of the third instar, the larvae migrate away from the body and pupate for 143 hours, emerging as an adult fly. Whereas flies are the first to arrive at a carcass, beetles of various genera are the last to leave the body. Primarily predaceous, the beetles feed on the fly larvae. Some insects that are attracted to carrion and primarily prey on the other insects are wasps, ants, and spiders. They are typically transient and appear at the carcass after it has been well colonized by other insects. What is known about cadaver heat signatures after death is that there is an initial drop in body temperature to match that of the environment. Insect activity can then be associated with a rise in temperature. In the search for deceased individuals, the TI would not pick up the body itself, but rather the insect masses associated with it. This is days after, or however many hours after. Materials and methods, field conditions. This study was conducted at the Boston University Forensic Science Field Station in Holliston, Massachusetts between September 29th and November 3rd, 2010. Okay, so it was actually 4 years prior to the study being published. So this is 7 years before the Delphi murders. On a site consisting of large overhanging deciduous trees with areas of moss and brown-black rocky soil, 7 sites were chosen 13 feet apart. The area was partially cleared of small scrub prior to the experiment, creating areas of direct sun for 4 animals. For the majority of the day, the other 3 sites experienced equal amounts of sun and shade at different periods throughout the day. 7 domestic pigs were used in the study. The domestic pig was chosen for its relatively hairless body and omnivorous diet, giving it similar skin and digestive tract fauna to that of humans. This non-human model is widely accepted for human decomposition studies. The utilization of pigs that weigh approximately 48 to 77 pounds for decomposition studies provide an appropriate size model to reflect the size of the average human adult torso. The 7 pigs were young adults, 8 to 12 months of age, weighing 35 to 40 pounds. They were obtained from the Tufts University School of Veterinary Medicine and were euthanized by captive bolt, which is an accepted method for euthanasia of swine at Tufts University of Medicine, Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, and Boston University's Laboratory Animal Science Center. They were placed in the experiment site within 2 hours of the time of death. They measured post-mortem between 1 foot 6 inches and 2 feet 11 inches from tip to snout to base of tail. Each pig was placed in a small canine cage measuring 24 by 18 by 19 inches. Each cage consisted of a single door with a sliding lock that allowed for access to the carcasses by researchers. The walls of the cage had openings 4 inches to 1.5 inches that allowed for full access to invertebrates, but limited large-scale animal scavenging. There was a removable inside divider that was placed on the bottom of the cage to allow for drainage of fluids and for the collection of larger osseous material within the cage. 6 pigs, subjects 1 through 6, were placed in the main clearing. The 7th pig was placed in an adjoining clearing separated from the others by a small group of approximately 15-foot deciduous trees. This provided shade to the carcass for most of the day. The 7th pig served as the control subject in this trial. Carcasses were observed twice daily, except for the final 7 days when the site was observed only once daily. All observations occurred at varying times of the day between 7 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. Photographs, mid-range and close-up and temperature readings, ambient external body surface, core, and insect larval mass were made at each observation. Thermal imaging. Individual still photographs were taken using the Nikon Coolpix P90 with motion detection. Photography was taken using EasyWatch Pro Color with IR digital video cameras set about 3 feet above and approximately 5 feet away from the subjects, 1 through 6. TI was performed with a Scout's Eagle Imager at distances of 3 to 114 feet. Taken once weekly for the duration of the experiment, the thermal imager was a lightweight handheld device commonly used by firefighters. It can detect temperature differences to 1/10 of the degree, allowing the user to detect objects from more than 600 feet away, and has a battery life of 3 hours. Because the standard imagers used by fire departments are calibrated for detection hotspots, temperatures less than 200 degrees Fahrenheit are viewed in black and white. The lighter the object appears, the higher the temperature. It was imperative for this study to collect temperature data independently. The imaging results, photos as seen through the imager of the test subjects compared to the ambient surroundings, differed over time of day and the duration of the study. By using the temperature data and comparing it to the times of greatest imaging contrast, darker equals cooler, brighter equals warmer, the greatest temperature contrast, a time frame during decompositional stages, and times of day were derived. This difference can be evaluated by comparing images as seen with the naked eye and through the thermal imager. So the decay stage during fresh, the first day, able to view test subjects at greater than 89 feet, the greatest contrast in shaded areas. Interesting. So this was twice a day over the course of the first 24 hours. Interesting. And this is actually with bodies smaller than a human, of course. So they're approximately half their weight, less than half their weight. So that's interesting, is it not? That's the main point that needs to be taken into account. Now, it doesn't say whether they took it exactly 12 hours apart. They said twice a day. I don't know how scientific they were, but so if they took it first relatively they took it at the fresh state and then however many hours later. So if they're doing 2 per day, anywhere between, I guess, 6 and 20 hours later, they were still able to view the test subjects, which were smaller than humans. Now, in this table, the active decay was days 8 through 22, and on day 8, larval mass temperatures alone provided contrast from surrounding environments as evidenced with a control. And this is more useful for other cases where bodies could be left in the woods. They would still be detected by thermal imaging. So they'd be detected fresh for the first however many hours, definitely a few hours, but possibly up to 24 hours. Again, depending on the external temperature, possibly up to 24 hours, and then maybe not for a couple days until the larval mass temperature, there was enough larvae there. Now, I don't know why. We'll continue with the study here to see what they did on day 2, 3, 4, but here it's saying on day 8, larval mass temperatures alone provided contrast. On day 15, larval temperatures surpass surrounding temperatures, creating contrast even in an open field. Day 22, as ambient temperatures begin to drop, larval mass travels inside the carcass. TI images the carcass as black, surrounded at least ventrally with white, the larval mass. Advanced decay, day 26, evening thermal imaging allows for the most contrast at a further distance. In the dry decay stage, day 31, at this stage, dry remains are virtually indiscernible from the surrounding environment, both visually and with TI enhancement. Okay. So the temperature measurements. So I'm going to skip through the main points here because it's quite a long study. So beginning on day 1, the fresh stage lasted 2 days with an ambient temperature of 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Insect eggs were noticed within a few hours of placement on all subjects except for the control, which had been liberally sprayed with insect repellent. On the second day, large egg masses were observed in the mouth, eyes, ears, folds of skin near the head wound. Bloat stage had varying times of onsets, day 1 to day 3. However, the majority of the subjects exhibited onset of bloat on day 3. By the conclusion of the experiment, day 36, the external 31 degrees Fahrenheit and core 29 degrees Fahrenheit temperatures were below freezing. Okay, so basically, there's not that much of a difference between the external and the core. And so they did this with ambient temperatures in the decay stage dipping into the low teens and single digits. So this was not just in a warm area. So this was done with quite low temperatures. So, okay. Another interesting point here, there would be a difference if depending on how shaded the area was. So depending on time of death and whether the area was highlighted by the sun or not. But not a huge difference. And most of the studies, of course, the later stages with the larvae. But it's actually it's quite impressive because you can clearly make out these pigs at a pretty good distance dozens of days later after they're already dead. I'll read the conclusion now. This investigation demonstrates that there are several factors that are involved in successfully utilizing TI devices to detect cadaveric remains. A basic knowledge of the equipment, size of the individual cadaveric remains, seasonal temperatures, and the rate of decomposition stages are all necessary in determining the optimal time frame for TI use. TI devices are heat sensitive, and although they are capable of working properly during the day, because they are such sensitive devices, they often image radiant heat in the surrounding areas. They are better used in the evening when the sun is not warming the surrounding environment. Although the outcome of missing person searches is focused on recovering individuals alive, returning an individual's body to his or her family is also a priority because it brings closure to the families and assists law enforcement in their investigation. This research is important because it extends the amount of time that a search and rescue mission would be successful in locating and recovering remains of the missing. If TI were employed throughout the search and rescue and into the recovery phase of the mission, as proven in this study, many more bodies may possibly be recovered. Once recovered, anthropologists can begin the process of identifying the individual and returning the missing to their families, providing them closure. By simply extending the application of this useful piece of equipment, the numbers of missing can be reduced. So, very important points there. So let's close this out with, unless the bodies were in the river for pretty much the entire time after their death, until they were found, then they would have been found by the drone. Let's put it that way. And if they were in the river, wouldn't they have been seen? So these are all things to keep in mind. Hope you guys found another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast informative in the Delphi series. Plenty more to go over, of course. I know we have to touch more upon law enforcement issues. There's a lot of other theories out there involving multiple suspects and more information on vehicles, information on timelines, plenty more to go over. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal and help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking podcasts out there at a faster frequency in a multitude of different cases and topics. If you like this podcast and you want to keep up awareness in the Delphi case, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 8, The Most Likely Theory. And I cannot believe this has not been widely postulated. I can't believe I missed it. This is literally the most obvious, most plausible explanation for how the abduction occurred. And what happened after, of course, and the exact details after the fact of the abduction, that's unknown and heavily speculated upon. Of course, if you've checked out the previous episodes, there's inconsistencies across the board, from law enforcement reports to thermal imaging drones not picking up the heat signatures of bodies that would have been present for a good number of hours after the alleged murder took place. So a lot of issues here, but we'll be getting into the most obvious theory of the abduction. As always, if you enjoy the podcast and find it interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock and manually check for updates. If you don't get the notifications, you could also peruse our ever-growing back catalog of true crime cases, paranormal encounters, conspiracies, logical analyses, and anything and everything in between, in typical MindShock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. To keep awareness up in this case, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Awareness, of course, is what gets cases solved, cold case or not. Even more recent cases where the pressure must be maintained. Otherwise, cases like these fade into obscurity and the chance of them being solved drops substantially. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Alright, so what is the most likely theory? Obviously, it's been endlessly speculated on why someone would attempt to abduct 2 teenagers in broad daylight, and how there would probably have to be a weapon in order to maintain control over 2 individuals instead of 1. It's very risky. One could always run away. So the chance of being caught is very high, particularly in broad daylight. So the logistics of how this could have occurred it's very, very tough. Now, of course, I suggested in the previous podcast that if there was some kind of a plot, so if this was targeted, so if one or both of the girls were targeted, it would be a lot easier to make this look like an accident, wouldn't it? They were already on a rickety bridge, just a really unsafe bridge. So how easy would it be to just walk by and push them both off? It seems that if this was some kind of a targeted crime, that would be the easiest way to do it, and it would look like an accident. Would anybody find it that surprising that teens fell off an unsafe bridge with no railings? I mean, it is really terrifying. Looking at some people walk the bridge. I mean, walking in the middle is one thing, but standing on those edges is just, it's really, really terrifying. So wouldn't that be a more likely scenario? Now, of course, if the guy or guys, there could be multiple abductors, multiple perpetrators, which actually seems more likely. But in this scenario that I'm about to go over, it's still likely, but it makes it less required, just logically. So what could have happened if he saw them filming him? He might have not wanted to be captured on video specifically pushing them, I guess, because if he's aware enough to know about apps like Snapchat, which he may or may not be, depending on the age of the guy, depending on if he's a trucker or a hunter that has nothing to do with social media or internet and has one of those old flip phones, there's still people like that today. So years ago, who knows if he knew the exact mechanics, but we would have to assume that he could have known that there was something like the cloud, right? I mean, this isn't that many years ago. Even if he didn't know about specific apps, he might have considered the possibility that it was streaming live or something like that. In which case there would be some other mechanism for control. But how would he have gotten them? Again, we have to examine the audio. So guys down the hill, most likely from two different parts of the encounter. And this theory accounts for all of that. So, people, of course, have postulated that he might have been posing as some kind of park maintenance guy or park service employee of some kind. But what if he was posing, or an actual police officer? Of course, there's speculation that this was a police officer, but so either he was pretending to be some kind of a police officer undercover maybe, or not. Now, there are local rumors that that area is known to teens and criminals, and drug deals go down in that area. So that's obviously a variable that cannot be ignored, because that could lead to other associations. I won't go down that rabbit hole for the moment. Let's just examine this particular theory, which might be the most likely theory. So either an undercover officer or someone posing as an undercover officer. And this was actually posted in a comment on one of the MINDSHOCK previous podcasts. This theory that bridge guy told the girls they were being placed under arrest for trespassing on the bridge, and they were handcuffed. So in this scenario, he would have either had to have brandished a badge, either real or fake. If this is someone that has committed the crime before, they might have purchased some kind of a badge, a police badge, or stole one. Or if they had done prior research, and this was their first murder. And again, we don't know if this was initially planned to be murder or just assault or whatever the case may be. If you're going with the theory that this is drug related, somebody wanted to scare the girls, maybe slap them around a little bit, maybe that was the initial plan and then it got out of hand, or maybe it was murder from the outset. We don't know, obviously. The case is still unsolved. So this individual, if he's posing as an officer, and maybe he is an officer, what would get the girls to comply? So if they believed he was an officer, now maybe they did or maybe they didn't. Maybe they continued recording because, again, this isn't that many years ago. Arrests can go bad. Maybe they wanted a record of the arrest for whatever reason, whatever the case may be. People record people getting arrested all the time for safety, for record, whatever. So they may or may not have believed he was an actual officer, but if they did, or if they at least thought he might be, they would be less willing to fight back or run away at that moment. We're not talking about later during any kind of crime. We're talking about at that initial moment. If he's pretending to be an officer and telling them they're under arrest in an authoritative tone. So if it's, for example, he's walking up to them, guys, and then there's a whole bunch of conversation. He's placing them under arrest. Now he handcuffs them. Now, however much time later, down the hill, he's marching them down the hill to get arrested. Now, maybe they start questioning why they're going that way instead of the other way down the trail. Maybe he said he parked in the cemetery. Maybe he said he parked elsewhere because he's doing a stakeout and they're not supposed to be in this area. The area is being frequented by drug dealers. Whatever the case may be. Mix of truth, mix of who knows. So if he had them under control and they were handcuffed, and if the girl started recording or slipped the phone in her pocket, now he's handcuffing her, she wouldn't be able to reach the phone or turn it off anyway. So the phone would just continue recording. So with this theory, it's actually, this is probably the most plausible scenario where a sole individual can take command of two individuals, at least temporarily have them in control. Not running away, not fighting back, because if they're scared and they believe this individual is an actual police officer, and again, maybe he is, we don't know. I won't be going too far into the links with law enforcement, but if he is a police officer, now what could have happened after this? Now there's rumors abound. There's even rumors that the police know exactly what happened at which barn and why, and how this all transpired, if one of the girls was killed much earlier than the other. And again, there seem to be issues, again, with the dates. of death. I went over this in the first episode. It seems strange that they can't narrow the death, again, even just based on algor mortis, which I've gone over the last 2 podcasts about the thermal imaging drone, what it would or wouldn't pick up. There's rough estimates of time, and just based on decomposition and all those things, again, in the modern age, it seems like they should have a pretty solid time of death, unless they did, and one of the girls was killed or technically the following day after midnight, and one was killed before midnight. And if this one so we don't again, this is MINDSHOCK, but the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. It's theoretically possible both girls were not killed in the same location as well. It's also possible one of the girls could have been severely injured and not killed, and then taken to another location with or without the other girl. Now, if there were 2 abductors, again, or 3 or 4, the plot really thickens here. And in the next episode, I'll be going more into the specific law enforcement issues and law enforcement connections with family members as well. Again, we cannot ignore FBI statistics. A missing or murdered female is a murdered female that has been met with foul play is most likely to have been killed by either significant other or a family member or someone known to her, not a stranger, not a crime of opportunity. Now, obviously, in a small fraction of cases, it is a crime of opportunity. Now, is that what happened here? It seems, with all of the inconsistencies, the flip-flopping, the sheer supposed on the surface incompetence, it makes it that much more unlikely that this was a crime of opportunity, just based on all the anomalies and things that don't add up. Of course, it's still possible. Anything is possible. But when keeping all of the variables in mind, if you haven't checked out the previous MINDSHOCK podcast on multiple points of reference, particularly in true crime cases, check that podcast out, because simply zeroing in on one point of reference and then religiously and dogmatically building a theory around a single point of reference instead of viewing the totality of available information to make determinations or to prevent from leaping to assumptions, and then dogmatically and religiously sticking to them against all logic and reason, which we see in a lot of cases. In the Delphi case as well, particularly with people who just they just get triggered at the very notion that that the thermal imaging camera would have picked up bodies if they were there. They just go all crazy. They'll go anti-science as far as possible to deny the possibility that something was not as reported on the idiot box. But if you're doing a truly logical, objective, neutral investigation, you're of course going to be open to any theory, because your goal is the truth, not to become married to a theory and then try to prove it no matter what against all rhyme and reason. So with this theory, is this the most likely scenario? Someone impersonating a police officer. And again, impersonating a police officer is nothing new. There is a very, very long list of crimes that have occurred by someone impersonating a police officer. To think that it's completely impossible is quite silly. Now, this actually seems to be the most likely scenario that a single individual would be able to gain control over multiple victims and even get them to march willingly somewhere, at least at the beginning. Now, here's where we really don't know what happened. At a certain point, does one of the girls run off, or does it go bad when they realize, if there's a second perpetrator? Because what are the options? If it's a single perpetrator, would he assault them then and there, even if they're handcuffed? Because you can still run while handcuffed. So it's strange. It seems that if there was a second or third perpetrator, if the girls saw the second or third perpetrator, maybe they even knew the second or third perpetrator, and then the real plan started becoming apparent that something was wrong and this was not an actual arrest. And then that's when something weird happened. That's when one or both of the girls maybe tried to fight or run, whatever the case may be. But in this scenario, he didn't even necessarily have to brandish the gun. If he brandished a badge and spoke with authority, would they automatically call a bluff or assume he's not an officer? Because if he's already pulling, these are teenage girls, if he's already pulling out the handcuffs and telling them to turn around to be handcuffed, would they resist arrest, or even the possibility that he's not an officer? Would they chance resisting arrest if they weren't sure he was an officer? Of course, if he actually was an officer and they knew the officer, that's one thing, but who knows? But it seems that having a weapon wouldn't even necessarily be 100% required if he has the handcuffs, and if he's authoritative enough in his approach and demeanor. Again, maybe this is an actual real cop or a former cop. Maybe it's a former police officer. Either way, if he was able to get them to go willingly, and again, listen to the audio again, and imagine a scenario where someone is going to impersonate a police officer, going to say, guys, and then whatever he was saying, what are you doing here? This bridge is dangerous. You're not supposed to be here. This is a trespassing situation. He's like, I'm going to have to arrest you. I'm going to have to take you in. Maybe he even downplays it. Maybe say, it's no big deal. Your parents will have to come pick you up. Maybe we won't even file charges, but this is all a formality. I'm going to have to take you to the station. Maybe he sets it up like that, and then he says, down the hill. And they go down the hill. They're already handcuffed. Can someone think of a better scenario than that? Because it seems like, and I can't take credit for that scenario, these are people online either speculating themselves or people possibly who have heard rumors that obviously supposedly the tape or portions of the tape, more than have been released, were played for the family. So the family would know more than they have said, and either a family member told someone else, or however this got leaked, this theory, if this is true, if this is what they know is known to have happened. If this is not true, then it didn't happen. But is there a better theory someone can think of? And regardless of what theory it is, the tape would reveal it, would it not? So if they released more of the audio, now obviously releasing the audio of the actual crime in progress, that's obviously, that would be very, very disturbing, and a lot of people would understand why they would not want to release that unless there's a very specific clue or a catchphrase or something on there that could help solve the crime. There's really no reason to release it. But in the dialogue prior, I mean, it's very strange that they just didn't release. I mean, there's got to be at least, 30 seconds before any kind of violent criminal activity takes place, right? Even 20 seconds at least, if not minutes. So it seems strange why they wouldn't release it. Now, is it possible this is an actual police officer and he identified himself, and that's why they didn't release it? And they know? Or is it someone impersonating an actual police officer, and for whatever reason they didn't want that released for whatever, I don't know, they didn't want to open that can of worms because let's say they know it's not the officer that the guy was impersonating. But to have to explain the whole thing, they didn't want to do it, which is of course bizarre because do you want the case solved or not? It just seems really strange that they're not releasing even 20, 30 more seconds before the down the hill portion. Because is it really likely some guy just randomly walked up, pointed a gun, and said, guys, down the hill, and they went down the hill? And even if that's the case, there's still at least a couple more seconds there. There's still more seconds of the audio regardless of what it is. Because I don't think law enforcement has said that the assault took place on the bridge, in which case there would be more audio. Also in these comments, this person of interest was part of the search party and a member of the Delphi community. So this, of course, has all been theorized in the past as well. So if this individual was posing as an officer or an actual officer, then was involved in the search. Now, obviously, I went over ad nauseum at this point Leesenby's decision to officially call off the search for whatever reason. Again, did someone tell him something? Did he get information? Whatever the case may be, he called it off. Now, of course, family members and certain police officers stayed to search. So nobody left at whatever time they called off the search in the evening. They stayed through most of the night. But at around, I don't know, whatever the time is, there were 2 or 3 hours, the dark hours. If you haven't checked out that podcast, that's where this scenario is gone over, where there was a period of time, even if certain individuals were searching the entire time with no break, they can't cover every inch of the place. So if somebody could have, obviously it was risky. Doing anything is risky. So to say that, oh, that's too risky, it didn't happen. I mean, any abduction in broad daylight is risky. Abducting 2 people at one time is risky. So obviously this individual is willing to take risks. Now, to magically pretend, to go to fairy tale land and hallucinate, to know the exact line of risk someone who you don't even know is willing to take, I mean, that's the kind of silly nonsense that keeps cases from being solved. And if we're really thinking outside the box, it's possible that the individual that, if it was if it was whatever, 1, 2, or 3 individuals, it's possible the person that moved the bodies to the scene was not the person that killed them. So it might not even be the same person taking this risk. And then it does seem weird to bring them to that location unless they're trying to frame Ron Logan, the owner of the property. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into these theories. I'll be going over connections between people and law enforcement in the next few episodes, but again, it's just the simple notion, if you're trying to frame somebody, if there's something local going on, drug dealers, police, whatever, corruption of some kind, family feuds, multiple individuals involved, if for whatever reason somebody wants to frame Ron Logan, would they bring the bodies to the scene? Now, these abductors have already committed murder or accessory to murder. At this point, what's staging bodies, especially if they were part of the search and they kind of knew where everybody was? If they stayed with the search, again, I don't think law enforcement have looked at every single person's phone records that was part of the search party, or did they? If they did, would there be very interesting texts or phone calls? Because if 1 or 2, however many perpetrators, if one of them is part of the search party and they kind of know where everybody is at, if they went over Ron Logan's initially, didn't find anything, and then moved to further trails, and then they knew for certain that nobody was there, and if they're transporting the bodies with maybe an ATV and a deer sled or something of that nature, they could have zipped, and there's ATV noise in the background anyway of people searching farther trails. It wouldn't be that out of the ordinary to hear more ATV noises when there's already ATVs around searching. So yes, obviously still very, very risky. But if a member of the search party who was involved, if he's, let's say, standing watch, if they have 1 or 2 people standing watch nearby, and they know where they're coming from to put the bodies at the crime scene, again, it's doable. I'm not going to say it's likely or unlikely, but it's clearly doable. So that's the main point there. So this podcast was just to address this theory of impersonating a police officer, and the relative ease compared to pretty much any other theory that's been proposed, in which the relative ease to which one can control more than one individual by simply posing as a police officer, or being a police officer, and handcuffing the individuals, placing them under arrest. Now they're technically under arrest and they should comply unless they're going to resist. Would 2 teenage girls resist arrest? Even if they had maybe a suspicion that this guy wasn't really a police officer. Let's say they did. Again, whether he was or he wasn't, maybe he was an undercover police officer and they had a suspicion that he wasn't. Well, regardless, that's irrelevant. Even if they had an inkling that this guy was either not a police officer or was out to harm them, maybe they believed he was a police officer, but they thought, whether he was or he wasn't, but they thought the arrest was just, something was off about it. Would you really get arrested for trespassing? Maybe. I mean, it depends. I don't know, but the point is, even if they suspected something was off, what would they do? Because if he's kind of talking fast and ordering them around, saying, turn around, handcuff, we're going to handcuff you, they might say, oh, well, we need to call our parents. And he's going to say, oh, well, I'm just going to take you down to the station. You call your parents, they'll come get you. What are they going to say to that? They're going to resist arrest and try to call their parents anyway. I mean, there's really not a lot of options there. And that's why this scenario seems to make the most sense out of any other scenario proposed thus far on how this abduction was initiated. And then what happened after is, of course, way too many variables to go over. So plenty more to come, particularly in the law enforcement corruption angle and family connections. There's just so much to go over with this case, which should have been solved already, of course. This is, there's just so many anomalies to go over. I don't know why people think this is just a standard case that just was bungled or couldn't be solved for some reason. There seems to be a lot of information and a lot of evidence, and yet it remains unsolved. And the way law enforcement is handling the investigation also seems to be really bizarre and doesn't really match up other investigations and abductions. So again, we're looking at the totality of information available to make any kind of decisions or to prevent from jumping to these assumptions and then clinging to them dogmatically and religiously for some reason. Hope you guys found another edition of MindShock True Crime informative and thought-provoking. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you're allowed your device to have those notifications come through. Like this podcast, share it across social media platforms to keep the awareness up, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 9, The Wrong Hill. And we will be taking a look at certain assumptions that might have been made, that might be false, regarding which hill Abigail Williams and Liberty German were instructed to go down by whomever was instructing them to do so. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, particularly the last one, the most likely theories, including the possibility that the individual that abducted them, either alone or with other individuals, was impersonating a police officer. And if handcuffing one or both of them would enable him control over two individuals. And this is something, not just in this case, but in a lot of unsolved cases, for whatever reason, certain people, it's really bizarre when it's actually true crime aficionados who just, for whatever reason, they just take on blind faith as gospel whatever was reported on their idiot box news channel of choice, as if law enforcement could not be mistaken, as if law enforcement would never make any deceptive statements for whatever reason, either to really try to catch the good guy and prevent false confessions, or because there is some type of police conspiracy. And for the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists who are just worship authority and bootlick authority at every turn, obviously they've never studied the multitude of cases where a police officer was responsible for a crime, and not only was it all covered up with the department, but not necessarily intentionally. People follow orders. It's just that simple. For whatever reason, in some of these cases, there's just a lot of goofy people out there that prevent cases from being solved with this kind of religious fervor and being married to certain theories for no reason. If you're truly after the truth, you're going to be objective, logical, and neutral and not fall for these logical fallacies, which is the whole point of the MindShock podcast, not falling for these fallacies and being objective, logical, and neutral. And of course, the motto of the podcast is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel, help us get more episodes out, not only in these series, but in other series, other missing persons cases, and unsolved murders. Obviously, awareness is key in preventing some of these cases from leaving the public eye. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that still doesn't work, you just go to youtube.com/mindshock to manually check for updates and peruse our ever-growing back catalog of various true crime cases, the paranormal, conspiracies, and anything and everything in between with an objective viewpoint. Not biased, not fallacious, unlike all these other podcasts. Make sure you hit the like button if you found this intellectually stimulating and you want to keep awareness up in this case, and you could share the podcast on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And I actually can't believe how many people out there just have trouble with basic English comprehension. But I am not alleging anything is true or untrue. That's the difference. I'm not pretending whatever was reported has to be true, and that there can never be any mistakes, unlike other people out there. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. The case is still unsolved, so we really don't know. And all we can do is theorize. If theorizing is not your thing, then this is probably not the podcast for you. This is a logical podcast for logical people. So let's get right to it. This was actually posted on the Delphi Murders subreddit, and there's a lot of true crime subreddits out there with some really astute individuals who constantly examine and re-examine previous assumptions made and what that means for the case as a whole. So here's the post here. The hill that Libby and Abby were told to go down is probably not where you think it is. Does the very steep hill immediately adjacent to the bridge look too risky for a killer to safely navigate while controlling two abducted girls? Unless, of course, he's impersonating a police officer. That opens that door, but we'll continue here. Does it seem odd that a killer who carefully planned his crime would risk failure by taking such a route? Does that path seem illogical for an organized killer to take? Of course it does. That's because it's the wrong hill. The theater ramp. The hill path that Bridge Guy directed the girls to go down actually begins about 40 yards beyond the south end of the bridge. It's located just to the left of the red barrier. The extra distance creates a slope that has an easy, walkable grade and allows for a safe walk to the driveway below and beyond. It's a path that is not covered with brush and used by local homeowners, ATV riders, and deer to traverse levels. It's a path that creates a direct and straight route to the shallow point of the creek and the site where the bodies were found. And this was a post created by a Giant Man 333, and he cites user Ozzy Duger. First brought my attention to the low slope path down the hill when he posted a description, photos, and videos on Reddit in late 2019. He called it a theater ramp, and he wondered aloud why it had gone largely unnoticed. And this opens up a whole lot of cans of worms, because there was, of course, that steep hill immediately beyond the bridge. That's where the disturbances were found. And I believe Kelsey German was the one who originally found that disturbance, but I believe other people saw it as well, as if someone were going down there. There were footprints, disturbances, and it seems bizarre that both of these options are not investigated exhaustively. And of course, we're now in 2021. The case is still unsolved. It's time to really go back to the drawing board, if the only reason being to definitively determine that some of these initial alleged facts or assumptions, as you will, are really legitimate. And whether they are or they're not, you just need to definitively examine it again just to make sure. Now, if you really want the truth, what's the harm in making sure? Of course, there's that old adage, trust but verify. On MINDSHOCK, I have a different one, distrust and verify. Now, the reason for distrusting is not that you think that there's some kind of conspiracy or plot to mislead. It's basically just recognizing that humans are fallible. I don't know why that's so triggering for so many people. I mean, you can just go through these comment sections on all the MINDSHOCK podcasts. There are so many goofballs out there that get triggered just by the very notion of verifying the so-called basic facts of any case. I mean, it's just really bizarre. It's as if they don't want it solved. So we have, of course, the driveway nearby. Theoretically, if they weren't killed immediately after, which again, if we factor in the thermal drone camera, I've gone over that on numerous episodes. It's been one of the most triggering topics for some reason. Obviously, the thermal drone camera, combined with the basic science of algor mortis and the rate of cooling of dead bodies, the thermal drone camera would have picked up their bodies. It didn't. And that's not the only piece of information. We have multiple individuals that allegedly searched that exact same area, and there were no bodies. If you have even basic cognitive function, what can you conclude there? Now, it might be impossible to conclude anything for certain, but at least you say, okay, well, it was previously searched, the exact area was previously searched, bodies weren't there, thermal imaging drone camera didn't pick up the bodies hours later, when, of course, the core body temperature would still be relatively high. Even if they went through the cold creek, the rate of cooling still does not support not being picked up by the camera unless they were held submerged in the freezing water for whatever period of time, an extensive period of time, and then moved, in which case it still can't be definitively ruled that they were there because the area was searched. So you have multiple points of reference here for the bodies not being where they were found. Now, again, I'm not saying it's certain that they weren't there, but it's definitely possible. And I don't know why so many goofy individuals find it so triggering to acknowledge the possibility that the crime scene was staged. When we have, again, the former prosecutor stated it was staged, and nobody's seen it other than the people that have seen it. So anybody speculating from the outside, of course, would not know whether it was staged or not. But of course, many crime scenes are staged, so it's not unlikely that it was staged. Maybe it was staged, maybe it wasn't. Maybe the bodies were there, maybe they weren't. But it's very possible that they were not, which means it's possible they were taken elsewhere. That could have been by vehicle as well, especially when we consider it's almost, I don't want to say it's irrelevant which hill, because it does seem relevant. Everything is relevant. We need to clearly establish what may or may not have happened, what is or is not a possibility, and retrace steps backwards, because of course the case is unsolved. Anyone pretending to know what makes sense or doesn't make sense, or any of this nonsense that the coincidence theorists usually peddle, and they say in all these cases where there were cover-ups or conspiracies or major mistakes made, there were endless goofballs saying the same exact thing that people are saying in this case. It makes no sense. It wouldn't be done. Obviously, it was exactly as reported on the Idiot Box. Law enforcement never makes mistakes. There's no conspiracy. Law enforcement never committed crimes. Everything is above board in this case, no matter what, and they're going to defend it with religious fervor. It's really mind-shocking, the silliness that some people following this case exhibit when just any examination of the basic facts, any questioning of the basic facts is just met with this kind of delusion that it can be known for sure. So the hill does matter, but the farther they get, the closer they're getting to this other driveway. So is it possible that they were taken into a vehicle? And even if they weren't, if this perpetrator is not acting alone, was there someone else with a vehicle there? Did they drive off without the girls? Did they drive off with one of the girls? Because, of course, we do have the timeline issues. Now, I don't know how people can defend the different death dates. Because, I mean, again, we're talking post-2000 here. The science is really at a stage where you can determine how long a body has been dead relatively accurately. So for whatever reason the reasons that were given, I mean, parents do not decide the time of death. That's not how it works. The medical examiner or who's ever doing a professional autopsy, the medical examiner, whatever certified official is going to list an approximate time of death. They're not going to default that to the parents. Oh, we don't know. You can pick a date. You can pick the week before. You can pick 5 days before. That's not how it works. So unless, of course, we're dealing with some kind of Keystone cop, Keystone state officials, just Keystone across the board, I don't know how likely that is. Again, maybe everybody's completely incompetent. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily assume that. It's just there's a certain amount of training that has to go into this, and if that were the case, it seems obviously law enforcement does have more information that was given. There's rumors abound. I'm gonna read a few comments and rumors in a moment, but just in looking at the map and where the location of the bodies were found compared to which hill we're looking at. So there's a very, very steep hill immediately off the bridge, and then, as stated here, 40 yards beyond, there's another more gradual hill that's a lot easier to navigate. So, continuing on here with this Reddit post, police crime scene tape at entrance. The earliest and best video footage that showed the bridgewalk experience was created by Julie Melvin. She posted her videos on March 5th, 2017, less than 3 weeks after the murders. In her videos, Melvin gave the world an early comprehensive look at the bridge area, including some great footage of the south side as it looked when the crime occurred. I remembered that Melvin took some footage of the south side barrier, so I went back to review her videos. Again, her visit was within weeks of the investigation, and the crime scene tape was still up. At the end of video number 1, Melvin walks off the south end of the bridge. There is no crime scene tape on the steep hill immediately adjacent to the bridge. Then she sees the theater ramp entrance 40 yards in front of her, and it is marked off by police crime scene tape. There would be no reason for the police to secure the entrance to that distant hill path with crime scene tape unless they thought it was used by the killer. So it's clear that law enforcement has known since the beginning that Bridge Guy used the theater ramp slope to bring the girls down the hill. HLN's crime flow map. So even with this evidence, do you think the theater ramp crime flow is a fringe theory and you need to wait before embracing it? Well, think again, because thanks to HLN, the theater ramp theory has now gone mainstream. In the closing minutes of part 1 of HLN's Down the Hill special, the HLN narrator briefly mentioned that Bridge Guy guided the girls down the theater ramp slope to the shallow point in the creek. HLN showed a quick view of the slope and then displayed a map of the crime scene flow. The HLN crime scene flow map clearly shows that Bridge Guy went down the theater ramp slope in a direct route to the shallow part of the creek. Impact on the investigation. So what does this all mean? First, it debunks the illogical theory that Bridge Guy and the girls descended down that very steep embankment where it's unlikely Bridge Guy could have maintained control of the girls and his balance. Now, counterpoint there. Bridge Guy was walking quite swiftly along the bridge, which is a very, very dangerous bridge, and he walked it with extreme confidence. So if he has that much experience, not only just in that area, but the outdoors, maybe hunting, he probably wouldn't have that much trouble navigating a steep hill. I think just a lot of listeners would definitely be able to navigate that steep hill, but not the bridge, not walk swiftly there. So again, perhaps Bridge Guy's deceptive. Some people think he's much younger. Of course, there's just so much misinformation about Bridge Guy and confusion about Bridge Guy. Obviously, the guy they thought was Bridge Guy, that Bridge Guy was arrested, if you haven't checked out the previous MINDSHOCK episodes, and basically ruled no longer a person of interest. What does that mean? Does that mean that Bridge Guy was not the perpetrator, even though he was in the video? Does it mean that the sketch was not made, the sketch is not of Bridge Guy in the video? Does that mean the sketch was made from a variety of people who walked the trails, and this was a amalgamation, a juxtaposition and combination of all these different descriptions roped into one and actually doesn't look like anybody? I don't know. There's so much conflicting information. Doug Carter even stated that there were no witnesses to Bridge Guy. And I went over that on previous episodes. I mean, nothing matches up. There's so much conflicting statements by the police. I don't know how clueless there are people out there have to be to still be lapping up everything law enforcement says as gospel after the amount of problems and conflicting information that has been put forth. Now, that doesn't mean law enforcement doesn't know the real truth, but clearly they haven't been putting it out. And that's an issue. That's a major, major issue, because we really don't know who Bridge Guy is or whether he was really the killer. And if there's multiple killers, he might have not been the primary individual to carry out the crime. And as I mentioned in the previous episode, the crime scene being staged, it might not have been staged by the killer. If there's more than one individual involved, other individuals might have brought the bodies back to frame Ron Logan for, again, reasons we don't have. Now, just because you don't have the reason, just because you don't have the motive, that doesn't mean something is unlikely. You see this level of silliness in a lot of cases, the Delphi case as well. There's a lot of clueless individuals out there. They think that because something doesn't make sense to them, that makes it unlikely. The truth is whatever it is. It's whatever happened. We don't have that information, so to pretend to know whether something is more or less likely, you can do that, of course. I mean, you can muse and give, your own biased opinions, but to remain completely objective, obviously it's difficult, but that's the whole point of MINDSHOCK. So maybe Bridge Guy was the killer, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he lured them. There were other individuals involved, and other people still postulate that the girls might have witnessed some kind of a drug deal gone bad, and one of the individuals maybe posed as a police officer doing a bust. We really don't know. Whoever was not there does not know. It's just that simple, and to pretend to know is as silly as you can get. If you're objective, neutral, and logical, you are after the truth, not reaffirm whatever theories, whatever information was brought forth before in a religious fashion. That would be the opposite of being scientific. And then, of course, according to this Redditor, I don't think he's keeping in mind the impersonating a police officer angle, so if he handcuffed them, he could control them down the steep hill as well. And if there was someone else waiting down at the bottom of that hill, either to take them into a car, to march them to some kind of a barn, there's just so many other theories out there. And to the people that kind of just dismiss all these rumors, which again, they might be false rumors. They very well could be. Every case has false rumors as well, but a lot of old cold cases, it turns out that the initial rumors were true. I mean, the Tara Calico case, which I just covered, there were initial rumors early on about what supposedly happened. And then decades later, it comes out that through more official channels, all of a sudden it's taken more credibly. And that's the thing with some of these cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists and authority worshippers, where they will not believe that police would ever do anything wrong or be mistaken until after the fact and it's all exposed. Where all along, the logical people pointing these things out, they were correct all along, but some of these goofballs just couldn't see it through their just hopeless indoctrination into the cult of authority worship, where they just believe certain perceived authorities or certain people wearing costumes cannot be mistaken or complicit in any crimes ever, no matter what. So it's really, really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre, but it's very possible he did not act alone. So I wouldn't say it's completely impossible that they went down the steep hill. It's possible. And then the other aspect, if one of the girls ran at that point, if someone feels their life is threatened, they're not going to think, oh, this hill is way too steep, let me run it. And especially if he was armed, just making a beeline down that steep hill immediately out of line of sight, perhaps, depending on where Bridge Guy was standing on the hill. Again, we don't know. We really don't know what happened. So since we don't know what happened, we don't know how the crime took place. Now, maybe law enforcement believed it was the more gradual hill. It was the theater ramp, so to speak, what they're calling it here. Maybe they truly believed that and taped it off for that reason, but maybe it really was the steep hill that they went down. Again, we're not going to take anything on blind faith. That's just silliness. We have to examine all possibilities logically and objectively. So continuing on with this post here, second, it suggests that Bridge Guy definitely has a very strong local connection because he had even more knowledge of that secluded wooded area than people previously thought. So how would Bridge Guy have such unusual familiarity with the privately owned south side of the bridge? At the least, it would likely take numerous visits to the south side before one became aware of the theater ramp slope. This crime was definitely not committed by some serial killer trucker who was just passing through town. I mean, I don't know how they could say definitely, because even if this serial killer trucker, if he had hiked that area a couple times, he would still know, or even just maybe once or twice before. Finally, if your favorite YouTube personality has a crime flow scene map that shows Bridge Guy directed the girls down the steep incline and calls everyone a rodeo clown who disagrees with him, you now have the evidence to call his show and tell him that he is the rodeo clown and not you. I mean, you'd both be rodeo clowns, because if you weren't there, you really don't know. And again, looking at these photos, you could see some of the hill from the bridge as well. It didn't have to be the immediate turnoff. Of course, we do have to reconcile this with the reports. Supposedly, unless the reports there were multiple reports of disturbances on the hill, where were the disturbances? Were they down the steep hill or the gradual hill? I don't know. I believe it was reported initially that it was right after the bridge, but I don't know. I wasn't there. And there's a follow-up here. Okay, it doesn't look that far to me based on the photos, but I will yield to the person who was actually there and checked it out. Because of the distance to the entrance and its proximity to the house, I now think Bridge Guy may have entered the woods at the rail, directed the girls down the small hill, and accessed the theater ramp from the middle. The police crime scene tape was there for a reason. The tape was literally tied between the barrier rail and a tree on the ramp, which is all very, very interesting. But again, if there's multiple perpetrators, if he's posing as a police officer, nothing is for certain. But calling into question the exact path that was taken, obviously that's a good idea. Everything needs to be really nailed down, because if we're building a house of cards and we don't realize that first layer or two are not accurate, we're going to be building and building on something that's not accurate. So that's why going back to square one is always a great idea for cases that are unsolved, instead of religiously clinging to whatever dogmatic theory one comes up with or whatever's on the idiot box. And there's a really solid post here. I'll read a couple of follow-ups here. This makes it far more likely that Bridge Guy was either a local or grew up in the area, in my opinion. Another poster. Although I agree that he is local, the trajectory is straight down. The Monon Trail is a very popular 28-ish miles that people know exists. Those aware of the Monon Trail are locals, no matter how far it stretches. He could use his eyes to choose a path down the slope. Doesn't need to be a local, as in someone in the same town. Sometimes overanalyzing narrows our focus and doesn't broaden it to the idea that local doesn't mean living in town. He could live in the next town over, or even Indianapolis. which is a good point there. Another follow-up here with some good points. I agree there are more reliable details that suggest the killer is a local. The most reliable ones are the lack of gravity bringing non-locals into the area, other than people from Chicago or Indy, and the statistics of how many travel killers there are versus local killers, even in stranger-on-stranger crimes. I doubt that the killer did not walk down a steep slope is among the top 10 strongest reasons to believe that the killer is a local. However, if this detail does serve a role in answering the local versus non-local question, I agree that it's in favor of local. I think that a key sub-question to discuss this is related to the local, non-local question is whether the killer could be from Indianapolis or Chicago. So much of the discussion on this forum is just on the higher level question and doesn't have much specific discussion on what details rule these two cities in or out. The last two lines of your comment are dead on because all this attention to the exact route on the trail are sort of overkill, although interesting, because they don't address the part of the local, non-local question that is really up in the air, which is whether Chicago or Indy should be included or excluded. In a post earlier this week, I gave a few reasons why I think the killer is likely local and not from Chicago, Indy, which I'll repeat here for example purposes. A killer in Chicago, Indy would be more comfortable killing in those cities where they have equal or greater anonymity and greater familiarity and greater convenience and a greater chance of combining the moment of having the opportunity with wanting to act on it. The lack of being caught does not point to or away from a local. Anecdotally, the Phoenix Canal killer and the Golden State killer were right there, essentially living next door to their crime scenes in the most obvious way for decades. And there are no facts of this case that make it obvious that the killer would have been identified by now if they were local or vice versa. The audacity and stupidity of striking so close to home and the would-be cleverness of an alternative plan to travel far away for a strike is not pertinent based on what we know about the factors that killers value most. And there's some good things to think about there. However, again, it's hard because this does not seem like a standard case no matter what. No matter how you plot it out, it's very difficult to make it appear like some kind of standard killing. It does not add up, from the location to the fact that it's two victims, broad daylight, an off day from school, just the tight timelines between the drop-off, the pickup, the searches, the Snapchat aspect, the filming aspect. This is not a standard crime by any stretch of the imagination. So, in a way, we can kind of throw out some of these things that would normally point definitively one way or another. It's not definitive here because it's too much of an outlier case. And I do believe in defaulting to probability statistics because according to the FBI, females that are met with foul play, the perpetrators are someone known to them. So either the significant other or friend, family member, acquaintance, stalker of some kind, someone known to them, not a stranger. So we cannot ignore these statistics. That doesn't mean it wasn't a stranger crime. It could have been, but it would be silly to ignore the statistics and not follow lines of reasoning for the most likely according to statistics. Again, that doesn't mean it happened here. This is an outlier case. But maybe it did happen here. It doesn't mean it didn't either. And between all these family connections, which we'll be getting into, and police connections, there are some rumors that one or both of the girls were supposed to testify on some kind of case at the police station. And many other rumors. Some of these are not rumors in terms of family connections or family arrests. There were issues, and we'll be getting into those. Whether that had anything to do with this, obviously, we don't know. That's still an unknown. And if there was more than one perpetrator, if someone who was impersonating a police officer, that all throws a wrench in the common lines of thinking when it comes to local versus non-local. So a couple other posts here I found interesting. I'm curious why people discuss the possibility that the killer traveled from Chicago or Indy, but not Lafayette, West Lafayette. Lafayette and West Lafayette are closer and are fairly large towns for Indiana. The Purdue student population probably makes them even larger than what the official census would indicate. I wonder whether the Delphi trails were commonly known by word of mouth among the university community. A response here: I have always thought he could be from there. I know when I lived in Bloomington, my friends and I would try to find obscure trails and nature preserves in the area. Things really do spread by word of mouth, and we found lots of cool places in nearby counties that people frequent but that aren't online. It's just a common thing to do in a college town, especially when surrounded by rural Indiana. Someone responded here, I strongly believe this to be the case. The Wabash Heritage Trail provides lots of opportunities for this sort of crime, but it is higher trafficked and can be harder to get out fast depending on where you park. Maybe this pushed him out to the smaller trail systems. I wonder if there are any reports of run-ins with creepy people on the Wabash Trail around this time. That's an interesting point as well. However, I would like to point out that according to locals, supposedly the bridge, under the bridge, that area, it was used to deal drugs by locals, and this is known. Does that throw a wrench in things? Does that make it more likely that the girls stumbled upon some kind of drug deal? Or that these particular girls, because of their age, maybe they didn't know about the drug deals that went on there and they just stumbled upon one in progress, and one of them saw a phone and possibly thought they were filming the drug deal even if they weren't. Now, let's not fall for false dichotomies here. Is it possible that there was some creepy guy on the trails maybe looking for victims? The girls were filming him, they saw him, and then they stumbled upon a drug deal. And then Bridge Guy got scared. He took off. He wanted no part of these other individuals. And the other individuals are responsible for whatever happened to Liberty German and Abigail Williams. Has anyone considered that possibility? Now, I'm not saying it's likely. For whatever reason, there's just so many goofballs out there that think that theorizing means I'm saying that's what happened. I am not saying that that's what happened. These are just theories. Sometimes you have to examine beyond the normal scope of thinking in order to solve crimes, particularly if they're still unsolved. And even if this didn't happen, if examining these theories lead to finding other evidence that points to what actually happened, it's still a very worthwhile exercise. And it happens in a lot of cases where perhaps there's a certain suspect or suspects that are not considered likely, but in following up with them, a different piece of evidence is revealed that leads to the real suspects. Again, this is investigation. Sometimes luck plays a factor. I don't want to necessarily call this luck, but if you're just casting out a wider net of possibilities, you're more likely to stumble upon the truth if the truth is not one of the core theories, which we have no way of knowing, of course. Another good post response here. I've always thought that the only way he leads them down the south side of the bridge to cross the creek is if he was really familiar with the area. That creek is not a small creek, and I'm sure it is much deeper in spots that one would want to wade in February in Indiana. I recall watching the searchers from the helicopter footage were waist deep in spots. The other possibility is that he was clueless of where to take them and went down the south side thinking he would find a secluded area on the south side of the creek, but realized he was too exposed to anyone that might venture onto the bridge. So he made a snap decision to cross the creek to the north side to get out of view from the bridge. My guess is they know from the audio whether or not he knew where he was taking them or if it was touch and go. And that's another interesting point too. If it really was some random guy, he had no clue what he was doing and he possibly crazed, he's just making it up as he goes along. Who knows? Another post here. I don't think it was accidental that one of the more shallow areas of the river is extremely close to where the girls were found. And what better way to get rid of or contaminate any DNA that may be on them, whether it's skin, blood, or other fluids? I mean, they would still be recontaminated because if he attacked them after the crossing. So that doesn't really make sense. And of course, if they didn't even cross the creek, If they were marched elsewhere, either taken by car in the driveway or marched elsewhere without crossing the creek first, again, we don't know. We have the reports of searchers searched the exact areas. Bodies were not there. Thermal imaging drone did not pick up heat signatures. So it's a possibility. We're not gonna cluelessly ascribe likelihoods of whether it's super likely they were there when they're. It's a possibility they were not where they were found and it was a staged crime scene. That's all I'm going to say there. It's impossible without more information to know how likely or unlikely. So it's a possibility they were taken elsewhere, one or both of them. That's the other thing. Are we going to assume they were kept together the whole time? What if they weren't? What if one of them was killed or injured severely immediately, one of them was not? Again, we don't know what happened. It does seem kind of strange to just randomly walk up to somebody and say, point a gun or otherwise down the hill, and then how would someone react to that? Like, obviously the audio, we still don't know why they won't release the audio that's not part of the actual assault, crime, or murder. Obviously would be grisly. I wouldn't want to listen to it, and I can imagine that the families, it's been reported that they were played the audio, but I'm sure they wouldn't want it out there where it was being played and replayed constantly. That would be very traumatizing. And not that listening to it once isn't traumatizing, but it would be re-traumatizing every time. But why not release the audio leading up to the attack? They've released just such little snippets. There's got to be, as I've stated in the previous episode, there's got to be at least a couple more seconds. At least. There's got to be seconds, if not minutes. And I posed a few theories in the previous episode. If it's a police officer who identified himself as such, or if it's someone impersonating a police officer and not the actual officer, but they just don't want to open that can of worms for whatever reason, and that's why they're not releasing it. I keep going back to the issue, though. There's people walking the trails. I believe throughout the whole day there were upwards of 80 people, if not more, walking those trails. Obviously, much less at the exact minutes that we're talking about in this crime occurring, but there's people walking around. So again, just trying to understand the logistics of how this goes down. Does he handcuff them and then march them across the creek? It seems, I don't know, just thinking offhand, it seems like they wouldn't go across the creek. Why would you bark orders at someone to cross a creek if you're arresting them? It doesn't seem like that's the way you would do it, particularly with people out and about on the trails, possibly crossing the bridge at those moments. It's all too risky. It seems like it would be easier to make some kind of, if you're impersonating a police officer or not, or if it's someone known to the girls, maybe it's not Bridge Guy, maybe accomplices, other individuals, whoever. If they had a car waiting, is it possible they went to the car? Is it possible they went willingly with someone known to them to a certain point, and then at another point it all goes wrong? It just seems any of those scenarios just seem a little bit more likely than some crazed killer pointing a gun at teenagers and telling them to march down a steep slope and then across a creek randomly. I don't know. There might be something missing here. I'm not saying that's not what happened. Again, for the goofs out there who aren't good with English, I'm not saying that's not what happened. It just seems if you take a step back, look at it objectively, it seems like there must have been more going on, unless this is just the biggest risk-taker random killer ever, to be pointing a gun, possibly handcuffing or gagging them when there's people walking the trails around. There's a house and driveway not too far away. There's something missing here. And obviously we don't know what that is. All we can do is theorize, but there's something seems off just about how it's alleged that this crime took place. So I'm going to go over a couple of posts on the previous MindShock episode on this case, The Most Likely Theory, episode 8, where I discussed the police impersonator. A commenter here, Teresa, stated, he was in the search party. Libby was catfished. She told a friend she was talking to a 19-year-old online and wanted to meet him. So I believe the second sketch is a random image Bridge Guy got off Google Images or something. They were definitely lured, and he was very prepared. Possibly posed as a cop and told the girls they were trespassing, cuffed one or both of them. I believe he was in the search party, in the group that found the girls. So his DNA can be explained away. He was at the 2-year press conference. Doug Carter was speaking directly to the killer. He loves deer. His wife is his alibi, so police, in my opinion, know who he is, but they need that one piece. They need to discredit his alibi. This was a sexually motivated crime, something went wrong, or he just loves the power and control. I think he knew the family of Libby. She wouldn't have recognized him or known him well or at all. If she knew him, she would have said on the recording. And that's another point, though. Maybe she did. Again, without the full recording, we really, or at least more of the recording, we really don't have. I mean, what could we do? There's not enough information there. But that's an interesting theory. So if this is not a rumor and a friend can corroborate this, that Libby was indeed talking to some 19-year-old or someone posing as a 19-year-old, whether he was or he wasn't. Or perhaps something got messed up in translation and she was talking to someone else, possibly even older than 19, who knows? And that was one of several individuals responsible for this horrible crime, unless, again, the bridge guy is some weird, creepy guy walking the trails that had nothing to do with them being killed. Maybe, who knows? Maybe he was planning to kill them. But if if there were other people there, and he got shooed off or whatever, if there was a drug element, which there might have been, again, we don't know what was going on at that bridge. If the rumors are true and drug dealers do use that area, perhaps the bridge guy got afraid of the drug dealers and he left. Even if maybe he was just some weird guy that wanted to yell at the girls for either taking, I mean, there's busybodies out there. They have nothing better to do than yell at people in their day. Perhaps he didn't wish to harm them. He just wanted to yell at them, give them a piece of his mind of their behavior or the way he subjectively perceived their behavior. If maybe there was nothing wrong with their behavior, maybe they were laughing. He thought they were laughing at him. Maybe they weren't. But there's people out there that they're that busybodies. They like to give people a piece of their mind. Maybe he was not a criminal. Maybe the true perpetrators were other individuals. Now, again, I'm not saying this is likely or not likely. I'm saying we have to consider every possible scenario because, again, the case is as of yet unsolved. Another poster here, Kat, posted this. I still firmly believe they were targeted and this was somebody local that was in the periphery of their families and had been stalking one or both of them and knew about their social media activity due to that stalking. They probably had some kind of past issue with this guy or found him creepy, but they never told anybody about it because of who he was. Seeing him on the bridge startled her enough to start recording, but if they went willingly initially, it's just because she knew him and didn't expect he would murder them despite his creepiness. However, we actually have no idea if they went willingly in reality. He could have chased them to that location. At the same time, I think they haven't officially identified this individual due to a cover-up or it being somebody that nobody would ever suspect. That's very, very interesting. So this comment, very, very interesting. That's another scenario. What if, whether he had a gun or not, if he's walking up on the bridge there. So for the image we have of bridge guys, supposedly that's zoomed in from the girls taking photos of themselves. So they weren't necessarily zooming in on him. He was just in the background. Whether they did it on purpose or not, that's another matter. But he's off a ways distance on the bridge. What if when he walked up to them, what if they just ran away before? Again, we don't know where that audio took place. Is that much later? Is it earlier than their encounter at the bridge? I don't know. Again, I'm just speculating. I'm just thinking outside the box here to try to make these pieces fit that it's tough because they don't seem to fit. But if the girls just ran, they couldn't run towards him because he's on the bridge. They might be afraid he pushed them off or whatever. It's too risky. What if they ran before he got that close? Then they could have ran down the steep hill. They just wanted to get away from him. Maybe they didn't think he would follow them down the steep hill because he looks a little bit older and heavyset from a distance. Maybe he's very young and not and just wearing baggy clothing, but from a distance he looks kind of heavyset. Did they run earlier than people think? And that's why everything's kind of a mess. If he pulled out a gun and shot one of them, possibly not even fatally, what would have happened at that point? Would one of the girls want to leave her friend? I don't know, but that gun, supposedly a gunshot would have been heard unless there were other hunters in the area. I don't know the frequency of gunshots or if people would find gunshots strange at that time of day. That's something, again, for locals and trail walkers to chime in on, to kind of give their thoughts on gunshots. But if they did know the guy, let's say they didn't know him well, he's some random creepy guy that they sort of know, maybe they saw him early on the trails, maybe they saw him a different day. Is he known to them in some kind of way, or perhaps, again, to their families? If the sketch is deceptive, I don't know. It's all very, very difficult, and there's some weirdness with law enforcement, which we will, of course, get into a little bit deeper in the next episode. The final comment here, very ominous, that I will read. Actually, there's two more here. Actually, there's quite a few astute comments I'm going to go over here. One posted by Shorty. In the original audio recording played at the first press conference, near the end of the loop, you can hear Bridge Guy say expletive. The full original recording is actually down the hill expletive or expletive down the hill. So there must have been some resistance by at least one of the girls. So either Bridge Guy wasn't posing as a cop, or at some point he blew his cover and freaked the girls out. That is interesting as well, because of course, unless, I don't know, if they... Yeah, it's tough, because if they believed he was a cop, but then they thought the cop wanted to kill them for whatever reason, it's not necessarily that they would have thought he wasn't a cop, or maybe they did doubt his impersonation. I went over a couple of those scenarios in the previous episode as well. Another post here by Freedom Flag. If it was a crime of opportunity, serial killer, wouldn't they tell the public? Instead, they say no threat to the public. Wouldn't that mean it was an isolated incident? Why wouldn't they try to connect the case to the two girls that were murdered in Iowa that was similar? My guess is that it wasn't, and they know that from the recording they heard. Something was going on at the time of the murders, and there is a story to tell us one day. Really, a story that's pretty sad on the police side of things. So that's a good point there. So they know there's no threat to the public. They know somehow it's not a serial killer. How do they know that? There's obviously something on the tape. Does he identify himself on the tape? Or do the girls say a name on the tape? Do they know the guy? Or did the accomplice, if there was an accomplice or two or three, did they call out the perpetrators' names? Is there something on the tape of them talking to each other and they know one or two of the names? That would be interesting as well. Of course, we don't know. It is Stacy posted this. Yeah, I heard the show was across the river than where the bodies were found, so it makes sense that he said go down the hill, and they walked probably towards his car or vehicle. Then they took off running. One lost shoe got shot in a river. He shot the other, drags body to grass. And again, it seems if the bodies were not there at that time, that still doesn't mean something didn't happen and possibly one of the girls didn't get injured either on the way to a car or whatever if they were taken elsewhere. But other posters chimed in that there were no reports of gunfire, so that's interesting. Although I don't know what the time frame was for that. And then depending on the type of gun, how far would it carry? And perhaps it wasn't a firearm, perhaps it was some other type of weapon. Who knows? So, as always, more questions than answers, but without definitive corroboration of any of these main points of the case, it's really difficult to conclude anything or to say what is less or more likely. There's plenty of anomalies and coincidences and plenty more to go over. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast in the Delphi case series. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. You could also just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK if your notifications are not working. Share this podcast. Hit that like button. Keep awareness up in this case. Awareness and pressure. That's how cases get solved, not by being forgotten about and pushed into obscurity. You can share the podcast on multiple social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier, so you can help support MINDSHOCK by becoming a patron as well. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 10, Confusion. And I will be addressing some main points that there are so much confusion about regarding Bridge Guy, the so-called POI suspect in the video, and all of the insanity regarding the names circulating and the previously addressed issues in the previous podcast with Bridge Guy arrested, released, and no longer a person of interest in this Delphi case, and all of the mix-ups that have resulted from such. Basic English comprehension is required for this podcast because there have been a slew of comments of people who don't even understand the information being presented and then getting all triggered and leaving all these Dunning-Kruger comments. So let's try to focus here, try to understand what's being presented first before agreeing or disagreeing or getting triggered. That is all I ask. I guess that's too much to ask in this day and age on social media. But let's keep up the awareness. Let's keep up the pressure, because this case is as of yet unsolved and justice has not yet been served. So there is much awareness and pressure to be kept up. And I know there's a lot of people that are interested in the case and they will not be giving up on it either, and law enforcement needs to know that, of course. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you find it interesting, and you want to support the mission of keeping up awareness and pressure, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us make more mind-shocking content, not just in this case, but in other cases, cold cases, missing persons, unsolved murders, where justice has yet to be served, as well as wrongful convictions. There is much, much wrong with the so-called justice system and so-called due process. Also, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could also just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK. And for only our MINDSHOCK True Crime content, youtube.com/MINDSHOCK True Crime. Like this podcast, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, I just wanted to go over all this information here to kind of keep things a little bit more organized and clear. Because Bridge Guy might not be the murderer or even involved in any capacity. Now, I'm not asserting that is true, I am not saying it's true or untrue. I am not hallucinating likelihoods. Unlike individuals commenting on this case, I'm not saying something is more or less likely. There's too much information missing. If you haven't checked out the previous podcast, make sure you check them out, especially the Bridge Guy Arrested podcast. Police have issued a statement that Bridge Guy was arrested and the person in the first sketch is no longer a person of interest. So does that mean he was cleared of any wrongdoing at all? And there's also rumors that Ron Logan has similar or identical clothes to Bridge Guy. And Bridge Guy is in fact Ron Logan, but had nothing to do with the crime. Again, there's a lot of theories out there. I'm not asserting any are true or untrue. I'm just trying to organize all of the possible scenarios regarding Bridge Guy at the moment. So that's one possibility, and the voice on the audio is not necessarily Bridge Guy. So, of course, there have been so many conflicting statements from law enforcement, which doesn't help the case in any way. So, again, before we go into likelihoods or ascribe likelihoods of any kind, let's go through all the possible scenarios. Bridge Guy, it may or may not be involved in any capacity. If he did in fact walk up to the girls and they did have some kind of conversation and then he left, were the girls meeting with other parties? Did they witness some kind of drug deal? Or did this have something to do with a targeted revenge crime in some capacity? There are rumors abound. I will get to them in a moment, but first we're running all the different possibilities. So, Bridge Guy may or may not be one of the perpetrators. He may or may not be the guy on the audio. And even the guy on the audio may or may not be the perpetrator, regardless of what police think. They could be wrong, so they could be presenting information they think is true. Again, the crime is as of yet unsolved. I am not alleging that this is a Keystone Cop situation. It may or may not be. I have no idea. The case is unsolved. I'm not going to pretend and hallucinate to know things or know what is more or less likely, like some of these other researchers and commenters. And this is MINDSHOCK. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we are attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies. So, the guy in the video, Bridge Guy, known as Bridge Guy, if this is a guy who is a criminal, has a criminal record, let's say it's not Ron Logan, it's one of these other individuals, some of them have since committed suicide that have been named thus far. You can go back through I'm not going to go through every single possibility for Bridge Guy. If it was one of these shady individuals with a record, is it possible law enforcement, either through DNA left on the scene that does not match Bridge Guy, that Bridge Guy has been identified? So I think it might be erroneous to continue referring to Bridge Guy as the murderer if that's not known. Now, not everything reported on the Idiot Box is true. I know that triggers a lot of people out there, a lot of coincidence theorists, and these Dunning-Kruger individuals that for some reason hover around certain true crime cases, for whatever reason, they just cling desperately to whatever was reported on the Idiot Box as gospel. Obviously, law enforcement might have a strategy and release false information on purpose. They do that in cases. Or they're releasing information they believe to be true, but it's actually not true. So again, running down the list of possibilities. If Bridge Guy is not the perpetrator at all, if the guy in the video has nothing to do with the crime, where does that leave us? If the guy in the audio is not Bridge Guy, where does that leave us? If the guy in the audio is Bridge Guy and he's not involved in the crime, where does that leave us? And I think it's important to go over these distinctions because, once again, the case is unsolved. And if we're being truly objective, logical, and scientific, we're not going to pretend that there's zero chance that mistakes were made. Because maybe mistakes were made. Maybe there's some associations, just the fact that the newer sketch is of some young guy and looks absolutely nothing like the first sketch. If the first sketch was made from individuals wandering the trails, and again, we do have Doug Carter's conflicting statements saying there were no witnesses and no one saw him. No one saw who? So people saw Bridge Guy, but nobody saw the killers? I mean, these kinds of cryptic statements by law enforcement and conflicting statements that just do not make any sense. We have to go back to square one. Anytime something is unsolved, you have to go back to square one and verify. There's the old saying, trust but verify. The MINDSHOCK saying is distrust and verify. Because why would you trust? If law enforcement were that capable, they would have already solved the crime. There'd be nothing to trust or distrust. There'd be no conversation to be had here. So distrust, science is skepticism, not blind faith. Blind faith is the opposite of being scientific. So if we're not having blind faith in what was presented on the idiot box, and we're doing a truly objective, neutral, and logical dissection of the case and every theory on the table, it's possible Bridge Guy is not the perpetrator. So who are the true perpetrators? There's a lot of different possibilities here. Some people believe that the older guy in the sketch and the younger guy in the sketch are either father and son, uncle, nephew, or just two friends that know each other. And there was two parties involved in this crime. But it's possible neither one of these both of these individuals might be criminals involved in drug dealing. Now, we do have the rumors that area under and around the bridge was used by drug dealers and criminals. So if these two individuals were in fact identified and somehow cleared of whatever happened to Abby and Libby, but they're guilty of these other drug crimes, which may or may not intersect with corrupt law enforcement or undercover law enforcement that's not corrupt, but in the middle of an investigation that they don't want to compromise. And that's what's causing all these problems. So even with the FBI involved, if there's another crime ring or drug operation, either involving corrupt law enforcement or not, I'm not alleging there's corrupt law enforcement here. I'm not saying it's more or less likely that there's corrupt law enforcement involved. I'm saying since we don't know the truth, there may or may not be corrupt law enforcement involved. I'm not ascribing likelihoods. I'm not hallucinating that this is more likely or that's more likely or less likely. I'm just going objectively laying out all of the different possibilities. So if neither guy in the sketches is involved, and of course we have the possibility that it's just the younger guy in the sketch that sketch was actually made first. Now, if there's another drug deal situation going down in the bridge and there's other crimes being investigated, that actually does explain a little bit why there was so much confusion with the sketches in law enforcement, because if they were investigating other suspects for other crimes that happened to be in the vicinity within the general time span of whatever happened to Abby and Libby, they did it. Why would they it would be tricky, because if that younger guy was involved in something shady and there were witnesses, they don't know that he's responsible for what happened to Abby and Libby. Maybe somehow they know that he's not. Or they thought he wasn't, and then after all the confusion with the older bridge guy sketch, they went back to that sketch because they realized that some information possibly got mixed up or they were mistaken. I mean, law enforcement are human. They make mistakes too. I don't know why this is so shocking for some people out there. Again, they could be completely non-corrupt, but they could be mistaken. It's really not that shocking. It happens in a lot of cases. Most departments have a very poor murder clearance rate. I don't know what the national average was. I think it was something like under 50%. It's between 40 and 60 in general. I don't know what the straight average comes out to. I believe it actually might come out to it's more likely your homicide will remain unsolved in most cities. Obviously, the clearance rates are different in different cities. But in general, the clearance rate for murder is not particularly high. It's not a vast majority. So to hallucinate that law enforcement doesn't make mistakes and can't mix things up regarding sketches or suspects in the area, that's not going to lead to solving cases. To hallucinate infallibility on the part of law enforcement is not going to do a service to truth and justice for any of these victims. So we, of course, have to consider the possibility that mistakes were made and people got mixed up. So is it possible neither Old Bridge Guy or the Young Sketch are involved in the crimes that occurred regarding Abby and Libby and their murders? It is possible. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's extremely likely. I'm not saying it's more or less likely than something else. It's a possibility. And that's what I wanted to address here. So if we're saying Bridge Guy, are we talking about the murder? Because we might not be. Now, also, if there are 3 or more involved, either Old Bridge Guy or Young Bridge Guy might be one of the 3 or 4, in which case one of the sketches might be completely innocent. And if neither sketch really represents Bridge Guy, because there is confusion, supposedly he's not really wearing the type of cap in the sketch. And that's another point of contention that's just, that's been discussed to a great extent in the case as well. So if the sketch is not even of the guy in the video, I mean, we have all these different scenarios. The guy in the video might be the perpetrator, and it might not be the guy in either sketch. Okay? Is everybody following along here? We have all of these different scenarios, and then once we add the audio, does the audio belong to the Old or Young Bridge Guy, to Old or Young Sketch that is not the man in the video? Or does the audio belong to neither of our 3 subjects here? Video Bridge Guy, Old Bridge Guy Sketch, and Young Guy Sketch. These are all the different possibilities we're discussing, and if the audio doesn't belong to any of them, it belongs to a different party. And if neither of Bridge Guy in the video, Old Sketch, Young Sketch, if none of them are responsible for what happened to Abby and Libby, what then? Or one, all or 2 of them might be party to the true guilty parties, and maybe they actually didn't know what was planned. If there was some kind of drug deal or catfish situation, there was no plan for murder, let's just assume. There was no plan for murder. This individual might actually have already talked to the police. The guy in the video might have talked to the police, and or Young or Old Sketch might have talked to the police and told them everything they knew, and they had no idea that these other individuals were going to do what they did. Or if this was some kind of drug situation that had nothing to do with Abby or Libby, and they were wrong place, wrong time, and something got out of control, comments were made, people got mad, it's possible that the guy in the video or the guy in either sketch didn't know that was going to happen. Possibly they were in an innocent bystander, so to speak. Perhaps they got a look at some of the people dealing drugs, but then left because they assumed Abby and Libby were there voluntarily with these drug-dealing individuals who Abby or Libby may or may not have known, may or may not have engaged with on social media, may or may not have been hanging out with willingly. And then again, once we factor in the thermal imaging drone and that the bodies were not there that day, did Abby and Libby even go willingly somewhere, to a barn, to some other place to hang out, or whatever the case may be? Was a relative of whoever Abby and or Libby wanted to hang out with that day, they wanted to go to the bridge to hang out with. There's a lot of rumors that there were some kind of conversations on social media. There was a 19-year-old involved that supposedly there might have been either some kind of relationship with or not, or just talking, and they wanted to meet up. And these people are all innocent, and the police have tracked them down. And the guilty party was someone else. And there, of course, is no shortage of suspects. So are both sketches a red herring? Is the video a red herring? Is it possible Abby and Libby were recording this guy because he thought it was weird? Maybe they know him, maybe they don't. Maybe it's Ron Logan, maybe it's not. And there were words, whatever, but that had nothing to do with what happened later. We do not have a timestamp for the audio. That's another issue. It does not exist in the public. It does not exist in public release. So again, we really don't know. We really don't know any of this. So let's move on to a commenter here, Chaos Inception, on the latest clip I uploaded regarding whether or not Bridge Guy was local or non-local, and I'm guilty of this. I'm saying Bridge Guy. We should probably switch the terminology to the perpetrator or perpetrators, because it may not be the guy in the video or the guy in either sketch. And I don't know why more people aren't talking about that, but this is MINDSHOCK. We go down every possible avenue of investigation to remain perfectly logical, objective, and neutral. Whether or not police, and we don't know exactly what police know, of course, either. So it's very problematic across the board. So this is one of the theories that have been circulating, and I've discussed it in small pieces, but this individual summarized it quite well. The first picture is the oldest guy. The second picture is French. Bridge Guy is Ellis. Was 3 of them. They were watching Derek's house before this. I'm assuming he's referring to Derek German. So Derek German is, of course, Liberty German's dad. So, again, according to this comment, they were watching Derek's house before this. This was revenge motivated. They had also threatened Derek before this. Derek ratted them out to the police. Also, the police are involved. They called the search off in order for the bodies to be planted. They were not killed at the body recovery site. The girls were molested. The 3 men used condoms as to not leave DNA, but this was absolutely revenge against Derek. It was 3 different men, which is what is causing a lot of confusion. This area is submerged in human trafficking and drugs. Keeping this case going is killing all the ones involved in BS. Okay, and then of course some people dispute that. There were rumors that there was no sexual assault of any kind. So but just his point is interesting, because if there were 3 guys involved, so apparently he said the first sketch was the oldest guy, the second sketch is French, and Bridge Guy is Ellis. 3 of them. Very interesting. Now, even if he got all that wrong, the point remains that this could be a combination of individuals which may or may not include 1, 2, or all 3 individuals. The bridge guy in the video, the old guy sketch, and the young guy sketch. These could be 3 different people, and any combination of them may or may not be involved. So let's focus now on Derek German. So Derek German is, of course, who was supposed to pick them up. And that is there's a lot of curiosity surrounding Derek German, because he's not very public. I don't know if he's given any statements. I don't know if people have his audio to compare to, although apparently he's a bigger guy, so he doesn't really fit the body type of the guy in the video or the sketches. But again, if those aren't the perpetrators, we really shouldn't assume anything. Obviously, assumptions are the mother of all expletive ups. So if you're trying to solve a case, making all these assumptions and building these houses of cards, a lot of time in cold cases that go unsolved, and then decades later when they were solved, there's 2 things. Sometimes it turns out that the early rumors, the uncorroborated rumors that the coincidence theorists all ignored, were actually true. Or the reason it wasn't solved is because something purported to be true at the beginning was not true. A so-called alleged fact was not really a fact. And then everything built on top of that was false. And that's why it was so long before the case was unsolved. So is that what's going on here? Now, there's a lot of coincidences regarding the individuals around the case. For example, Derek German himself is supposedly a convicted felon. People have verified this information, a multiple-time convicted felon. And he did not have the best circle of friends, of course. And some of the theories are that his daughter was targeted because of his criminal past. And that's been discussed to a certain degree, And here was an interesting comment on Reddit by No AVG Joe. 3 years ago, I don't think he had anything to do with this regarding Derek German. However, since he was the one picking up the girls, it would be important to know everyone Libby's sister came in contact with that day, as well as Derek. It is my understanding the girls called to see if he could pick them up from the bridge prior to going. He has been involved in drug-related crimes, and again, the bridge, of course, was an area where drug dealers frequented. So what are the chances that Derek German or people affiliated with Derek German were hanging out in that area doing drugs? It wouldn't be that much of a stretch. Which means he has been around a lot of sketchy people over the years, in and outside of jail. Has he ever ratted on someone? Who are his enemies? Did he tell anyone he had to pick the girls up at the bridge? Maybe someone asked him to meet up or something along those lines, and he had to decline because he had to pick the girls up. At the presser at the trail last week, Carter said something along the lines of law enforcement needing to regain the community's trust. What did he mean by that? After the murders, there were a lot of unrelated arrests that came during the process of their investigation. Maybe that's why. In the beginning, the unrelated arrests seemed like a bad move because I thought it would scare people away from calling in tips. The regain trust comment made me think the person they might be trying to get the tip from is involved in something sketchy, or they have been in the past. I don't think he did this at all, just my thoughts on the Derek stuff since he was brought up. And again, what can be gleaned by these comments on regaining trust in the community? That is very, very interesting. Because were they going after pretty much anyone and everyone because they wanted to solve the case so bad for public image and otherwise that they kind of burned bridges, so to speak, with certain individuals who might have information on the perpetrators? And because they arrested them for these other drug crimes, maybe tried to get them to talk or plea bargains and they refused, now they hit all of these, they hit a wall because these individuals that maybe would have called in tips did not because the police arrested them for some petty drug crime. Is that a possibility? Also, another comment here by Delaware J, also 3 years ago. I think that law enforcement may regret being a little heavy-handed on Ron Logan at the initial stages. If they are going to serve Ron Logan with a 3-year sentence for being typically drunk on probation, non-violent, not really hurting anyone other than his liver, then why should anyone expect mercy when they tell the cops their own story that could lead to Bridge Guy's unmasking? They should have put Ron Logan in the clink for a week on probation violation and moved on once they found out he's not Bridge Guy. Unless he really was, and again, he had nothing to do with the crime. We have to be very careful when stating Bridge Guy versus the perpetrators if they're not the same individual. If their motive is we can throw him in for 3 years and by golly he will talk, then that has also failed. Instead, the people who may know Bridge Guy will shirk further into the shadows. I can't blame them. And that's an interesting point as well. If law enforcement were that desperate to get anyone, and they just started arresting all these people for petty drugs, probation violation, that they might not have otherwise gone after, or at least not as heavy-handed, so to speak, did that burn all these bridges with these potential tipsters who refused to talk because of this? A user since deleted responded to this comment with, "I also think they were flat out pissed at him for lying to them and not cooperating. He's a bit of a pistol, I've heard." Law enforcement actually said that he stopped cooperating with them, so they showed him who's boss, sent him downstate, and searched his property for over 11 hours. So again, if this is the way the Delphi law enforcement are handling investigations and individuals, is it possible that Ron Logan knows a lot more than he stated as well? And then, of course, there are all those issues with the property disputes or interests that people believe might have been a motivation for something. Either an association with drug dealers in the area or whatever the case may be, possibly corrupt law enforcement. Either way, there's definitely something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about regarding all of these issues, and they may or may not have something to do with whatever happened to Libby and Abby. Now, some other interesting articles here. So this 2 years ago. So Libby's dad, again, Derek German, a friend of his was busted in a meth sting operation in the area, including Carroll County assessor's son. So this is an article on Journal and Courier, jconline.com. This was posted July 5th, 2018. Carroll County assessor's son arrested for dealing and possessing meth. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office executed a drug bust resulting in 4 arrests over the weekend. Carroll County Assessor Nada Duff's North Indiana Street residence in Delphi was searched last Saturday night. While she was not present at the home, public records show that she owns it. Police believe her son William is currently living there. The overnight drug bust began with a traffic stop. At 9 p.m., Erin Hetzko was driving a 2003 Ford 150 pickup truck when officers pulled her over after noticing a false license plate? People are using false license plates in Delphi, Indiana. Carroll County Sheriff's Canine Deputy Drew Yoder and his partner Mickey were called at the scene. Doesn't say his partner's the dog. His partner Mickey were called to the scene at Michigan and College Streets in Burlington to investigate if there were drugs in the car. Mickey's sniffing suspicions were confirmed, and officers found several baggies of marijuana, a brown glass vial with a crystal-like substance, and a few other baggies that contained a crystal-like substance, according to the probable cause affidavit. Hetzko also had $600 in cash in the car and told Burlington Town Marshal Terry Moore she had just done a deal with William Duff. Hetzko then told the officers Duff and his girlfriend were headed back to his Delphi house after the deal, according to the affidavit. She told officers she sold the couple half ounces of meth and marijuana for $300 apiece. From there, Deputy Yoder had enough information to file a search warrant of the North Indiana Street residence. As officers approached the home, they noticed a silver SUV in the alley. A man wearing an orange shirt was getting out of the car when officers yelled for him to stop, according to the affidavit. The man took off running. As the man rounded the corner, officers shined their flashlight on him and identified him as William Duff. Duff threw his hands up in the air and dropped several items, according to the affidavit. Again, police dog Mickey smelled drugs. Mickey had a busy day. Elizabeth Lind, who remained in the driver's seat of the SUV, gave officers permission to search the car, where they found marijuana in a backpack belonging to Duff, according to the affidavit. The backpack also contained a scale, a glass smoking device, empty baggies, and $382, according to the affidavit. Meth was hidden in a cigarette pack in the SUV, as well as marijuana and a pipe, according to the affidavit. Outside the North Indiana Street home, Duff's girlfriend, Lauren Criswell, told Yoder she was the only person in the house, but there was a roach in the living room. So wait a second. They asked her if she was alone, and she said she was the only person, but there's also a roach in the living room. At least one roach. Good thing she gave the police a heads up about that. Roaches can be deadly. She confirmed that she and Duff live in the house, according to the affidavit. Duff and Criswell admitted they had bought and sold drugs to Hetzko earlier in the night, according to the affidavit. Hetzko, 31, was arrested for dealing in possession of methamphetamine, dealing in possession of marijuana, maintaining a common nuisance, and reckless possession of paraphernalia, as opposed to regular possession. Duff, 32, was arrested for dealing in possession of methamphetamine, dealing in possession of marijuana, and visiting a common nuisance. Lind, 34, was arrested for possession of marijuana and paraphernalia, along with maintaining a common nuisance instead of an uncommon nuisance. You got to be original with your nuisances if you don't want to be convicted, if you don't want to be charged with common nuisance. Criswell, 35, was arrested for maintaining a common nuisance. So it seems that there's a lot of drug issues in the area, possibly involving government officials and their family members. So is this why there's so many roadblocks here? Because certain government officials do not want their family members drug into this, and there may be some kind of connection to whatever was going on at that bridge, or possibly someone who might have catfished Libby and or Abby. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities here. I'm going to go over another article here from here'stheexpletivetwist.com. This was posted here February 20th, 2018, the Snapchat murders. And there's a couple of interesting bits in this article here. School was closed on February 13th, 2017, and the two best friends attached at the hip asked Libby's grandmother and primary caregiver Becky if they could go to Monon Bridge, a popular location for teens in the small town of Delphi, Indiana, population 3,000. The girls were granted permission with the caveat that they secure a ride there and back. Libby's oldest sister, Kelsey, agreed to take the girls, and Libby's father, Derek, agreed to pick them up. Kelsey dropped the girls off at Monon Bridge at approximately 1:45 p.m. Derek warned the girls he was only giving them 2 hours before he'd be picking them up. And that's interesting. He warned them, and what are the circumstances? Was that just because he was busy, and what was he busy with? Or was there more going on there? I don't know. Because if Derek was involved in something illicit, let's say, drug deal, whatever, and some individuals involved with that may or may not have known the girls were there and may or may not have been dealing in the area of the bridge with either knowledge or no knowledge of the girls. I don't know what's going on there. But that's interesting phrasing in this article. Continuing here, at 3:11 p.m., Derek texted Libby to let her know he was heading out to pick them up. Libby didn't respond. And at 3:14 p.m., Derek was waiting at the designated meeting spot. No sign of the girls. At 3:30 p.m., Derek called Becky to report the girls weren't where they said they'd be. Becky and Derek made several attempts to get a hold of Libby, but her phone went unanswered. Becky then enlisted her husband, Mike, to help. He arrived at the trail minutes later, and he and Derek started a search for the girls. The family didn't suspect foul play, had no reason to. I mean, I think we all think that happens to other people, so even in the face of something that is causing a little bit of panic, our brains won't necessarily let us go to worst case scenario unless there's no other option. The family assumed the girls were stuck somewhere, had walked too far, or had even gotten hurt. They thought perhaps Libby lost her phone or that the battery had died, leaving the girls with no way to know it was time to go home. By 5 p.m., the sun was setting and there was still no sign of the girls. So the family made a decision to get the police involved. An hour later, a massive search involving law enforcement and local residents had ensued. The search party worked well into the night, and at noon the next day, Valentine's Day, the two girls' bodies were found a half-mile where they were dropped off at the bridge. What's also kind of interesting is, again, the significance of Valentine's Day and the fact that the bodies were found on Valentine's Day and one or both of them might not have been dead the previous day. Again, we don't really know. Of course, the autopsy reports are sealed. Police have not publicly stated how the girls were murdered or given details on an MO. What they have released are 2 compelling images of the prime suspect, as well as a 3-second audio clip of the prime suspect issuing the demand down the hill. While on their hike, the girls were actively posting to Snapchat and recording video on Libby's phone. Police say Libby's phone recorded the entirety of the girls' last moments. Let me read that again. Police say Libby's phone recorded the entirety of the girls' last moments. And again, that's what they said. The recording starts off with normal girl stuff, talking and laughing. When the man appears on the bridge, the girls then become nervous and guarded. The suspect hustles towards the girls quickly, enough to alarm them, causing Libby to conceal her phone in a successful attempt to capture the man on film. And again, is it possible that this man is not the one that harmed them? Is it possible this was an encounter that had nothing to do with how they met their ultimate fate? Again, I don't know, but we have to think outside the box and consider that possibility. At the end of the bridge is a path twisting down a hill. The path is likely what the demand down the hill was referring to. Their bodies were found across a shallow creek at the bottom of that hill. And again, if you could check out the previous podcast episode, The Wrong Hill, there was police tape across a different hill. It is unknown which hill they actually went down. And of course, it's also unknown. Is it possible there was a car waiting and other perpetrators and they actually left that area and then the bodies were brought back to stage the scene as the prosecutor actually stated the scene was staged. So, and the thermal imaging drone camera did not pick up their bodies. So again, we really don't know the timeline, or we can't corroborate any of this information. Police have indicated that they have more evidence related to the suspect on Libby's phone, but will not be releasing it as to not compromise any future trial. Let me say that again. Police have indicated that they have more evidence related to the suspect on Libby's phone, but will not be releasing it as to not compromise any future trial. And again, this was published 2018. Since then, have they identified the bridge guy and ruled him out as the murderer? I don't know. By June 16, 2017, police had more than 18,000 tips to sort through, with at least 5 new tips coming in daily. On July 17th, police released a full composite sketch of their prime suspect. He is described as a white male between 5'6" and 5'10", weighing between 180 and 220, with reddish brown hair. In September 2017, a suspect identified as Daniel J. Nations was arrested. Nations was stopped for driving a car with expired license plates in Colorado. He was also wanted in connection with complaints of a man threatening hikers with a hatchet in Woodland Park. A mountain biker, Timothy Watkins, was fatally shot on the trail around the same time Nations was allegedly threatening people. At the traffic stop, police found a hatchet and a .22 caliber rifle in Nations' car. Nations has a lengthy criminal record, including petty offenses and domestic violence, as well as being a registered sex offender after being charged for indecent exposure. Nations had connections to Indiana, claiming to be homeless and living under an Indiana 67 bridge in Morgan County since January 31st, 2017. Nations was questioned by Indiana State Police in October, where they obtained his DNA for further processing. An El Paso County Sheriff's official told reporters that there are many similarities between the cases, but has stated that Indiana investigators did not want any more information released. Interesting. So the Indiana investigators are the ones that want to keep everything hush-hush, going so far as to reach out to other departments to keep everything hush-hush. What does that tell us? Daniel Nations was sentenced to 3 years probation January 5th, 2018 for the charge of threatening hikers in Colorado because he had an active warrant from another county. Nations was still in police custody as of January 24th, 2018, when he was transferred to Indiana custody on an unrelated charge. In early February 2018, police announced that Nations was no longer considered an active person of interest. In the Snapchat murders, the killer is still at large. Okay, interesting information there. And then I'm going to go over one more article here And it has a couple details that I have not seen discussed at length either, and we're going to attempt to connect them with the other information we've gone over here. This is from PurdueExponent.org, A New Path. Purdue student vows to find meaning in wake of sister's unsolved slaying, by Jordan Smith, June 5th, 2020. Kelsey German stops, the gravel beneath her feet ceasing its crunching. She gazes at the memorial honoring her sister and her sister's best friend, both of whom died 3 years ago. Pastel cutouts of the letters L and A lean against the wooden post of the makeshift memorial. Strewn about the letters are white crosses, pink flowers, and beaded jewelry, none of which were placed by Kelsey's family. A soil-smeared sign reads, Abby and Libby, we are still searching for the truth. We refuse to give up until justice is served. In hope and love, the justice seekers. Signed by a group of 7 web sleuths who live online working full-time to uncover hidden details. A rusted, bent-out-of-shape red gate blocks what used to be an entrance to the Monon High Bridge Trail, no more than 200 paces from where Kelsey stands. On February 13th, 2017, this was where she dropped off 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, who walked to the spot where their memorial now stands and turned left. The trail, 2 people wide and shrouded by trees, winds around a bend and leads to an 850-foot-long abandoned wooden railroad bridge. The 2 girls were headed to take Snapchats on the bridge, which looms several stories above the rushing Deer Creek, when they encountered a man. His identity remains unknown to law enforcement. And again, is that an assumption? I've constantly talked about that. Has that man been identified and cleared? I don't know. But again, the law enforcement refuses to really give definitive or clear statements or own up to previous mistakes. He wore faded jeans, a navy blue jacket, and a brown sweatshirt, the hood pulled up over his head. A video captured on Libby's phone shows him walking toward the girls, and on a later recording, he says, guys, down the hill. And again, as I stated earlier, we do not know if that's the same guy. Around noon the next day, the girls were found dead on a steep embankment along Deer Creek in Delphi, about a half mile from the bridge. If you weren't from the area, you wouldn't know the trails were here, German says, turning away from the trail. It's hard for me to imagine that someone I've grown up with, someone who grew up in the same place I've grown up in, could do something like that. Kelsey remembers seeing a dark SUV, its rear windshield covered in decals, parked near the entrance where she dropped off the girls. She didn't pay attention to whether any people were around, something she regrets daily. So let's pause for a moment here. What do we know about this dark SUV with a rear windshield covered in decals? Was this ever identified? Because I haven't heard that discussed. This is an article from 2020. And has that SUV been identified and cleared or not? Interesting to know. All the MINDSHOCK listeners out there, feel free to chime in for those that know more about this dark SUV with decals. I couldn't find too much of this, but there was a Reddit post by a true lady regarding this roughly 9 months ago. I think Kelsey's description of the vehicle is important in terms of profiling. I want to talk about something I feel Kelsey brought up in a recent interview she gave, the decals on the video. I feel it is an important insight into the potential psychological makeup of Bridge Guy. I want to ask users here, have you ever owned a car and placed many decals or bumper stickers on it? And of course, this is assuming this is Bridge Guy's SUV, and this is assuming Bridge Guy is involved with the murders. Also, another point here is that many believe that the true perpetrator, whether it was Bridge Guy or not, parked in the cemetery. And he wouldn't have been parking in the regular trail parking lots, too risky. So this SUV may or may not have anything to do with this, but we don't know, and it's a point that hasn't really been discussed extensively, so I did want to touch up on it. So again, going back to this post, How old were you when you did this? How responsible were you with money at the time? Reason I ask is I've noticed people tend to put decals on their vehicles when they are young, not very well versed in finances, and have paid off an older vehicle or maybe even a newer vehicle that was paid for by parents. Putting decals on your car significantly reduces resale value, especially at a dealership. At one point in my life, I owned a car worth about $1,500, and if I felt like it, may have covered it in decals. Now I'm older and own a newer model luxury vehicle and would never consider doing something like that. I have many friends in the same boat. We don't know the details of the decals. This post could be in vain, and they could be company lettering, but something tells me that is not the case. Something about her wording that I can't place my finger on. In addition, the vehicle Kelsey saw may have had nothing to do with the crime at all. However, if my presumption about the vehicle being covered in bumper sticker-like decals is accurate, it tells me Bridge Guy may fit the following profile. 1, young, possibly the first car. 2, financially disadvantaged or just financially irresponsible. 3, someone who does not live in town, although likely a prior resident. Everyone who lives in a small town finds cars covered in decals memorable. I remember in my younger years, it was a way of expressing individuality. 4, there is also the possibility they used a friend's car, which is why law enforcement is adamant someone knows. They know someone lent Bridge Guy their car and he returned it. And when he returned it, he was off in some way or another. This is all conjecture, but is what I've been pondering since I read the article. And another point here, too, is that could that be a vehicle possibly belonging to the young guy sketch? And we'll be getting into the other vehicles because this is not the only vehicle in question. There was another vehicle spotted with suspicious activity. I'll be going over that in the next episode. But some responses here. Where I live, people who put multiple decals on cars usually have some kind of message they are sending. I often see them from 1, super crunchy people promoting equality, community gardens, love is for everyone, and liberal candidates. 2, military, Second Amendment people who love to say they will shoot you, no one is going to tread on them, and Semper Fi, when they probably aren't even in Marines. 3, sometimes dog people if they show or breed a specific type, or sometimes horse people, so animal people. And then 16-year-olds who will put anything on a car. But the only time I see men with a bunch of stuff on their car, they are usually promoting their tough guy stance, pro-gun, pro-military, I hate snowflakes kind of thing. I know I'm generalizing, but where I live, people with over 4 decals usually fall into one of these categories. Men usually just fall into one. Interesting thought. The other thing that's kind of interesting is wouldn't other people have seen this vehicle? And if it stands out that much, a dark SUV with multiple decals on the back. It's kind of hard to remember a vehicle that maybe only has 1 or 2, but if the windshield had a whole bunch of decals, I mean, that's a bit more memorable. It seems other people would have remembered, and maybe law enforcement did track it down and ruled it out somehow. Or maybe not, but you would think they would tell Kelsey German if they did, right? And she wouldn't still be talking about it in 2020. Another good comment here. Cars bought directly from a previous owner or discount lots often have the stickers still on them. I sold 2 cars in which this was the case. I saw one of them a couple years later and the stickers were still mostly intact. More information might bring out a prior owner. Also, if there is validity to this, law enforcement could publicize it. It seems reasonable that the car might have been bought cheaply and immediately prior to the crime with the intention of disposing of it immediately after. Interesting. Interesting indeed. And another comment here, dark SUV, doesn't know exact color, never ever mentioned before by anyone that I'm aware of. This is strange. I have been following this case since the onset, most videos and podcasts along with online forums, and this has never been brought up. Why now? Don't give me that she's trying to remember, preach, not buying it. There are 4 things I think when it comes to this vehicle statement. First, if there's a vehicle around drop-off point, this would have come out a long time ago and on more than one platform. Second, could this be something she told law enforcement early on and wasn't supposed to divulge this information? Third, did law enforcement allow her to drop this bomb, so to speak? And fourth, why bring it up now? I mean, if she told law enforcement of said vehicle at the onset of the crime, have they cleared the vehicle and or driver? If so, why bring this up? I don't get it, and it's all very strange to me. It's like the story changes constantly. Why? Those are some really good questions. Really good questions. A response here, I guarantee this was planned. She posted last night about taking a social media break. I'm guessing because she dropped this news. Plus, people are literally expletives towards her for no reason. But yeah, she definitely didn't just remember this all of a sudden. Has to have been planned, or she decided to mention this on her own because nothing else has happened. That's an interesting point, too, because if she's that frustrated with law enforcement, maybe they kept telling her they can't track it down, but they don't want to release the information for some reason, and she took it upon herself to release it. Who knows? I don't know. It's really bizarre. And a lot of people are saying they never saw this SUV mentioned before. I don't quite remember, because I think I read something where she said there may have been a suspicious vehicle, but I don't remember it being described as a dark SUV with decals. So I'm not sure. Again, people who have followed the case since the beginning can chime in. Another interesting comment here. I don't know what I think for sure, and it's driving me crazy. I don't think she made it up, but other than that, I'm baffled. Like you, I think going rogue would hinder the investigation, and I'd like to think she understands that. The only reason I think her going rogue might have happened is what if, I hate what ifs, I can't believe I'm saying this, Kelsey has told law enforcement of the SUV before, but they shrugged her off. All these years, and the SUV is still in her mind, so she figured, screw it, I'll cast a line and see if anyone bites. But then I keep thinking this case has been at such a standstill. If law enforcement never checked into this to begin with, why haven't they gone back now? Doesn't seem like they have anything to lose at this point. I want to believe this is all part of a master plan law enforcement has concocted to smoke the killer out. I believe in order to suspect this theory, though, you have to believe law enforcement pressers have been cryptic in the past and the shack dialogue was planned. I'm not sure if I believe those assumptions, though. I do think the pressers have been cryptic, but more in a way that someone who knows something would understand the weird things they say. I don't think they've been cryptic in a manner to throw the general public off. However, I think the shack dialogue was rogue, emotions got the best of him, and he started rambling. I really want law enforcement to have had their hand in this. It would mean the case was still in their minds, and they're actively investigating. My biggest fear surrounding this entire investigation is it goes cold. I hope they never let that happen. And some astute observations there. Those are all good points. Another response here by Girl with Funny Hat. I was 16 when I had my first car and put decals all over it. I personally agree with your train of thought here. I have always felt the perpetrator was 16 or 17 at the time of the crime, though. I have no basis whatsoever for this. It was just my first thought at the time and one I've just stuck with. And you know what's interesting, too? If it was a youngster, 16, 17, relatively young, is it possible their family members have been covering for them? And again, is the young guy's sketch the true perpetrator, and these older individuals are not the perpetrators? They were there, maybe they interacted with the girls, but they didn't kill them. But then they wanted to cover for this other individual for whatever reason. Are they involved in the drug trade with him? There could be a lot of different reasons why they would cover for him that don't specifically involve actually wanting to cover for them if they fear for their own imprisonment from their own illegal activities. That may very well be the case. And then, of course, there was the other vehicle parked at the CPS, coincidentally, that day as well. And I'll be getting into all of that later. I just wanted to focus on these particular issues. And something that I haven't seen mentioned, also, apparently Leesenby was asked if more than one person was involved in the killings, and he responded, "We're not sure about that." So that's interesting. Leesenby himself has said, "We're not sure about that." So this is not just, so I don't know what that means. What does that mean? So they possibly have an idea that it's one individual, but they don't have the others. Another comment here on Web Sleuth. Reading the article about Kelsey, like a lot of people, I was surprised that she mentioned a black SUV with decals. I certainly never heard about it before. If, as some have suggested, it was a vehicle law enforcement had already checked and cleared as belonging to someone known to be at the trails that day 3 years out, I would think Kelsey would know that, so why mention it and drag some innocent into the discussion? Also, if that were true, I would think law enforcement would have quickly cleared it up to keep all web sleuthers from running with it. I'm thinking either one, law enforcement has known about the SUV for 3 years and strangely chose this method to get it out to the public after the debacle last year with the new sketch, not wanting more criticism, or two, Kelsey, knowing the SUV has not been cleared and feeling frustrated with law enforcement not releasing the info, took it upon herself to do just that. Or three, law enforcement has just stopped caring at all about what the public is talking about. They have further drawn into their own world, staring at mounds of info they refuse to release. I do think the SUV might be important and at least deserves some attention, although it's hard to know where to start with it after 3 years. As always, just my thoughts. And those are very, very good points because it really is curious. Again, if people thought law enforcement actions didn't make sense before, I mean, adding all of this into the mix, it's really bizarre. I mean, it's all very, very mind-shocking. This is unlike any other case, both the crime itself and also just the law enforcement response and how law enforcement has been releasing information to the public. It's just really, really bizarre. I don't know what to make of it because if they put out the information regarding the SUV immediately after, it would have been a lot more likely that they could have found it. Or did law enforcement make a mistake and not really give the SUV the attention that it needed, and they realized they made that mistake? And 3 years later, I mean, it's still possible people might remember it, but if they had went public with it early on, it seems like it really seems like there's something weird going on, and we don't know what it is. An unknown variable. But let me finish this article here. The people who walk past me in the store, I can tell you exactly what they were wearing usually a day later, she says, just because that's the kind of stuff I have to know now. Now a 20-year-old incoming junior at Purdue, Kelsey was only 17 when her sister Liberty was killed. In the years since, Kelsey's been thrust into a national spotlight she didn't ask for, with media members and podcasters all seeking her opinion. Some have been helpful. She keeps a list 3 pages long of people she's spoken with, while others have disrespected her family's suffering in favor of a dramatic narrative. At first reluctant to publicly advocate for her sister, Kelsey now owns her story and then some. Sometimes you have to deal with the sensationalized part of it to get your story out there, she says. She hasn't limited her activism to extracurricular choices. After a year at Ball State pursuing a degree in communications, she had a change of heart. Her transfer to Purdue was the culmination of a longing to immerse herself in the criminal justice system to help future victims' families. As long as the case is unsolved, the town of Delphi remains apprehensive. Its members have been told by law enforcement that the killer likely is or was formerly a resident of the 3,000-person community. And again, just bringing in their statement of no threat to the public, that's kind of weird, because if they're saying that this is a current resident of the community that's capable of just murdering these children in cold blood, yet there's no threat to the public, it's weird. And if they received some kind of tip or rumor that this was some kind of hit or they were targeted, why would they trust it? Why would they just blindly trust it and say there's no threat to the public? It just doesn't make a lot of sense, as well as most of their actions don't make a lot of sense. Progress seems slow, though investigators refuse to label it a cold case. In years past, Kelsey suffered severe panic attacks when she and her family trekked to visit the bridge on earlier anniversaries of her sister's death. She'd reach the memorial, look down the trail leading to the bridge, and sit to wait while family members continued on. The bridge is under construction now, blocked off by a chain link fence, so we walk an adjacent trail down a steep hill, one Kelsey last walked on with Libby 2 weeks before her death. So actually, if they went there that frequently, is it possible that the perpetrator, if he was someone staking out the trails, he might have actually seen Libby prior to that day as well? Huh. She would have been turning 18 this year, she says. It's really crazy to think she would be driving right now and filling out her college applications. Kelsey's phone rings. She adjusts her purse on her hip to grab it. My grandma's checking on me, Kelsey said after ending the call. She saw I was down here. Kelsey's grandmother, with whom she lives in Delphi, tracks Kelsey's cell phone locations now. The call came despite the fact that Kelsey had told her grandmother earlier that day she'd be visiting the trail. The day the girls went missing, she and her grandparents scoured the forest alongside hundreds of Delphi community members, leaving after hours without success. Again, to the people online who think they searched throughout the entire night through morning with no break at all, again, there's conflict here. There are the dark hours. There were a few hours unaccounted for. So they searched for hours and then left. So we don't have information to corroborate that every second there were people there. There were dark hours when the bodies could have been returned to the general location and staged. Shortly after, the family downloaded an app to track one another, and Kelsey carries with her a taser and pepper spray, just in case, she says, alluding to the man suspected to have killed her sister, especially since we don't know where he is or where he could be now. Finding meaning. The panic attack happened while Kelsey was studying for criminology class, reading about homicides. She was a freshman at Ball State in late 2018. She had been away from home for 3 months and hadn't yet mustered the motivation to explore campus or make friends. Many times she sat in her dorm room for hours on end, advocating on social media to find her sister's killer and doing as many as 6 interviews a day with various journalists and podcasters. Her mental health was depleted by her devotion to her sister's cause. It had come to dominate her life. It was in this state that an older man, he looked a bit scary, approached her while she was studying on campus, sending adrenaline coursing through her veins. It just felt like any older man who was coming near me could be that person because we didn't really have an image of who he could be, she recalled. So as I was sitting there, I was thinking, what if this is him? What if he's taunting me? What if he's going to follow me back to my dorm room? What's going to happen? It was very real and very scary. Kelsey had aspired to be a photojournalist throughout high school. When Libby was taken from her, it spurred a change that may put her front and center in future homicide investigations. She wanted to study forensic science and drop communications. The decision took rounds of visceral conversations with family members. Ball State's criminology department didn't offer the forensics program she wanted. What's more, committing to forensic science meant relinquishing the ability to remove herself from the world of criminal investigations when it became overwhelming. Instead, she'd be immersing herself in that world, each lab and course serving as a constant reminder of Libby's crime scene. Our concern was all her life she wanted to go into journalism, and if it hadn't been for this, she'd be in journalism, Kelsey's grandmother, Becky Patty, said. We asked her to put a lot of thought into it because this is a career. But Kelsey was sickened by all of the Abby and Libby memorial events she was missing while at Ball State 2 hours from Delphi. Purdue is only a half hour from home, and it offers a psychology program with a minor in forensic science. I came to the realization that this is what I'm passionate about now, she said. Helping people get through what I'm going through now is what I want to do for the rest of my life. Rather than pursue a traditional career in forensic science, which involves collecting and analyzing physical evidence from a crime scene, Kelsey majors in psychology to focus on the individual motivations of criminals. She minors in both forensic science and law and society, which offers an alternative to the blood spatter and bullet holes that are prominent in crime labs. Certain classes have been discomforting regardless. One lab during her first semester at Purdue required work involving blood spatter. Though she never saw the girl's crime scene, she said any gore prompted visions of what may have happened. I could not sit there and physically look at this blood spatter without wanting to leave, she said. When I see that stuff, I'm able to imagine it, and I don't want to imagine it. She talked to her teaching assistant and was excused from attending class. The normal curriculum was replaced by an essay about blood spatter, which she finished without issue. Professor of Forensic Entomology Crystal Hans said that the field needs to improve its alternative options for students who have experienced trauma. She taught a course about career paths in forensic science that Kelsey took and was the first professor to learn of Kelsey's connection to the Delphi murders. The professor had heard of the case through law enforcement contacts, but the extent of Kelsey's experience shocked her, Hans said. In Kelsey's story, Hans saw an opportunity. She could convey the human effect of homicides to forensic students taught to view crime scenes through a scientific lens. It was something that I started talking about with my colleagues, trying to understand if people were putting emphasis on their courses on the emotional impact, Hans said, and I found that nobody was. Students weren't attuned to the lasting consequences of deaths for victims' families and law enforcement. Occasionally they'd glorify crime scenes, Hans said, expressing intrigue to see a dead body and be inside the yellow tape. Kelsey agreed to record a 25-minute lecture outlining the emotional toll of Libby's death. Her account was personal and harrowing, Hans said, dispelling the myths portrayed in sensationalized crime shows. Students expressed awe that Kelsey was willing to expose herself daily to reminders of her sister, Hans said. She asked students to respond to reflective surveys to see how the talk resonated. A lot of people would shut down and lose motivation when something this terrible happens, one student wrote. She instead uses her experience as motivation to help so many other people in the country. A media frenzy. Cornfields surround Kelsey's home in rural Delphi, stretching for miles across the soundless landscape. A neighbor's golden farm dog roams the narrow road down the hill from the house and nips at the rear ends of cars that drive by. The house sits at the end of a long driveway with beige vinyl siding, dark green shutters, and a porch that spans the length of the house's front side. It was this idyllic setting where, on the day she and her family learned Libby's body had been found, members of a popular news network peered through the windows and knocked on the front door to root out interview material, Kelsey said. And then they repeatedly call you every single day, which is okay. We get they need a story, she said. But the day after you find out somebody in your family is murdered, that's not exactly what you want to be doing. The deaths created a media frenzy among outlets seeking the sentimental touch only a family member can offer. TV personality Nancy Grace, a bit of a spitfire, Kelsey says, recently overwhelmed her during an interview with constant interruptions and conspiracy theories. Podcasts have sprung up featuring sensationalized, drawn-out descriptions of the circumstances surrounding the deaths. In Pursuit with John Walsh aired an episode investigating the Delphi murders in April. Kelsey said the crew spent dozens of hours interviewing her grandma and grandpa. Their living room turned into a cramped television set. I think I talked for 30 seconds in the show. My grandparents both had 30 seconds, she said. We literally sat in this little house. It was incredibly hot. We had to be really quiet, and we got 30 seconds to share our story. Kelsey now takes the attention in stride, but she didn't always. As a 17-year-old thrust into a national spotlight, she balked. She refused to deal with the media unless her grandparents joined her. Also nagging her was whether her public presence might incite the murderer to silence her. As her grandparents have stepped back to grieve, she's taken the helm. becoming a primary source for interviews and information on the case. The way she puts it, her best friend was taken from her. What more does she have to lose? If something's going to happen to me, at least it happened while I was trying to solve what happened to her, she reasons. My way of coping is to continue to spread the word and talk to whoever will listen about what happened. Patty remembers how close her granddaughters were. Wherever Kelsey went, Libby seemed to follow. To be only 17 when Libby died forced Kelsey to endure something horrific that no child at that age should have to live through, Patty said. But her youth also makes her privy to new media space dominated by apps like Twitter and Instagram, which attract entirely different audiences than do old-school cable outlets. Kelsey's grandparents were mystified when they met young people at CrimeCon, a true crime convention, who knew nothing of the Delphi murders. We were like, what do you mean you haven't heard about the case, Patty said, her voice rising in disbelief as she remembered the conversations. We were on Dr. Phil and Megyn Kelly and Dr. Oz, and they said, oh, we don't watch TV. And so Kelsey has filled a gap. More attention means a higher likelihood the case is solved, Kelsey knows. Publicizing her story, ironically, has forged sincere connections to hundreds of people who have also missed or deceased siblings. Her junior year at Delphi Community High School in the months after the deaths was depressing, she said. Sympathetic peers made efforts to befriend her, but nobody knew what to say. Dozens of friends dwindled to 3 or 4. Kelsey didn't want to talk anyway. She's lived with her grandparents since she and Libby moved there 13 years ago because their parents had disassociated from them, she said. Kelsey's mother lives in Kentucky, and the two argue more than ever before. Kelsey says her father has been in and out of prison, though he now lives at her grandparents' home. In need of a support system, in May of her senior year, she traveled to Nashville to attend CrimeCon, which puts an emphasis on respecting victims' family members and spreading information about missing persons. Thousands of attendees empathized with her, something she found lacking in small-town Delphi. She remembers being moved upon meeting Michelle Cruz, the sister of a Golden State Killer victim. She looked at me my first day of CrimeCon, Kelsey recalls, and said, we're here for you. No matter how long you have to wait, you're not going to have to wait 42 years. Her Twitter following has since ballooned to more than 12,000 people, and she's flooded with 100 DMs a day. Sometimes people send tips about Abby and Libby. Others plead that she use her following to spread their story. For every case that generates as much buzz as the Delphi murders, Patty figures there are 9 that don't. She said to her, it seems the media gravitates towards cases without rhyme or reason. It was pure luck that the Abby and Libby case gained traction in her view, and now the killer is under building pressure. There are many families that aren't as lucky, and Kelsey has seen that, she said, so she tries to help those other families as much as she can. She uses the fact that people know who she is to help others. Others reckon the eerie imagery linked to the case makes it rare. Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter said how unusual it is for law enforcement to obtain a photo, video, and audio clip of a suspect without being able to identify the person. The investigation seems to loom on a precipice. The one more tip mentality. Nearly 65,000 or so tips, and we're missing one, Carter insists, fuels entire online communities of vigilantes. And another point there, if this is someone involved in law enforcement, if the true perpetrator is law enforcement, wouldn't they want to continue the narrative of we don't know who Bridge Guy was? Because let's say Bridge Guy is not the perpetrator, and the perpetrator was really a police officer or someone affiliated with police officers in some capacity with law enforcement. If they know it's not Bridge Guy, if he was arrested, identified, and cleared, would they continue this narrative that he wasn't in order to shield the true perpetrator if they were involved with law enforcement? This is if the corruption angle is true. I'm not alleging it is or is not, but if it is, would they continue with this narrative? The subreddit Delphi Murders has nearly 27,000 followers who hang on Carter's every word. One theory wrongly posits that Carter's allusion to The Shack, a novel about a man who seeks redemption after his daughter is murdered during a 2019 press conference, implies the girl's killer may have been motivated by the book or even left it at the crime scene. It's problematic, Carter said about conspiracy theories. With homicide cases, it's easy to speculate. I mean, with coincidence theories as well, that claim that whatever the official narrative or officially released information is gospel. I mean, that's an issue too, because it's easy to pretend and put blind faith in this, which again doesn't get cases solved that are unsolved. Any theory about the source of the case's magnetism has to acknowledge the setting. The town's isolation points to one of its own as a probable suspect. And as a business owner, Trish Mendel said, "You would never think something like this would happen in a small town. They took our kids." Everyone in Delphi knows Kelsey. She tells me as we walk around the historic downtown square. It's impossible to search the name of the 3,000-person town without being prompted to read about the murders. In person, reminders lie on every street. Across the street from the century-old limestone courthouse, a worn-down beige apartment building has huge signs plastered into its ground floor windows, bearing faded sketches of the suspect's face. One poster pleads with passerbys to send any tips to the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. Steps from the corner apartment building is Stonehouse Restaurant and Bakery, its door adorned with a smaller sketch. When Abby and Libby died, the bakery made heart-shaped cookies with the girls' names frosted on and donated money from sales to the suspect's bounty fund. As of today, whoever exposes the killer will earn $250,000. Lisa Delaney, 53, has lived in Delphi her whole life and has owned Stonehouse for 20 years. She created a new cookie called the Angel Crisp to honor the girls' memory. Both her husband, a fireman, and her daughter were part of the community effort to find the girls who were initially believed to be missing. When the girls were found gone, dead, everyone in the community, all of our hearts broke at the exact same time, Delaney said when we spoke later that day. It was too personal. They took our kids. The Delphi City building is a block east of Stonehouse, and its top floor houses 2 county police detectives constantly investigating the double homicide case, the sheriff says. Delaney said when investigators claim to have a lead, the entire community holds its breath. When the lead is a dead end, all are deflated as if they're anxious family members. When they find the suspect. "We all owe him a serious ass whooping, you know what I mean," she said. "This person should be put on some kind of a cross on the courthouse lawn." A block north of Stonehouse in Wallman's Quality Foods, owner John McKean, 62, remembers 40 to 60 police cars clogging the square streets after the girls' bodies were found. Local and state officers, as well as FBI agents, packed a brown brick 2-story building on a corner near the courthouse for months. National media descended on the small Indiana town. "I deal with grocery companies in Tennessee, and you'd go to meetings in Tennessee and say you're from Delphi. Everybody knew," McKean said. "Prior to that, you'd say Delphi, and they'd go, huh." McKean said he buries the negative feelings in the back of his mind, only for them to resurface in force with each anniversary. "Likely until the case is resolved," he said, "a feeling of apprehension will continue to cloud the community." Kelsey says she struggles to be downtown. Her grandparents' ranch is about 10 minutes from the square, its isolation offering respite from her spotlight as Libby's sister. Each time she visits Delphi, the case's notoriety looms large. "People won't actually talk to us because they don't know what to say yet," she says. Several months after the murder, she had a job at a sandwich and ice cream shop called the Blue Moose, directly across the street south of the courthouse. One of Libby's quotes is painted across the top of an ice cream truck out back. "There's always room for ice cream." Trish Mendel, 47, owns the Blue Moose and remembers employees coalescing to support Kelsey. Strict rules were in place to ensure she felt safe at work. "We were just really careful with her. You know, when Kelsey goes out, you walk her to a car, make sure she gets in her car, okay," she said, "because you don't know where this person is, who they're watching, what's going on." And that's really, really creepy. I don't believe I've touched upon that. But if the killer or killers are both local, involved in the crime, drug scene, whatever, they obviously could have been watching Kelsey as well. And would it be too risky for them to make a move on her? I don't know, but again, it's really, really creepy and bizarre to think about it. And this article really sheds light on, again, the apprehension in the air. And obviously, this case really, really needs to be solved, and soon. Delphi used to be a town where people felt comfortable leaving car doors unlocked, Mendel said. Its small-town bubble, with neighbors holding neighbors accountable, insulated it from the violent crime that ravaged large Midwestern cities like Chicago and Indianapolis. When 2 innocent girls were killed while taking pictures on a walk, the bubble burst. The town is stunned to this day. The family needs justice. They need this done, Mendel said. They shouldn't have to wait 20 or 30 years. Someone knows who did it. People differ on whether the Monon High Bridge Trail should fade into history, permanently stained by the tragedy, or be reclaimed for its beauty and history. Mendel visited the old railroad bridge for the first time in 2016 to take senior pictures with her son. Then she found it dangerous. Now she finds it an omen. But Kelsey remembers when a group of 100, led by the pastor of Delphi United Methodist Church, marched to the trail in May 2017 to erase the fear that had warded off residents in the months after the incident. Since then, the Wabash and Erie Canal Association has installed cameras at the trail's new entrance to promote safety and plans to begin renovating paths. Association President Dan McCain, 79, grew up in Delphi and remembers hiking the trails being a rite of passage for young people. Now this is mind shock, so I'm gonna dive into the McCains here. So Dan McCain, again, he's the association president. Supposedly he's a millionaire. He also has a brother, so it's Dan and Dave McCain, one of which is flannel shirt guy who Derek German ran into on the trails. And again, this is mind shock. We have to go down every single rabbit hole and every single avenue of an investigation. That's why Mind Shock listeners listen to Mind Shock. We have to be logical and objective. And let's go into Mind Shock land because there are things that don't add up and we have to examine them. So this is a good write-up from, again, the Delphi Murder subreddit posted by On the Trail 8 months ago. I started this thread by reading the timelines, then I've read many posts as to be informed as I can, playing catch-up. I have copy-pasted a portion of the timeline. The timeline is the only place I have read anything about a flannel shirt guy. I can't even find flannel shirt guy in the index table posted, and where Derek is asked to ID pictures of who he talked to, he says it's not Dan, but could be Dave McCain. Then followed, but neither are a suspect. Who are the McCains? Did they corroborate that one of them was in fact there? I'm sure I've missed something here. Educate me, please. 3:20 p.m. approximately, on the trail at the 5 Trail intersection, Derek encounters a man wearing a flannel shirt guy, i.e. Dave McCain. Dave McCain was walking west on the 501 trail, coming from the bridge. Flannel shirt guy said he had not seen the girls. So Dave McCain, aka flannel shirt guy, told Derek there was a couple down by the bridge, but no girls. McCain told Derek the couple was down at the bridge. McCain did not say under the bridge. The word under was added by Becky Patty in a YouTube interview with Gray Hughes. Derek never said that. On Facebook, Derek said that flannel shirt guy said that he had seen a couple down at the bridge. Derek was later shown pictures of Dan McCain and said that Dan is not flannel shirt guy. Derek was shown pictures of Dave McCain and said that Dave could be flannel shirt guy. So that's another thing that's kind of weird. He's not sure who flannel shirt guy was. He didn't get a good look at the guy that he directly talked to, which is really weird. So Dan McCain is on the Wabash and Erie Canal Board of Directors. He's not a suspect, and neither is Dave McCain. And they're in their 70s, so make of that what you will. Now, I see, again, if Bridge Guy is not the killer, the guy in the video is not the killer, or if whether they are, they aren't, how do we know they're not associated with the McCains? And for people that want reference, and Dan McCain, there's a photo here on HuntingtonCountyTab.com where he is wearing flannel. And this is Dan. So do Dan and Dave both wear flannel? Is it possible Derek German was mistaken and it was Dan instead of Dave? Or again, Dave instead, but he didn't seem sure. So it's really hard to know what to make of this. Either way, some responses here. I think the salient points are Dave McCain is a lifelong resident of Delphi. Presumably his brother is too. Dave is passionate about historic preservation and is also a trails enthusiast. He and others have been trying to get funds to repair the bridge to make it a part of the trail that is actually safe to walk on. Apparently, he walks the local trails almost every day. I don't know if he walks the FB to MHB trails, I guess Monon High Bridge, or goes to other spots as well, but from what I've read, he visits the bridge area trails often. He is a slim gentleman in his 70s. His brother is also in his 70s. As far as I know, neither brother has any notable criminal history or any other suspicious activity that would suggest they would be involved in a conspiracy to murder 2 young girls. As far as I know, Dave has not spoken publicly about being there or what, if anything, he saw. And is that curious? It is presumed by most people, myself included, that he was at the trail that day. This largely comes from the posts and comments of Bitter Beat Poet. Bitter Beat Poet actually talked to Derek and showed him a picture of Dave. Presumably, he did so because many people knew or had heard rumors that one of the McCains was there. It is corroborated by Dave himself. Is it corroborated by Dave himself or law enforcement? I don't think so. I am skeptical about a lot of things, but I don't really question whether Dave was there and talked to Derek. I have never heard of anything that would make me think that wasn't true. I don't consider it controversial. We don't know exactly what time he got there, the route he walked, or whether he saw Bridge Guy. I believe we know that he didn't see the girls. How do we know that? How do we know that? No one seriously thinks Dave or his brother is Bridge Guy. Bridge Guy is not in his 70s. And of course, this is presupposing that Bridge Guy is one of the perpetrators or acted alone. Certainly, conspiratorially inclined people have suggested that the murders are related to a nefarious plot that was motivated by people who wanted to get money to repair the bridge, I think. People who believe this line of reasoning seem to view the McCains with a lot of suspicion, and some believe he was involved, but again, I don't think anyone believes either of them are a Bridge Guy because it's obvious. Mind you, there is no actual evidence, it's speculation, and pretty bizarre speculation at that. Appeal to incredulity, logic, fallacy. Most people think he was there, and it would be illuminating to hear what he saw, but that he was not involved in the murders directly or indirectly in any way. This is the camp I am in. Really, the only interesting thing about him in relation to this case is that he was at the trails right around the same time the girls were apparently killed. I mean, I would call that more than interesting. I mean, the coincidence theorists must be having a field day with this, because chastising the critical thinkers, aka conspiracy theorists, while maintaining that it's not unusual that he was there around the time the girls were being killed and somehow didn't hear or see anything. And we're going to get into a few more issues with McCain here. He may have seen Bridge Guy, or he may have just missed him. I would also imagine that law enforcement has talked to him about people he saw in that area in the days and weeks before the murders. If you believe Bridge Guy is local, it's possible Dave had encountered him before, since Dave was there a lot. He was probably there more than anyone else, and that's an interesting point. The guy that walks those trails almost every day is the most familiar with them and spends the most amount of time there. I would be very curious to know what he knows. Again, brain fingerprint scans. Polygraphs are all well and good, but the brain fingerprint scan bypasses whether somebody is attempting to deceive or not. And here's an interesting follow-up comment, which I've also been thinking about. It appears he's the one who gave the red herring first sketch. I always felt it was a fake sketch or he would be identified. Another response here, I don't trust flannel shirt guy. It's clear he wasn't bridge guy. But in my opinion, he can't be ruled out as an accessory. The red herring sketch and leading Derek German in the opposite direction of the bridge. I'm sure the old man's lawyered up. He should. And if he is the source of that sketch, it's weird because Doug Carter stated there were no witnesses and nobody saw bridge guys, so where did the first sketch come from? I mean, again, all of these conflicting statements from law enforcement don't make any sense. But if flannel shirt guy duped law enforcement, would they admit it? So if law enforcement thought he was telling the truth and the first sketch that was released, even though the sketch of the younger guy was made first, the first sketch released to the public was the older guy. Was the older guy a fake sketch? And if that's true, is flannel shirt guy the source of the sketch, whether or not he is Dave or Dan McCain? And a bunch of comments following this line of reasoning were deleted. So another person asked, is there any truth to the tale that flannel shirt guy has lawyered up and is now not talking to anybody about the case, not even law enforcement? Response here, I don't know. That is a rumor and we have no way of verifying, but I would also say that even if it is true, it would not make him any more suspicious in my view. I know this is commonly seen as a sign of guilt, but it really isn't, especially with small town police in a high profile case that they are under a lot of pressure to solve. It would be prudent for anyone to have a lawyer with them while talking to law enforcement, especially if he's told them everything he knows and they just want to keep going over it again and again, which is what police do when they have no idea who committed the crime. He would be very well within his rights to say, I've told you what I know. If you catch bridge guy and want me to testify at trial, send a subpoena and I will be there. Another interesting response here. This man is in his 70s with a history in the community and a passion for the trails, would do just what the police asked of him. If the police said, hey, please don't tell your story on Facebook or anywhere else, he would comply. That's all that needs saying. But yeah, they don't talk because they lawyered up and it's spooky and weird and people can spin lies for YouTube clicks, I guess, as opposed to just believing that flannel shirt guy is complying with law enforcement requests to stay silent on the case. To me, it makes BBP that much more credible that he didn't try to lie or spin gossip about flannel shirt guy. He just said that guy's not talking, which is probably true. And again, that's just an assumption. That's why on MINDSHOCK, we don't blindly believe point A or point B in these black and white logical fallacies, because either could be true, neither can be true. We don't know. So to just play pretend and hallucinate that you can know likelihoods, if he's not involved, then sure. If he is involved, so is it a coincidence that he pointed Derek German away from the Monon High Bridge, the area where the girls actually were? I don't know. There seem to be a lot of coincidences in this case. And the coincidence theorists will pretend it's always all nothing to see here, and that these people were definitely not involved in any capacity. I don't know. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, because I don't know. I wasn't there. Anybody who wasn't there cannot claim to know whether something is true or untrue. I mean, they can pretend and play fairy tales and say whatever they want to soothe their cognitive dissonance, like some of these commenters here who pretend that everything is above board no matter what, and that's why flannel shirt guy's not talking. Another comment here, by no means was I trying to imply anything. I just found it odd at how detailed this whole thread topic has been documented detail by detail. And then there was this slight mention of a man, flannel shirt guy, that may or may not have been there. It seems we have knowledge of what everyone else has seen, who they passed, what time they got there, what trails they visited, just a lot of information. And then you got flannel shirt guy headed back from the bridge, crickets. and other people on the trail had seen flannel shirt guy. So whether it's 100% corroborated that it was one of the McCains, again, unclear. And Derek German, yes, it's unclear. But if this was one of the McCains, I don't know. It is bizarre because if all these other people walking the trails were forthcoming with information and flannel shirt guy was not, what does that mean? And is it a coincidence that he pointed Derek German in the opposite direction of the Monon High Bridge? And is he the source of the fake sketch if indeed that first release sketch of the older guy is a fake red herring sketch intentionally created to draw suspicion away from the true perpetrators? All right, let's go back to the Purdue Exponent article. So we were just talking about Dan McCain. And he said hiking the trails became a rite of passage for young people. He said parents used to be unafraid to allow children drawn by their adolescent quest to explore the outdoors to embark alone. Now it seems to him Delphi avoids the historic trail system. People walk in pairs of 2 or more, and women trek with pepper spray or weapons. McCain said he understands and encourages these precautions, but his mission, supported by a grant of nearly $1.3 million Delphi received from Indiana's Next Level Trails Initiative, is to repave overgrown paths, shore up eroded embankments, and install solid decking and railings on the wooden bridge. What was a bridge spanning the river will be transformed to a lookout, blocking off the other side to hikers. It's just about to be reborn, he said. As unfortunate as the incident was, should we let that control our lives for the rest of time? Can that be seen as a weird statement or possibly insensitive? I don't know. It's really weird. I don't know. That's weird. One more piece. Kelsey, same as other students, was deflated when Purdue canceled in-person classes in March and she had to return home. Some suffered from a lack of quiet workspace. Many felt sapped of motivation, attempting to maintain a scholarly guise as the world seemed to crumble. Kelsey German opens her bedroom door and has to stare into the room of her dead sister. Libby is everywhere in the house. Painted rocks with family photos glued on sit on the outdoor tables. Orange light bulbs illuminate the porch every evening, a symbol adopted statewide to indicate the killer is still at large. Yet somehow no threat to the public. I don't know. Libby's room is untouched, as if she might return from school in the afternoon, except for stacks of case documents compiled throughout the years, Kelsey says. Kelsey spends a lot of time in the room, regardless, reading through her sister's old journals, discovering what she thought about in the months preceding her death. Sometimes she talks to Libby, she says, which sounds really crazy because she's not there, Kelsey admits, but no matter what I'm going through, talking like I'm talking to her helps me kind of think through things. I also ask her to tell me who he is a lot, but she hasn't done that yet. 40,000 to 65,000 tips depending on who you ask. A national spotlight that's exceeded any case of similar scope. 2 sketches, a photo, a video, and an audio recording of the man on the bridge. A coordinated investigation between the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, Indiana State Police, and the FBI. And yet, the question Kelsey implores Libby to answer as she sits in her sister's room remains unanswered. Each of the business owners I talked to expressed wariness about the ongoing police investigation. Constantly, they're being told one more tip, casting doubt on the completeness of the information detectives have on any suspects. Yet, counterintuitively, no one doubts the case will be solved. The evidence is inconclusive not because of a wanting quantity of tips, but a missing puzzle piece. As Carter puts it, one final piece makes the complicated equation whole. Someone is scared to death to identify their brother or father or husband or coworker. If there is something that we don't have yet, it's because it's not there, said Delaney, the bakery owner. That piece of the puzzle, somebody's got it, and at the right time, it's going to be laid down somewhere. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Lazenby stressed that acting on incomplete evidence might weaken the prosecution's case, potentially spoiling the one chance to imprison the killer. If a prosecutor doesn't get it right the first time, that's our only chance, the sheriff said. We want justice for Abby and Libby, but we don't want to do it at the expense of potentially losing the criminal case in our courtroom. And those are very interesting statements from Sheriff Lazenby here, because is there any other way to interpret that than they have one or possibly two of more perpetrators and they want to nail everybody, or they think it's one guy and they have a decent case to the point where they truly believe it's him. They somehow know it's him, but the evidence doesn't meet the beyond a reasonable doubt. But for some reason, the evidence isn't there. So they're certain that it's the guy, but they also know it's not going to meet the legal standards to actually nail him in the courtroom. And you actually do see this in a certain amount of cases where this is the case. Somehow they know. And of course, they don't release that information, so we don't know how they know, but let's say they know, but the solid evidence is not there for whatever reason. Or is he just trying to defend their incompetence? But to me, the fact that, again, this article might just be choosing those words, but just those statements really seem to imply that they know who it is, or they think they know. Now, they could also be wrong. Of course they could be wrong, so if they're not really sure and they don't have a smoking gun, that's another issue too. But it does seem to lean in the direction of them having somebody, or one of multiple somebodies. I don't know. I really don't know. It's just really bizarre. Law enforcement actions have been bizarre across the board. Kelsey says she's taken a step back from the multiple media interviews she used to do every week. Now she limits herself to one or two, spending more time with friends, walking her dog, exercising. She set a schedule to limit her Twitter use, a couple of days each week. Her efforts are full-fledged, balanced by entire days spent away from hundreds of mentions and messages. Rarely these days does she impulsively do interviews. Her list of hundreds of journalists and podcasters has lately grown more slowly. She's given herself until she's 25 to advocate and interview at her current level. How, knowing that finding the killer won't bring the girls back, can she maintain such fervent effort for 5 more years? I'm going to keep putting myself out there until we find him, because I lost my best friend, and all Libby's friends too deserve to know what happened to their best friend, she explains. Being able to close that chapter and go on to the next one will let us move on and live our life knowing we did everything we could to solve this. The loss of a family member becomes part of you, her grandmother says. Even if she wanted to, Kelsey couldn't wrest herself away from helping others cope with tragedy. She cannot erase the feelings of intense loneliness and shock that overtook her on the day the girls' bodies were found, and the prolonged dull ache in the years that followed. Kelsey's understanding is a blessing and a curse. It allows her to help others, but permanently binds her to the most painful memories she's experienced. We've been thrown into a club you don't want to be in, Patty says. So Kelsey will always be there to help others, other siblings who are going through this. So yeah, quite an interesting article. A lot of little pieces of information that have not really been discussed that lead to a lot of confusion. And there's just confusion everywhere with this case. And is that by design? Any logical individual has to wonder, is all this confusion by design, and for what purpose and by whom has this design been orchestrated? Now, the one thing we do know from all of this online attention, awareness, and pressure is that this case will not slip into obscurity despite what the guilty parties probably want. So that is something we'll remain vigilant about, and all of the discussion and theorizing will help keep this case alive because, again, It is as of yet unsolved, so those in the true crime sphere advocating for justice and closure will continue to work. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime in the Delphi case series. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel, help us make more mind-shocking podcasts advocating for truth and justice, not just in this case, but in all of these other unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons, and wrongful convictions as well, because truth and justice should be the primary focus. Like the podcast, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you could just manually go to youtube.com/mindshock or youtube.com/mindshock-true-crime to manually check for updates and peruse our ever-growing back catalog. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.